Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight.
I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, it's never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, Africa, and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Elon Musk is a visionary entrepreneur leading innovative ventures in technology, space exploration, electric vehicles, and renewable energy. Musk was born on June 28, 1971 to a South African engineer and his mother, a Canadian model and nutritionist in Pretoria, South Africa. His talents for computers and entrepreneurship emerged early, and at age 12, he created and sold a video game. Musk studied physics and economics at Queen's University and the University of Pennsylvania. In 1995, Musk founded Zip2, sold to Compaq for $307 million. He also co-founded X.com, which became PayPal, acquired by eBay for $1.5 million in 2002. Driven by a vision for humanity's multiplanetary future, Musk founded SpaceX in 2002, developing affordable rockets to support International Space Station mission and NASA's Artemis program. He became a major investor in Tesla 2004, launching electric vehicles like Roadster, Model X, and Model 3. Tesla unveiled the Cybertruck, beginning deliveries in 2023. Musk acquired X, formerly known as Twitter, in 2022, aiming to enhance future and transparency. Musk has at least 12 children from multiple relationships, including Justin Wilson, Tallulah Riley, Grimes, and Siobhan Zilis. Through SpaceX, Tesla, and other ventures, Musk shapes technology and innovation globally, and his influence extends beyond business into politics and culture.
Thank you for having me, Souq News. I'm excited to be here. My name is Anna Maria Orlu. I am the current Miss Nigeria United Nations. As well as that, I am an actress, a model, and I also am the founder of Little Blessings Foundation, and we focus on orphanages in Nigeria. For me, I feel like it's about bridging the gap between like how the UN can help Nigeria and what ways we can like kind of be a part of the United Nations as a whole. I feel like every pageant queen picks a route that they go towards, right? So some people pick to bridge the gap between like health, bridge the gap, education. I've chosen to help children and orphanages. So after my last pageant, I actually was reached out to. They were like, "You did a great job. I really loved how you presented yourself. Would you like to take part in this pageant?" And of course, I had to do my own research just to see, like, is it for me? Is it not for me? I did hesitate a bit, only because, you know, you need to just let it sit. I'm used to just making decisions really fast. So I like to just simmer down and kind of do my research. After that, the process was actually a lot of fun. I got to meet a lot of girls from different states, and just interact with them and just learn a lot from their background, and a lot of the sisterhood and just having fun in that whole 1 week. It's a week process, so it's like boot camp. You're waking up, you're working out, you're visiting different places, you're doing some charity work, different segments like the swimsuit, the also evening gown, traditional, all of those things. So it is a week of like intense work. It's been good. I think that for me, it's all about what you can do with the crown and not necessarily like the crown, right? The person wearing the crown. What is your interest? How passionate are you? And for me, it's always been important to relate with the everyday girl. Like, just because I have a crown on my head does not mean that I cannot go feed the homeless. Right? Doesn't mean that I cannot like be in the streets doing other things with like that may not be, you know, what I live like, you know. So I definitely think that it's opened my eyes to like different opportunities as well, and just like making sure that I am sticking to what my purpose is, and which I think that that is my Little Blessings Foundation. I'm currently working on my new project called The Dream Day Out. So basically what it does, it takes children in the orphanages to like amusement parks, zoos, all the things that children don't get to do in those places, because they only go to the school and come back. I want them to feel like children. I want them to be able to just not worry about the circumstances, even if it's just for like 5-6 hours. My foundation already donates clothes, shoes, school supplies already. So I just wanted to kick it up a notch and just like try something else that would just enrich their life a little bit. I think yes. For me, I was a foster kid for 10 years, and I think like I might not have got like the same childhood as everybody. Go to different things just because who was gonna fund that? You know, who was gonna take us to the zoo and the park and like things that we really wanted to do? And it was like, I feel like I didn't go to an amusement park till I was like nearly an adult. So I think with that, I wanted to just have something different. I know that a lot of people, and even in Nigeria, donate food and stuff like that, but how are we like enriching their lives? Like, how are we making them like not always think about them circumstances of what they're living? That's a really good question. For me, I think that my family also have done a really good job with that as well. My dad is always in Nigeria, and he tried to instill that you're Nigerian no matter what. My mom as well. And my brother never spoke English to me when I was younger. So I was able to understand Ikwere and Igbo, which, you know, nobody even believes that I would understand that because I wasn't born and raised here. So I think my family as a whole really just instilled, they try as much as possible to instill that, even though we didn't live together to like a certain age, they still were just like that mental, you know, that, you know, your mom would be like, if you're around these people, they're not like you, they're not like you. Like my mom would always say that, like, you can't follow these American people, they're not like you. So I think that's always in my head, that like, you're Nigerian, like, and I started coming back a lot more too. For me, it's always been, anything I'm doing, I have to start at home. I have to start at home because that's where it feels right. That's the purest way to do it for me. So even though now I could go try to be Miss Ireland, but I know that I've done Nigeria first, and that's who I represent at the end of the day, always. So how I knew I could act is because I started off singing, actually. I started off singing. I thought I was going to be a singer. I was very annoying to my family. I was singing everywhere we went. My mom actually encouraged it. She'd be like, go sing at church, go sing. I loved it. And then I got into musical theater because they were like, oh, you could sing. We need somebody who could sing. And that's how I got into acting, because with musical theater, you have to act and sing. So after I was like, wow, like I love this. This is what I want to do. I want to watching yourself, it's so surreal because how other people perceive your work. You know, so if somebody sees something that I do and they're like, oh my God, like I really like, you touched me, like I believed what you were saying. And that's the stories I want to tell. So I think like after the music theater, I was like, I want to act. Like acting is the destination, and there might be other routes, and I'm just grateful that God blessed me with other talents. Like I sing, I also dance, and modeling. I just feel like everything would lead me into like the final destination, which is acting. I actually did my first Igbo play like this year, which was, you know, different because I've never done that, and also in LA that's not a popular thing, right? So my last one was an Igbo play, and it was Emeka 1985. It was really, really dope. It was literally about a man who moved from Nigeria to America, and just that transition. Nobody really tells the story of how hard that could be. And for us, we don't even know because our parents did it, right? So that was a really provoking story to tell as well. I really enjoyed that. And I was also in this film called Marche. It's telling a Haitian story about like a Haitian woman, and I was the lead for that as well. There's a lot of films, and short films, feature films, movies that I've done that I feel like they always tell like provoking stories, and that's really what I love. Absolutely, and that's the main reason that after my projects with Little Blessing, I actually start filming a film on the 15th of January. My goal is to be able to work anywhere, and I don't want to just depend on Hollywood to fulfill what I need to do. If I have to be in India working, I will be there. But Nollywood has always been an interest of mine. I've had it on my goal every single year. Like I need to be in Nollywood movies. So this is really a great opportunity for me to be here and just meet other creatives, directors, and storytellers, and really get to work here as well. I actually do. I work from home, so I have my laptop. But right now I am a social worker, but I work from home. I think that for me, just my background and my childhood, I never wanted to be a broke artist. Being an artist is so hard, where like, you know, it's not stable. One day you have a role and you're working 5 days, and then another 2 months you might not have anything. You're auditioning, you're trying to get something. I just didn't want that to be my life. Like I want to be able to help my family. I want to be able to take care of myself and not be a burden to my family. So I needed to have a job. I needed to have something that didn't demand maybe as much energy from me, where I could still kind of focus on the art as well. I would say definitely acting. If I can act every day and not have to do anything else, that's the goal. Like that's really the goal. I'd rather not do any of those things, really. I think that entertainment has always been where I'm supposed to be, and I'm lucky enough that like I knew that from a young age, you know. A lot of people don't know what they want to do, and they spend a long time like trying to find it, explore different things. From a very young age, I already knew that, okay, you're gonna go to school, because you will not hear the end of it from your parents if you don't, but you're still gonna go and do entertainment. I think those stories, like you say, African American, they have been told a lot, and I think it's because that's people's experiences, right? A lot of people start from their experiences, and for me, I think I really want to tell a lot more about immigrant stories. I think that there's so much that happens when Nigerians or any other like immigrants leave their country and go to America, go to the UK. The things they experience, people don't even tell it enough. Like the things that my dad went through, I only know half of it. And I'm already like, whoa, this is a lot for one person. Especially Nigerians are so resilient, like they can do anything, and just to make sure that they survive in that country. So I definitely want to tell a lot of immigrant stories. I think it's really, in 2024, it's how she was treated was terrible. Like, Nigerians are everywhere. So for me, when I first saw that, I was thinking, I lived in Ireland all my life. If somebody told me that I couldn't compete for Miss Ireland, why not? Why? I have been living there all my life. So I think that it definitely made me feel like, are we moving forward? Like, are we actually, like, as a society, that shouldn't be a thing in 2024. But I'm just happy that she actually went back to her people, because those are the first people who are gonna accept you first, right? And look where she is now. So I think that everything probably led her to where she was supposed to be. I think some of the misconceptions is that we're not very smart. We're just pretty, and or some of them are like, oh, they just did it just to have a crown and have the attention or whatever. And I mean, some of those things might be true for some other people, but for me, I feel like I'm a pretty regular girl. Like, I feel like I like to do the same things. One of the things I will say that people will automatically stuck up. Like, we're stuck up. We can't be in certain places. We can't talk to certain people, and that doesn't apply for me. I feel like there are places that I've been, and I'm like, maybe this is not where I would like to come again, but I'm here now, so let me integrate myself. So some of those misconceptions, I think it doesn't apply to every queen. And my daily, like how I live daily, I feel like I work. I do a lot of presenting. I'm also a host, so I do a lot of red carpet events and stuff like that. So I always like to make sure that I am in the entertainment scene, because I know that, like, that's where I want to be. I take care of myself a lot. I do work out a lot. I don't eat the best because I work out a lot, so I compensate for that. But yeah, I think I live a pretty regular life. I just take care of myself a lot. The rest part lacks. I think probably don't sleep enough, but it's just the passion, really. It's the passion to want to do all these things. I think that even my social life is actually pretty good. Like, I go out pretty regularly with my friends, and I travel a lot. I think traveling is really my safe haven. It's where, like, I feel like, okay, this is where I get to do something I want to do. Like, traveling and working out, those are the two things that I'm like, okay, this keeps me sane. But time-wise, I think I have good time management skills. That's another thing too. I think in this industry, you have to have time management skills, and just prioritize what you want to do, because you're not going to have time for everything, and tomorrow is another day. So before Miss Nigeria United Nations, I started Little Blessings. So I started Little Blessings like maybe 7 months before I actually did the pageant. So I already had that going, where I was supplying shoes, clothes, things like that. So then Dream Day Out came after I became the queen. And I think my mission is just to keep adding initiatives that are gonna enrich these kids' lives, right? Next thing, I want to start looking for grants to fix the orphanages up, because some of them are in such a bad condition. And I think that if we're setting these children up for success, it starts at home. It starts with the basic needs. Like, if you don't have clothes to wear, you're not going to go to school and feel like you want to learn. if your environment is traumatic, you're not going to have that space to want to even be a doctor or a nurse or whatever it is that they might want to be, right? So I think it's just, I want to start with the basic needs, like your home needs to be together. Some of the orphanages have holes in them, like water coming, and the kids are comfortable, they just hop over the bucket. And I'm looking around like, wait, this is okay? So I just want to start off with like building that up, and then go and add more and more orphanages that I'm sponsoring. So start getting some from the east. Right now I have in Port Harcourt as well. So just adding more and seeing how we can make a difference that way. Or some of the challenges is just working with different people, right? So these things that I'm organizing, I have to reach out to the resort park, I have to reach out to the orphanage, the workers there, I have to like really just work with them. And sometimes, you know, when they hear your accent, the bill goes up. So things like that are really challenging, because it almost means that I have to try to get somebody to do stuff for me instead of I like to do stuff for myself. Like I'm pretty like dominant in that way. Like I want to call the resort park and organize stuff. I want to call the sponsorships and make those deals myself. But sometimes it's challenging because I might have to depend on somebody else. Like for instance, we're getting a bus, right? And we're getting a bus and I have to have somebody else call because it'd be cheaper when they call. But if I call, when they hear me, they're like, oh, 500K, like the price goes up. So those challenges is what like really bothers me. I think it's just believing that anything is possible. I think that I truly like believe that like I have to make it. And also like your background as well should motivate you, because I didn't come from like an easy background, and for me I was like, it cannot get down there, so it has to go up. Going to school was very like beneficial to me because I was able to like actually make money, take care of myself, and sponsor my goals. You have to be able to sponsor your goals. Just for acting, you need headshots, you need show reels, like all those things cost money. So I think just first thing, just believing that anything is possible and it doesn't matter what anybody else tells you. Like nobody can tell me today that I'm not gonna make it, and I would believe them. And surrounding yourself with people who really like believe that about you too. Like it took me years to even tell my dad that I was into entertainment, because I had to block out that negativeness. And it's not that they mean it, but you know, African parents, they're focused on stability, and entertainment doesn't sound very stable. So I don't want anybody to project their negativity on me to make me feel like I'm not going to be where I want to be. So that's one thing I had to just block that out. My dad found out that I was Miss Nigeria like after I won, not even through the process. Because I don't want anyone to tell me that, oh, you know, you might not get it, you might not know. Why not? Why don't I have those opportunities? So that's why it's really important for me to like try to create those opportunities for other people as well. I think for me, one of the things I've had to lose is some friendships. Just because where you are, not a lot of people are supposed to be there with you. And that was hard for me to accept that. Certain people I might have known for a long time are not aligned with my future or aligned with where I am now. So those are things that I'm still like trying to balance, you know, like, because having good people around you is really important, and having people who are going to always uplift you, speak life into you, and just make you feel like you are where you're supposed to be. So I think like that was a main thing for me, where it's like, okay, you may not be able to be around certain places anymore as well. Like I had to also, and I'm still assessing that, like where you can be and where you can't be. There's certain places now that I feel like as a queen, like you really shouldn't be there. Like it's low-key like not where you can associate with anymore. Some of the upsides is being in certain rooms where you wouldn't have been able to be in as maybe like a regular person, right? Being able to speak to people who are actually change makers, being able to get sponsorships and fundraising, things like that. It's harder. It was harder for me when I wasn't a queen, but I was still trying. I did online sponsorships and everything. So I think that being a beauty queen gets you into different rooms so you can actually speak and people can hear your voice more and hear your initiatives, hear the things that you want to do. Oh, wow. First of all, I love how dramatic Nigerians are. Like, I think it makes my day. Sometimes we're just driving and I'm just looking and everybody is just, it's like a movie. Like, and I love how successful Nigerians are. Like, when you leave Nigeria and you see Nigerians in different countries, like, we are doing amazing things. There's like, out of all the African countries, I just love how determined, how hardworking, resilient, like things now that I see some of my friends in Nigeria do, I'm like, wow, this took you all day. They're like, oh, no, it's no problem. Like, it's not a big deal. But for me, I'm like, that's all day. So I just love how resilient we are, how nothing can stop us. Like, we are literally unstoppable in every country that we go to. And even some of my Ghanaian friends would be like, I love Nigerians. I love how you guys can just work so hard, but also play so hard too. So yeah, and the food. I can eat. I can eat.
Can you hear what she's saying?
No, she doesn't have a talk back. Is you
I
has
have
it?
to talk back, but I'm not hearing what she's saying.
Maybe Evelyn is the one hearing.
I can
No,
hear.
she doesn't have a talk back.
So what is one is vibrating? Hello.
Delete it till that part of the deal. Yeah, deal. Yeah, that's all.
It's that time of the day when we bring critical issues to the front burners here on Souq News TV. I am Blessing AG. I am with my two gentlemen. You can call us at 3. They light the conversations and spark action for change. Good morning, gentlemen. Priye, Krumali, good morning.
Good morning to you, Blessing.
And Dr. Idelsa Samaze, you are always looking like a man of power. And of course, you're a man of power. Good morning.
Well, we're celebrating international power today, really.
Oh, you see,
And,
you see.
power changing hands,
You're
and so
in
it's very
spirit.
quite important
Okay, you
that
mean
I have
when
to
my-
look like one.
When my uncle was inaugurated
Okay, you can
yesterday
understand
as
what it
the
is.
47th president
Good
of...
morning, Blessing. Priya, good morning.
Of the
It's
US.
good to be here.
We
Power
don't-
is sweet.
Yes.
From henceforth, we only have the male and the female gender.
Okay, that is what it has been. Don't tell us male and female.
Don't let us get into the argument this morning, but let's get on to something you didn't want to miss. Evelyn Oyole, whom doctor chose to cut soap for, but I'm close to him here. He didn't even give me part of the soap. She's looking very great this morning, and she wants to fill you in on some great gist. Hello, Evelyn.
Good morning, Blessed. I mean, what's with the bad belly? You know how they always say that. It's great to be here. By the way, they say success has so many fathers. Speaking to, blessing claiming President Donald Trump is his uncle. Let's move on to something you do not want to miss this morning. My name is Evelyn Ohiola. Now, the GMPC. What is the GMPC? That's the General Multipurpose National Identity Card is on its way. It's big news for Nigerians, and it's designed to make life easier for citizens. This card will replace multiple existing cards serving various purposes like financial transactions, government services, and travel-related services. Now, imagine having just one card to handle everything from payments to government interventions and, of course, also some other services you might need the card for. No more digging through your wallet or bag for multiple cards. The GMPC aims to simplify the identification process, making everyday life more convenient. According to the National Orientation Agency, this new card will eliminate the need for citizens to carry multiple forms of identification, making it more convenient for functions like payment services, government interventions, and travel-related services. So we might have to do away with the national identity card. If you want to travel across, within the country, you might not need to present your, national ID card or your international passport. The GMPC will be there. And also for assessing government interventions, you just need that card. Voters card, a lot of people think that might also replace the voters card. Well, the National Orientation Agency has assured Nigerians that the process in getting this card is not tedious. It says you can request for the GMPC through the self-service online portal, NIMC offices, or your respective banks. So I'm really looking forward to the GMPC being a game changer as a means of identification anywhere in the country. Moving on to my next story this morning, NCC approves 50% tariff increase. Finally, after a prolonged period of deliberations and negotiations, the Nigerian Communications Commission, NCC, has just approved a tariff adjustment, allowing network operators to increase their rates by up to 50%. This is the first time rates have been changed since 2013. That's like 11, 12 years ago, and it's due to rising operational costs. Now, before you start worrying about your phone bill, here is the thing. The NCC is keeping a close eye on things to make sure that the new tariffs aren't too harsh. They are capping the increase at 50%, which is way less than the over 100% some operators were asking for. This will push the floor price minimum, that's the minimum acceptable price of calls, to 50 naira, the cost of SMS to 6 naira from 4 naira, and the cost of 1 gigabyte of data to 431.25 naira from 287 naira 50 kobo. The average price of calls will be 16 naira 50 kobo per minute from 11 naira. It is worth noting that the NCC is aware of the financial pressures faced by Nigerian households and businesses, so they are trying to strike a balance between keeping operators happy and protecting the consumers. So what does this mean for you? Well, you might see some changes in your phone bill soon, but the NCC is working to make sure that it is not painful. Now to story 3, let's talk about money. You love the sound of that. I do. Lagos State has raked in $71.6 million for Dirty December. Yes, you can say Lagos is booming. The Lagos State government just announced that it's raked in a whooping $71.6 million, not naira, dollars, in revenue from tourism, hospitality, and entertainment during the 2024 Dirty December celebrations. Hotels were the big winners, contributing over $44 million, while short-let apartments added $13 million to the total revenue. Idris Aregba, the special advisor to the Lagos State governor on tourism, arts, and culture, shared these impressive figures during a review of the Lagos State Dirty December 2024-2025 report. He praised the report, highlighting the significant revenue generated during December. So what made Dirty December so special? Lagos hosted an array of events that showcased Nigeria's rich cultural heritage, attracting massive crowds and tourists from around the world. These events drew in locals and members of the Nigerian diaspora, which you call the IJGB, I just got back, and international tourists, solidifying Lagos' reputation as a global cultural destination. We pray for the prosperity of Lagos State and we say, God bless Lagos. And as they say it in the Yoruba Palantir, Eko ni baje o. Ambi. That's what I have for you today. Do not go anywhere because the show is just getting started. Let's go for this quick timeout, and when we return, Blessing, Prayer, and Doc are on standby.
ADSC. ADSC is an organization focused on training and research to advance sustainable development and growth in Africa. We exist to facilitate customized training, research, and study exchanges worldwide on leadership, management, and critical development issues. The center offers a platform for the exchange of ideas and best practices. Our comprehensive services encompass research, consultancy, capacity building, training, and education programs, as well as publishing and disseminating development-related knowledge. Our faculty consists of experts and researchers with extensive experience in policy formulation, implementation techniques, and monitoring and evaluation. Our methodology involves talks, individual and group exercises, games, video screenings, and discussion seminar sessions in a cozy atmosphere, making learning enjoyable for our participants. For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website at www.adstudycenter.com to learn more about our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Hey guys, my name is Anna Maria Orlu. I am Miss Nigeria United Nations. This month is Cervical Cancer Awareness Month, guys. Make sure you are getting checked. It is important to get checked and make sure that this is prevented. And make sure that you are raising the awareness to your friends, your sisters, your loved ones as well.
It's time for news analysis on the front burners today. We'll track in some stories, and one of them is the Nigerian Communications Commission approving request of telecommunications companies, telcos, to increase tariff by 50%. It's against the 100% increase that the telcos had sought from the Nigerian Communications Commission, but they only approved 50% given current realities. So we have talked about acknowledging the current realities that the telcos are faced with And 50%, I think it's okay, but the NCC should also check to see that now that there have been tariff hike, services are commensurate with what consumers are paying.
Well, it will be quite really difficult for us to be quite optimistic about quality of service that will be delivered, because if somebody is telling you, I'm running at a loss and I'm carrying too much baggage, and for me to be able to survive, I need to do tariff at 100%, and you are saying, oh wow, you can't do 100% and you can only do 50%, then at the end of the day, you're trying as much as possible to keep the environment in some level of balance economically, but that may not be doing good to the business people. For me, I just feel that market forces should be allowed to determine what prices are within the environment, because there's implication for it. If I'm getting input into what I'm producing, and then somebody else outside who does not understand the level of input that comes in and is telling me how I'm going to price, then business will not be interesting. And I think that's a very big challenge that we will face going forward. I wish that government were able to sustain their own network, as it were.
You mean NITEL?
Yes, so that we can find a way to continue to subsidize what individuals who may not be able to afford what the private operators are charging. And then, of course, you'll have some leeway. But you could have run it at ground. And here you're making effort and frantic effort at that to also ground other telecoms. So I think it's quite unfortunate. We're living in a very hard time. People are trying to see how we can balance all the contradictions that are in the system. And so pricing becomes a big deal for us. But like they say, if you pay peanuts, only monkeys work for you.
So is that to say that soup is sweet now money killer?
Oh yes,
that's what they said, yes. If you want to eat a delicious soup, you must put in lots of money for it. But if you're talking about subsidizing, or the government had its own telecom company still running, NITEL, which is, I don't think that some persons who were born recently, like in 10, 20 years ago, still even know or do know what NITEL was, because they didn't really experience NITEL running at that time. One of the reasons that makes the telco companies complain of high running costs is power, because their masts that are spread in different parts of the country have to be powered continually. You can't have any of them shut down. So if government were to do anything for the telcos, I think it would be looking at ensuring that power is provided, or the telcos can afford power at a not so expensive rate. If that is taken care of, maybe this 50% would just be fine with them. What do you think, Priya?
Well, government doesn't only need to provide power for telecommunications companies. Every other businesses, both manufacturing and the SMEs, they all need power to function efficiently. As for the telecommunication companies, they've been requesting for 100% increase. And Mr. Tijani Bello is the Minister of Communications, the Minister of Information, has been, and digital economy, has been on this conversation with them and told them the increase can only go between 30 and 60%, and that they can't grant them 100%. So I was not surprised when it came out at say 50% yesterday. Even the 50% Nigerians that are yelling, I know, and shouting, because the data is going to be expensive now. From the 1 gig that we used to buy for 1,000 naira should be about 1,400 or 1,500 naira now. And the calls that we used to make, which is for 11 naira for a minute, should be around between 17 naira per minute now. The text messages, SMS messages that we used to send for about 4 naira should be around 5 naira, 50 kobo, or maybe almost 6 naira. At this moment in time now. So the telecommunication companies yes, they are going to argue, oh, we have communications infrastructure spread across the country we need to maintain. We are raising masts here and there so that we can provide efficient services for Nigerians and for those who are consuming these services. However, they will need to, I understand the role government needs to play. I know Doc will always insist on market prices need to take precedence over government regulation. But we also know these businessmen, and we also know the capitalist tendencies that is at work in them. Profit is never enough. Profit is never enough. And looking at the level of inflation and some of the difficult economic challenges that Nigerians are facing at this moment in time, if you remove regulatory power and allow the profit tendencies of the businessman or the businesswoman to run, it may run amok. And if it runs amok, the consumer is going to be, at the receiving side, and that will not be good.
There are implications of this for the telcos increasing tariff, even for 50%, which the telcos may think is not up to what they require to keep afloat and also make profit. But there are implications when there's a 50% in telecommunication tariff, because a lot of businesses depend on data. We understand we are in a digital world. The banking sector runs on that too. So I expect that there's going to be a transfer of cost in different sectors. For businesses that depend on the telecommunication companies for data and other support services, their own charges are going to increase as well. So the consumer is not just paying the 50% to the telcos, but to every area, every service that you require that also is supported by the telecommunications sector, you're going to pay extra for it. That, again, will push up the inflation rate that we've been seeing rising sporadically.
Well, I think the function of government, if you ask me, is simple. And that is creating an ecosystem for businesses to thrive, so that the consuming public have options and choices to make. The reason why you're not seeing players come into the sector that is looking like an oligopoly is because the enabling environment for these businesses to survive is not there. So if you allow people to get into the business, the forces of demand and supply will regulate price, will regulate inflations. You see, what government is doing is to see, well, if we have just at the moment 4 basic lines, why are there no new entrants?
What even happened to those who entered and at some point had to sell to other companies?
Yeah, so this is to tell you the state of that industry. And I think that is what these people have been advocating for a very long time. We have to make choices. There's no government who want to be pro-poor that can afford to be anti-business. Because the only way to become real pro-poor is to be pro-business. Because if you are investing and creating the enabling environment for businesses to thrive, you are creating opportunities. So what that means is that those who work in those environments are paid well, they can afford services that is provided by other people. So the spiral effect of right pricing is massive. So we must not be looking at it as constrained from only one direction. So which means as they are pricing right, those who use those services are also pricing right. Everybody, at the end of the day, nobody is losing to each other.
But the big players have enjoyed pricing right when they started. You could remember when SIMs were sold for as high as 30,000 naira, 25,000 naira.
Because
when some of the big players started.
On the planet Earth, only in Nigeria, where a telecom company asked to put plenty money down to buy air. Only in Nigeria. You see, when we are looking at some of all these issues, you have to look at what's happening elsewhere. What's frequency? Frequency is the airwaves. We sold the airwaves at very exorbitant prices to the operators. Even some people bidded and they were not given. I remember CIR those days. So what you understand is that sometimes bureaucrats take advantage of every little opportunity to inflict hardship on thinking people who want to do business, and you make the environment hostile. And that's why on the indexes of ease of doing business, we have never moved up.
Okay. So we
need to do well. There are small countries who are creating the ecosystem where businesses can thrive. The ease of doing businesses here is still a problem. Take, for example, yesterday on this show, you talk about, I think it was Evelyn, on things you don't want to meet. That cables underground was removed even at Aso
Villa.
Creating BlackRock at the seat of power. You understand it? Now you can imagine marks with generators that are inside the bush. So which means
being vandalized.
The operators had to provide security for those things, and that's part of cost. They had to buy the expensive diesel. Part of cost. So this is what I'm talking about. So while you are looking at it from one end and you're saying, no, people will not be able to pay, and therefore even the business people, they will also regulate themselves, because if you are charging a fee that people cannot pay, it will only be just common sense for you to review your prices so that you can be within the framework where you can have volume.
But at this point in time, is it about them regulating, I'm talking about the telcos now, regulating their prices to a level where people can afford? Because their services has become necessity. It's almost like the people have no choice. And whatever price you peg it, they just have to pay.
Okay, first of all, let's not forget that when these telecommunications companies came into Nigeria, let's not forget the juicy package that the former president, Olusegun Obasanjo, gave to them. They were not tasked because Nigeria was just in its burdened state when it comes to telecommunication, and that of our local company could not really service the population of Nigeria. We already know their names. They came into the country and they started operating. They were task-free. Some of them were even given lands to set up so that we can have this spread across the country. And you know the name of one telecommunications company, and you know their color. You know their color. They declared that the profit they made in Nigeria within a specified period of time is more, 2 times, 3 times more than they've made in the presence of, where their presence are situated in some other African countries. That's how humongous the profits are. Look, we have the population in Nigeria, and if you talk just this increase now, it's going to reflect in the profit margins of these organizations and of these companies, even though they are clamoring for 100%. Talk about Lagos, you talk about Kano State, you talk about Rivers State, or the southwestern part of the country, or the northern part of the country, and the number of people. How many Gen Zs are without phone these days? How many of them can stay without data?
Even those in the villages, how many of them can stay without a phone to communicate?
Yes. So it's always good for business. It is still good for business, and I tell you, they are licking their fingers as we speak. Doc also talked about we sold the airwaves. It belongs to us. Okay, the frequencies. If it's not regulated by government, you remember we are dealing with the case of incitement when some persons were accused of setting up radio stations somewhere else and using it to incite the Nigerian public against the government and against our sovereignty. If the government does not regulate that, things that are going to happen, and the telecommunication companies are not exempted from that. We have to sell this to them, and the government is exercising its regulatory power. I don't think it's hindering business or businessmen from making profits.
If we talk about profit, for a long time, the telecommunication companies were among sectors or among businesses declaring profit at the Nigerian Stock Exchange. And Given all what we said about how they started, the big players, from when the cost of SIMs were very expensive, and then it took an indigenous player to come in to crash that. So once that player came in, prices for SIMs dropped. And then we began to see competition because market forces were now at play. After a while, it became very affordable, and what it is now that SIMs are almost free. All you need to do is buy airtime and you just register and you're to go. But we've seen big players come in, and after a while, some companies are not able to stay in the market. They phase out. But some of the big ones that have been there from time immemorial are still there. Even the small ISPs, the small internet service providers, we're not even speaking about them, because some of them, there seems to be a kind of edge that the big players have over them, or that the market favors them. One would think that given what they've enjoyed, whether or not airspace was sold to them at a very expensive rate, but they've been in the industry for over 20 years, in the days when things were very good. They've been declaring profits at the Nigerian Stock Exchange. Is this not a kind of shock? The current reality is it not a kind of shock that they can absorb without necessarily calling for 100% tariff increase? Because if the communication NCC has given them 50% and they ask for 100%, like you said, it may not reflect in services, because it may be seen like what we need, you didn't give it to us, so we're barely managing to just provide the services that we can. Should the big players not be able to withstand the shock given the good days we've enjoyed in the markets?
Well, you talk about a lot of what good day people enjoy in the market. You see, what are these good days really like? That is the point that you need to understand, that in that industry, at a certain point in time, there were a whole lot of activities, and people think, oh, profit is here, everybody want to enter.
But they were declaring. It wasn't the market, it wasn't other people that were declaring profit. They were the ones declaring profit.
Of multi-links, those era of Visa phone, what is this other one? And they were all there, and people crashed out. They left the market. And this is what people are not understanding.
Why did they leave the market?
Let me give you, recently, we started with Etisalat. Why did Etisalat leave the Nigerian market? Airtel had left market severally. And the biggest player in that sector recently, just last year, divested and make this thing a Nigerian thing. And since they divested from the operation here, that company has been raising paper. Last week, Friday, they still raised paper of about 45 billion. And these are money that are collected from Nigeria to ensure that the operations are running. You see, you can't sit down in the comfort of your home and be calculating what profit people have made.
Is it about the sector, or there are some issues with corporate governance in that sector?
It's not corporate governance. And that's why people are clamoring for the ease of doing business. Except you have never started a business. You can start one, and you will see how hostile the environment is. I attempted to start a factory some time ago. I mentioned this on this table 2 days ago in Benin City yesterday. And I was going for a loan to rent to 12 million to start operation. And I was asking for a C of O so that I can use the land as collateral. And the government was charging me 13.5 million. And I'm asking the guy, if I have 13.5 million, I won't go to the bank. I'll show you the document that this is it. Now, I'm supposed to be doing business in this environment. Operation have not started. You will see tax agents from state government, tax agents from local government, the locals who are within the environment, putting pressure on you. There's nobody who is spared. Not even the multinationals. They are not spared of these challenges that eat up all those profits we are talking about. And that's why a lot of people are not keeping their money in the environment. So when you are looking other places where people are driving their fund into, like in Singapore, the ecosystem is created. If you go to the UAE, the ecosystem is created. So if we don't have our own money like Saudi Arabia or Qatar, which we can pour into our economy, and we are looking for direct foreign investment for long-term or portfolio investment for short-term, then we must create that ecosystem where businesses are able to succeed. That as people are making profit, what that means for you is that you are taking poverty off the street. You can employ more. You just imagine that Souq News Television is doing excellently well, making plenty of money. What will you see? It will replicate itself. Many people will be employed and take people off the street. But if the business is not making profit and is struggling to survive, it will be retrenching and the rate of poverty will be increasing. So what I'm saying is that while government has a role to moderate whatever play out within the sector, I don't feel that government's role is to constrain businesses, but rather to facilitate operations so that those who are investing are having value for their money, and then of course others are encouraged to come into the system and make more money for themselves. And then of course you can create that wealth and poverty. Check it out. When you see factories were moving from the US, they moved into Japan and all those areas. What was the issue? They saw cheap labor at that time. But at a certain level, you saw that cheap labor had increased. Then, of course, when it got to a certain level and the lifestyle of those people increased, the factory moves away again because of cost, and they went to the Asia Tigers. In Malaysia, you saw them. Indonesia, they were out there in Thailand, and they were doing excellently well. But if you go to Malaysia today, the level or the standard of living of those people is on the rooftop. Now, what happened? They move again to China, where you still have very many people with low standard of living, and they were exploiting it. But today, if you go to China, the standard of living had gone to the rooftop. And this is why Chinese are not even giving chances to see companies move out of their time. And rather than allow companies to move out, they are investing in robotic technology that will reduce the price of labor so that the companies can continue to remain in their environment. So what country does is to create that enabling environment for business to prosper. And that is the only way you can create wealth. That's the only way you can create common prosperity, that you can take away poverty from your environment and everybody is happy. But when you put constraints on the way of business to make profit, then what you are doing is actually creating poverty. And that's what we have seen in the last 10 years in Nigeria.
We do have a ministry for digital economy, which should oversee what happens in the telecommunication industry. Yes, the NCC is there as a regulator, but for the ministry, there are some things, some form of support that the ministry can give the industry, perhaps by way of policy, to help create some enabling environment so that not just the telecom sector, other players within the digital economy can have some breathing space. But let's look at what the government is doing, or what the government says it is doing regarding creating that enabling environment. You've talked about the issue of multiple taxation, which seems to stifle businesses. So the tax reform bill, which the chairman of the Presidential Task Force Committee says will be passed in the first quarter of this year. Let's look at some of the provisions, what that could do for businesses. Does it have the capacity to give the businesses in Nigeria a breather? Let's take a look at that. But given the oppositions, we've talked about the oppositions to this bill, the areas of concern of this bill to different stakeholders. For some, it is about the sharing formula. For others, it is about the increment of VAT. And then for the businesses, there is the proposed reduction of tax rate, company income tax, targeting the year 2025. From the year 2025, which is this year we're currently in, there's going to be a progressive reduction of the company income tax to coming to about 27.5%. The company income tax currently is around 30%. Now, when that bill is passed, is it enough to give a breather to companies, harmonizing the taxes that we do not get to see different taxes? But this is at the federal level. We understand that the states are also there. And so who's going to speak to the states? Who's going to speak to the local government to say, you are not going to collect X and X taxes anymore from the companies? let's also look at the part of the bill that has to do with the taxes that companies pay to support TED fund and some other funds that will be abolished, just harmonized into a single fund, so that companies can also take a breather from that.
Companies, well, I don't think, if the companies are taking a breather, I don't think those taxes are inconveniencing companies. Fine, they may have some challenges with living up to it because, of course, it's tax. It comes as cost too, as a liability they need to pay. However, they have an obligation to do that. On the other hand, the TED fund you talked about, they equally have an obligation to build infrastructural facilities in Nigerian universities.
But we talked about yesterday how some
Yes.
of those sub-units, I like to call them, can be channeled through the Ministry of Education. So rather than say companies contribute this to education, let everything go through the education.
These are not
Ministry of Education.
species. These are species that were brought into life through the instrument of parliament. They just can't, you can't just take them away like that. It has to be through an act of parliament for them to be removed as well.
And
So
that's what
it's
this
not-
bill is, and this bill is also an instrument of parliament to correct that.
The bill itself is talking about the company income tax, that the progressive increase of the value-added tax from 7.5% to 10% in 2025, and from 2025 to 2030 for it to progress to 15%, we'll see the gradual reduction of the company income tax until it goes into extinction. So when it goes into extinction, who funds TED fund?
There's
Or how
a part,
does
there's
TED
a part
fund?
that addresses the issue of TED fund, apart from the company income tax, because there are different provisions of the tax bill.
Okay, so what part addresses TED fund, and where is TED fund, or those?
It proposes scrapping of those funds that they pay.
Yeah, but look at it this way, Blessing. There's a whole lot of things that gets as input into production. And when you are looking at what we're going to get, for example, you're only looking at one leg of what we know in elementary economics as factors of production. The most critical factor of production, we are told, is land. Land is critical. Now look at rent, for example. How much land is sold? And you are investing in an office space. What's the price of a square kilometer in the place where you are going to do business? So it's possible, for example, I say, okay, I have 500,000 I want to give to my younger brother or my niece or nephew, to say, okay, take this one and set yourself up. That money is not enough to rent an office space in itself. That's one factor. Now, you also talk about labor. Labor cost is also high. With government pegging that minimum wage should be at 70,000 naira per month, and you are looking at small business paying 70,000 in 3 places, and it cannot make a profit of 20 naira. And then at the end of the year, you have to pay for rent for the space where you are doing that business. Then, of course, you're also talking about the cost of capital. Getting into the bank, whether it's in the microfinance, where they are charging between 5% to 3% monthly, depending on where you are taking, or the almighty commercial banks that are doing almost close to 34% per annum. So when you factor that into production, that ultimately will determine what price I'm not talking about the inputs that you are going to put in terms of raw materials and other things, packaging, everything come into it. So the price is going to be always on the rooftop. So tax alone is not even, it's just one incentive. And that's what I'm talking about when you're looking at ecosystem where businesses can prosper. And there is so much that nations could do. Even at individual micro level, we talk about being our own government because we provide our security, we provide our water, we provide our power, and almost everything. And it is quite very expensive to do this on a daily basis. And you find that this is the environment that we're saying that government should really invest in. Beyond the taxes, that is what government takes from profit. There are a lot of businesses that are not making profits. You can just look at the 157 companies listed in Nigeria Stock Exchange. How many of them are doing well? That can give you an indication of how the environment is. And that's why I'm not just really zeroing on the taxes to say that government must allow businesses to determine, using the instrumentality of the market forces, to determine what prices are chargeable for certain services, especially when these companies are not government owned.
But if government does that, will that not take us to a capitalist economy?
That is what we are.
We're
That is the only call.
We're not fully a capitalist economy because government
the only model of economy that is surviving today in the world, we have two camps: communism on the one hand, and then capitalism on the other hand. What has happened? Communism is dead. And that is because it is not sustainable in the longer run. What you're seeing is the fact that a lot of companies are plagued by indebtedness. So what happened is that we keep floating right issues, IPOs here and there, and this is to mop up money from the corporate man on the street to ensure that operation is going.
Okay, Doctor,
if
there's
we are
this
not
point.
to be completely capitalist, we know the tendencies of some businesses or some business operators here in Nigeria. Wouldn't that be like moving from pan to fire?
No, okay, see, some of the instances that Doc is giving, we need to even critically scrutinize them. He was talking about how companies were moving out from China, from Japan, from Singapore, and one of the reasons why they moved is because the cheap labor they met on ground, turned around. The standard of living went to the rooftop. That means the way and the standard of living, the way people live, they started earning more. They started demanding more from the companies where they work, and they felt the salaries or what they paid to these workers seemed to be going to the rooftop, and it's hindering or it's shrinking our profit. So we need to move to another climb where we can find cheap labor. Then they move to that climb, they find cheap labor, they explore it for a specific period of time. The same scenario will repeat itself, then they need to relocate again. You see, companies will keep on doing that. And in Nigeria, they are going to continue doing that. And in Nigeria, they are going to keep on doing that.
It's really been just an amazing connection point and social point for us. And so when I had the opportunity to work with the Gamers, it really became home to me, right? Because it's with people who are very like-minded and an amazing community. Yes, so the Gamers, social media tech platform for women in the video game industry, creators, game devs, entrepreneurs. And for us, we are a safe space where people can connect. something that you and I spoke about earlier around, playing video games and feeling the pressure to be good at it and wanting to, and kind of the toxicity around the online culture a little bit, because it is a little bit male dominated, right? And I feel like the Game Hers was built around that. In fact, I remember the very first gaming conference that I went to, and literally it was a room that had about 200 people, and there were 3 women, including myself. And I thought, we have to do better, right? I mean, I play video games, I have friends that play video games who are women, and I feel like it's extremely important for us to spread that message that it is okay to play video games as a female. Additionally, Gen A, Gen Z, 98% of the younger generations are playing video games now, right? They don't identify as gamers like people who go to movies don't identify as movieists, right? And so it's just a part of their life. And what's interesting is that even though there are 3.2 billion gamers globally, and half of those are women, we're still underrepresented in the professional esports world, in game development, and leadership positions. So it was New Year's Eve, and I had busted my knee. I was living in Colorado. I busted my knee skiing, and so there I was at home for the very first time, doing nothing on New Year's Eve, and I thought to myself, maybe I'll go check out this game, right? And so I jumped on this video game and had my knee propped up, having a drink and just relaxing. And I see online a chat that there was this giveaway for an online New Year's Eve party. And I thought to myself, this is the lamest thing I have ever seen in my life. I will never share this story out loud. And I went to this online New Year's Eve party where they were giving away free stuff and in-game free stuff, right? And so I'm in there, and it was player versus player games, so people could attack each other and kill each other in the game. And so as I was standing there, this guy jumped this other guy, slayed him in the game, and the dead player dropped gear, and you could rename it. And so this guy picks up the gear like a serial killer, brands it so-and-so's Baldric, and I thought it was hilarious, and that was my husband, now husband. So he's not a serial killer though, so that's good. I'll share this with you. So the Game Hers, since its inception in 2020, we created a platform where we celebrate women through the Game Hers Awards. And we had it had been virtual through COVID, and we had our first live Game Hers Awards in Atlanta in March 1 to kick off Women's History Month. And we had a room full of 300 people, women and their allies, where we celebrated their contributions to other women in gaming and inclusivity. And it was incredible to just see people who haven't met in person. I mean, if you think about how you work with people now, and remote life is so prevalent. I mean, you think about how you meet people online now anyway, right? And then when you meet them in person, that relationship just escalates and just gets even better. And so the Game Hers provides that space to be able to do that, right? We have an online community. We provide opportunities to meet in person through a lot of different events. Much like Dunhill Ventures brings together they bring together family offices and investors to connect and create networks and create relationships. That's what the Gamehers does. Video games has become the new media. When you look at live streaming, when you look at content creation, there's such a big piece of that's entertainment. And as a person who plays video games, you get to do both, right? We...
Our technical glitch. Well, continuing on a conversation, Priye Krumalo was on a train of thought, talking about what can be done to improve the business environment, and he was trying to cite some examples in foreign nations. Go ahead, Priye.
Oh, yes. I was talking about the movement of the capitalists from nation to nation to explore the potential of making money and profits over there, and they relocate from that climb to another climb whenever they've realized their profits and they see that their profits are beginning to shrink because the living standard of the people begin to improve. They move to another country also. So on one hand, when the living standard of the people begins to go up, the profit of the capitalist begins to shrink. It begins to look for new avenues to make profit. And when you go to an environment, you want to set up a business. We know the kind of companies that will come to Lekki or the Lagos Island looking for land to set up an office space, and we know the kind of companies that will go to Mowe Bafo, want to set up an office space, and we know the kind of people, even though they have 5 million naira for their capital, will not want to get an office space, but will work from home, and they run a profitable and productive business. So I think businesses have different faces. The regulatory authority of the government is to protect the consumer, and if we leave the consumer unprotected, it won't augur well for businesses. The government also have a responsibility to do that. And let me tell you something. The rise in energy, the rise in transportation, the removal of fuel subsidy, they all, packed up to become one of the reasons why the telecommunications organizations are going through the difficult time, and the government felt they need to save them, and they make an increase for 50%. Let us not forget that this also have the same impact on the purchasing power and on the consumers, the average man on the street. So the removal of fuel subsidy, the increment of fuel, the salaries, what's the minimum wage from about 30,000 naira to 70,000 naira, it's completely nullified and cancelled, removed from the face. It doesn't have any effect on the purchasing power of the consumer anymore. So whilst we're looking to create an ecosystem for businesses to thrive, to create an enabling environment for them to thrive, let us also know that we cannot make Nigerians to work for the wind.
Yeah, but it's good that we put all of this thing at the front burner. And I think one nation that we cannot ignore on the planet of Earth is the United Arab Emirates, where personal income tax is 0, corporate tax was 0, and yet the nations are building skyscrapers, and the Emiratis are living the best of life, more than anybody you can think in the world. There's a model that brought that about. And I don't think it's the thing that we're talking about here.
How many people do we have in the United Arab Emirates?
Look up their population. Just 10 million people.
No, just 10 million people.
Just 10 million people.
Okay, but no. If Doc rightly said that we cannot completely start to give analysis based on one leg of the issue. We have to consider every other aspect of the issue. If you remove population out from it, you have defeated. If you have defeated almost half of the problem.
You're going along the line that because they have
fewer population than Nigeria. That's why they
No, not only that. There are other issues that impact their. No. There are other things that impact their fiscal governance.
Population, and all 3 million are in poverty. So you understand this thing. So what works for 10 million, we work for 1 billion people. We work for 1.3 billion people. You see, we must understand it won't work.
It won't work. The reason why it won't work. Let us even consider the system of government of the United Arab Emirates that makes a unilateral decision.
No, not true.
It makes a unilateral decision. It does not go through the cleavages of and the consequences and the orders that a democratic and multilingual state that of Nigeria and the United States will have to fight battle with.
Do elections does not make them undemocratic.
Do you know the difficulty that comes with variety of decisions in running an economy in a country where you do not have the the unilateral authority to make decisions in the economy?
No, if you're talking about power to make decisions,
the king don't take decisions unilaterally. That's very wrong.
Okay, the parliament was elected. Did they go through the halls of election? They go through the halls of election.
You see, there's a ruling system. Nobody says democracy is the best system in the world. As a matter of fact, according to Plato, that was the worst form of system that any nation could have even adopted, because it was actually going for a polity where people can actually have their mind on their head and they are thinking that the majoritarian ethic, which of course people think about democracy today, which is of course the same majority have their ways, while minority may have their say.
So individuals don't have a say.
So what that means is that in which countries of the world do you really have it say? What say do you have in the governance of Nigeria? You as Kumale,
yes, I go and cast my vote.
And after that, what happened?
No, it's not after that. The fact that I have the right to vote a leader, the fact that every other person has a right to vote a leader, considering both government, economic decisions that will be made in parliament, right from the local government to the central government.
That right is collective.
So is it the same right that is taking place in the United States? Is it the same right that is taking place in the United States? Is it the same right that is taking place in the United States? Is it the same right that is taking place in the United Kingdom?
I want to take you to the United Kingdom, and I want to take you to the US, where there are right people to vote and people are hungry. And you need to listen yesterday to the address of Donald Trump.
I did.
You did?
Yes.
And there was no more credit from the past regime and say how America has lost its glory. I have consistently said it here on this studio. You may like it, you may not like it. You can absorb it, you can throw it away. You see, the day government become Father Christmas, that day the people are on their journey to poverty. That's what's happening in the US, that's what's happening in the UK, that's what's happening in Nigeria.
It's the government Father Christmas. Wait. It's the government Father Christmas in the UK. How's the government Father Christmas in UK? With the exorbitant taxes that they impose?
Where? See, this is it. Government want to intervene in every sector. Government want to protect, quote unquote, the poor, and therefore stifle businesses from producing. What do you find? That there's a whole lot of things that are shipping into the US that are not produced in their own state. Their factories are shutting down. Their automobile is dead. And that is why you are seeing that the kind of face that Donald Trump is bringing and saying, look, we cannot live this way. We have to create a future for our children. And that's happening in the UK as we speak. So what I'm saying to you, in essence, is the fact that if nations have to survive, we have to follow the path of growth. And what is that path of growth? The path of growth is giving opportunity for individual competitiveness so that we don't fund and encourage laziness.
There is no government in the world that is funding laziness. Nigeria is not funding laziness.
As a matter of fact, in this your country today, The plan has
yes,
been
it's my
concluded
country.
now. Yes,
it's not funding laziness.
Yes, the plan
Nigeria
has
is
been
never
concluded.
funding laziness.
The plan has been concluded to transfer 70,000 to 70 million people in this fiscal year.
In Nigeria.
In Nigeria.
All right, Doc.
To transfer
let me take you back
70,000 naira to 70 million people.
So what you are doing simply is rewarding laziness.
Okay.
How do we
That's
transfer 70,000 to 70 million people?
Oh, yes.
How did we do that?
You recall that?
Yeah, that's what government is planning to do.
How did you do that? We didn't do that. How did we do that?
How we provide everything for ourselves. Power, water, and security, and whatever basic need that we have in this country. Does that look like a country where you have Father Christmas? That's one. And when we talked about social investment, when we talked about the performance of the 2024 budget, and you talked about how the government needs to put money in the hands of people, is that not contradictory to what you're saying now? That government is funding laziness. If the government needs to put money in the hands of people so that businesses can thrive, so those people can have purchasing power, does that look like funding laziness or oiling the economy? I do not think that we have ever had a Father Christmas government in Nigeria.
Never at any time.
You can cite that of other places. But a country where the
with all your subsidy that was on the that you were pretty money to pay.
Let's talk about the subsidies. If you talk about petrol subsidy, in other countries of the world, there are subsidies. It is not only in Nigeria that we have subsidy. The only subsidy that was beneficial to the Nigerian populace was that of the petrol subsidy.
I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, it never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, Africa, and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing, and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a
It seems that was to calm the heat that was already generating in the studio. Let's continue what we'll bring to you this morning, which is the front burners. And you know the show is segmented. We do have a policy discuss segment, which is what we will bring into you right now, where we'll talk about certain policy issues, look at the pros and cons of the policy. And the latest policy, I would like to call it the latest policy, or one of the latest policies in Nigeria now, is the launch of the General Multipurpose National Identity Card. Before this time, there have been talks about having a General Multipurpose National Identity Card that serves multiple purposes. So it's not just serving as an identity card. You could also use it for financial transaction. It's like having one card that serves as your ID card and also your ATM card. And it saves you the stress of having to go around in your wallet, in your bag, carrying more than one identity card. But also we would look at the feasibility of this GMPC, which is the General Multipurpose Card, serving multiple purposes given realities that have been experienced in Nigeria. I still have Dr. Idausa Osamanze and Pri Krumali as my fellow anchors on the show. So they will be sharing their thoughts. You're welcome to share yours too when you go to a social media platform at Souq News and share your thoughts. You could also do that on the YouTube channel. Just hashtag frontburners and go ahead to make your contribution. This conversation started last year, Doc and Pri, when the National Identity Management Commission began the talks of converting the national ID card to a multipurpose card serving financial purposes and also being an ID card, replacing the need for carrying multiple cards. It's a welcome development, if you ask me, and I think Nigerians will want to feel relieved that they do not have to go about carrying different cards. You have automated teller machine cards for different banks, but if you have this, there have been collaborations done with the interbank settlement scheme and also with the Central Bank of Nigeria that gives it the function of serving as a card you could use for financial transaction. It's also an ID card. Well, but I foresee some challenges with this card, and I see it as a card that is carrying too much information and having too much power. So if a person loses this card, that's not just your identity card, but it's able to give access to your accounts, there are problems. Someone will say, well, when you lose your ATM card, what do? You go to your bank to try to block the usage of the card and you apply for another. But even in the aspect of this card replacing the need for other cards, is it going to be a seamless purpose? We've seen where we've done registration for different purposes, and it seems to be like, why register for this, why register for that? If you want to register for driver's license, the same information that you would need to supply when you want to register or enroll for the national identification number, you would supply. And when you go to some other places, or maybe to the bank, you want to open an account, they would ask for your BVN, they would ask for your national identity number, they would ask for utility bill and some other things. Is that to say, in reality now, all of those things, because it's assumed that that GMPC carries all of this information, you would require that? Are we going to see that really practically happening?
Well, I think everything we do here seems like a rocket science, which is really very, very baffling for me as an individual. I have a United Arab Emirates residency card. My visas for travel is inside the card. Every transaction I want to do with government is inside the card. They have an app that I can manage those information. That even if I need to do anything with immigration or customs, right there on my app, once I plug in my ID number, I do that transaction seamlessly. I'm getting into the UAE, I don't need to go through any check. I just put the card on the machine, the gate opens for me, and I walk into the country. And so, the system knows where I am, and they know what I'm doing by chance. And that's why that environment is as safe as we see it today. And people are willing to go there, do things in the night, in the day, and they want to come back again. India successfully registered over 1.3 billion people and gave everybody the Aadhaar card. And that Aadhaar card enabled all Indians to access all government services. And as a matter of fact, it was even done in such a way that the Aadhaar opens bank account for those who have not, the unbanked. And that's what we've been clamoring in Nigeria. Looking at this project historically, it was muted in 2006, prior to the census. And that was in Obasanjo region. And almost 20 years after, they are still talking about having a general multipurpose card. I remember when, of course, this last NIMSI started. In 2012, I went to queue. It took over 1 year for me to even get the card. And by the time I get the card, it was expiring the next year. And when I went back to say, oh, this card has expired, because at that time they told us we could use the card to do transaction in UBA and there's some banks then, the card never worked. And when it expired, and I said, okay, I need to renew it. And I remember going back to them, and they told me that the card is not useful, that what was useful is the registration slip. You see, I don't know. National Orientation is speaking for NIMSI. I really wish that NIMSI is the one telling us all of this.
And the operability of the card.
Yes,
itself.
and how these things are going to work. So, and I don't think these are things we should be celebrating on the media. They are things that should be implemented with an announcement and said, okay, this is in operation, the website is ready. People can log on to the website and apply for their card and get it. So here we over-celebrate things that really do not, are not significant. How do we capture everybody? Because there's nothing we can do here in this country that will be of huge value until we are truly identified. But how far this will go is what we cannot sit down on this table to talk about. And I remember saying same last week that the only thing that I feel will be a lasting legacy for a Bola Tinubu regime for Nigeria is to ensure that every Nigeria born is captured on a database with an address. So I don't need to go and want to do my international passport. Then you're asking me to come and do biometrics. I want to enroll a bank account. You're asking me to come and do a biometric. I want to do a driver's license. You're asking me to come and do a biometrics. I want international passport. I'm doing biometrics. And these are just not necessary, especially with what AI and technology is doing in our world today. And I think we should just leverage it, invest a little in it, and ensure that every Nigerian, including those that are being born today, have access to that card. Because in the UAE, if you are born before you leave your hospital, your card is ready as a child. And I think this is necessary. So we'll be able to account for everybody who live in this space. And then, of course, it will improve the security of life and property in our domain.
Yeah, Pri, Doctor has talked about so many things, but one of them I want us to look critically at is the issue of data synchronization. So we have different agencies that collect data for very many purposes. The Board of Internal Revenue, they collect data for a different purpose. The banks collect data for a different purpose. NIMSI, which is the Nigeria Identity Management Commission, collect data for a different purpose. Having one card that is a multi-purpose card, yet we do not know if that problem has been tackled, but previously what you find that having your national identity card doesn't stop you from producing all the documents you submitted before you got the national identity card or the international passport at different purposes. So this card is said to be one card that takes care of the need of other cards for government intervention. Share your experience and what are your concerns about this general purpose card?
Okay, for me, I think it's good, but like it was said, it is long overdue. The Nigerian Interbank Settlement System, the Nigerian Identity Management Corporation, or Commission rather, and the Central Bank of Nigeria are coming together for this card. What happens to the electoral umpire?
INEC.
Yes.
Collaborating.
Okay. Yes. The reason why I'm saying that, probably even in more senior client, maybe the voter registration is not, maybe it's not connected to their credit cards, or because those are handled by private institutions and organizations. However, all these are government agencies. And like you rightly said, the same information that is required for one agency is also required for the other agency. In fact, even if you want to renew your international passport, they will tell you to come over to recapture. And your thumbprint will have to be there. Why? It's not necessary. Nigerians abroad find it very, very expensive to do their international passport when it expires, because it goes more than $900 and sometimes maybe $1,000. So the electoral umpire should have been inculcated, brought in. So we know that Nigerians are clamoring that we need a simple document, just one thing that will enable me to do everything, and of course enable me to vote. True. Okay, maybe because maybe this particular card can be given also to aliens, those who are not Nigerians, to wield around when they come into this country, or if they are going to stay in this country for a while, pending when they start applying for citizenship. But even at that, the system can be designed in a way that these persons will be identified and removed from the voting populace, so that those who have the card will have the wherewithal to cast their votes without us waiting for another 500 billion naira or so, or maybe going to 1 trillion for it to be allocated to INEC again, in preparation for that, year in, year out, to bring in people. I know some people are 16, 17 now. Next year they are going to be 18, which made them qualify to vote. Yes, all those things will be factored into the card, and the card will be designed in a way that it will bring them into the database, capturing their age, so that even when you want to use the card to cheat when it's not your time to vote because you're not qualified, you're not up to 18, it will be detected.
Now, if we look at the functions of the card, basically, that have been highlighted, it's saying it serves two major purposes: identification and financial transaction. This is something that is very key and could help us in security if well used. So a person's card carrying their financial details as well can be used to track who that person is and the financial transactions that they make, assuming that all the financial transactions that they make were electronically done. But that aside, did we necessarily need our identity card to be infused into our financial cards in the country. Being that the bank is already, or the banks have already settled that aspect, you can get your electronic cards from the bank. I would think that what we needed necessarily was one identity card that serves as a general identity card and is in line with the voter's card as well. But for this, it's just going to identify you, and you're also going to maybe use it for financial purposes if you wish. Now, if I do not wish to get that general purpose card because it's not mandatory, I can choose to retain my national ID card and also use my other cards. It doesn't take away from that. What exactly do we need to do to make it seamless for identification, for agencies of government to do their job, and for security to be improved?
I think we could be addressing this question to
NIMSI, if they were speaking.
NIMSI,
but isn't that strange?
Because
isn't that strange that they are not speaking,
yeah.
and the National Orientation Agency is speaking as if it was an issue that they were conscientizing Nigerians about?
I had these issues some years ago. Somebody who told me, I was very close to the system, that in 2006, when this whole idea of national identification was muted, and then they brought it to Aso Rock and they asked the authorities and said, this will be just good for Nigeria. We have all of this. It will enhance our security and all of that. And I said, oh, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. And then they asked, would they be using it for vote also? Oh, and the man said, oh, yes, it will just be good. We don't need to be printing voters' card. And they said, okay. And that was it. And the project never saw the light of the day. So because really, the over-politicization of our environment is actually the bane of Africans' underdevelopment. Because everything is considered in the light of its political correctness. As long as the struggle for power remains do or die, as we heard it in 2006, it will be very difficult for you to contemplate that that system that will be relying on vote or voters' manipulation to think about identifying everybody. So we cannot forget Kennedy's word. Statesmen, they think about the next generation. Politicians are only concerned about the next election. So this is the fundamental issue that needs to be resolved. And whatever that NIMSI is doing will just be something that is remedial. It's not something that is going to nullify other cards that you are holding. So what we have not been told is that will it serve as our international passport? Or will it become the basis for a driver's license? Are we going to still be holding all of them together? Because we just said, okay, this will be used to assess government services.
And financial services.
And so what these services are will need to be detailed so that at least our citizens from our end will be able to see. But if you look at the key feature of every good card that is working, it will provide where your location is, it will provide where your addresses are, what business you do, your bank verification, so that even if you are being accused of a crime, having access to your detail alone, the law enforcement agents can do their work effectively without necessarily have to keep you in a detention. And they would have been done with all the investigations. And when they are going to prosecute you, it will just be seamless, it will just be simple. But I hope that common sense, the kind of revolution happening in America right now, will also override political exigencies or expediency.
If this card is projected as an alternative, then it's at the discretion of Nigerians to either go for the card or not. So it means that every other card still stands and it's just going to be one other card. Now, my interest actually is the requirements that we still ask for, or government agencies still ask for certain things. You have a national identity card. You have an international passport. Yet, you will get to certain areas and some basic things that contributed or were required of you before you got those major cards are still being asked for. Why would we be asking for local government certification in order for you to get international passports? Why would we be asking for driver's license when a person already has a national identity card? Now, this card, we've already looked at it, and NIMSI is not telling us what interventions exactly it would do. And it's not as if they're also saying this card is mandatory. So if it's not mandatory, it's an alternative. Is it not just like a substitute? Does it serve the full, will it give the full benefit that could come from it security-wise if it's not something that is mandatory for every person to have? For those in the rural areas, would they be needing this general multipurpose card? Would they see it as beneficial for them? Now, if it's for those in the urban centers or those in the urban centers see the need to say, oh, I don't need to carry multiple cards. It just makes my baggage lighter when I carry only this card. So I don't need to carry multiple bank transaction cards. So how does that, at the end of the day, bring on benefits to Nigeria for the purpose for which this card was meant? Because I'm assuming that the NIMSI have thought about different things before proposing this card. Is it just in line with global best practices that this card was invented? So how do they hope, or how do they plan to ensure that Nigerians get the full benefits of this card, which, by the way, they haven't told us? And this is what we were talking about yesterday: ownership, people being responsible, people who are saddled with responsibility, owning it, and standing to tell the Nigerian people what they need to know. Does NIMSI need Nigerians to start calling them out to say, you have designed a card, but you have not come forward to tell us what that card can do for us? Why is another agency of government speaking for the agency that created the card in the first place? So it's about some agencies not living up to their full responsibility as and when they should.
Okay, I think first of all, the fact that the National Orientation Agency spoke on it does not defeat the position or the fact that NIMSI owns it and they have to do justice by speaking on it.
It somehow does.
The national,
it somehow does.
The job.
Like
it is part of
the NOA is not a spokes agency for NIMSI in this case.
The NOA can speak after liaising with any other government, ministry, department, and agencies, and they have that agreement on the information they want the public to know about any design of government.
Well, there is a communication arm within the NIMSI.
Yes, I know.
Why is that communication arm not speaking?
I know, but the NOA has not breached any law.
I'm not saying it breached. I'm asking why the key agency
I'm driving
is not
somewhere.
taking
It has not done anything wrong by speaking. Like, this is it, and this is what it will be used for, and all of that, except NIMSI felt they did not give out the right information. However, we were told before, and that's the reason why Nigerians had to fill up the queues, even during COVID-19 pandemic, where we were told you need to go and register your national identity number, you need to have it, and you need to work with it. People's telephone lines were blocked as a result of that. During COVID-19, Nigerians trooped out en masse. In Allen Avenue, I was there to cover the report. In other places, in Ikeja, I was there to cover the report where Nigerians went to go and try to unblock their phone lines by way of NIA.
The name seems safe.
Yes, yeah. So the thing is, and what were we told? We were told that it's going to serve as one of the reason or one of the instruments through which the federal government is going to fight and tame insecurity and terrorism, because these kidnappers kidnap Nigerians and they send messages that for you to pay ransom, and when they pay ransom, sometimes they deliver this money at hand, and sometimes this money gets back into the banks, and sometimes the money gets back through a bank account into the banking system. So if you have a bank account, we all know you have a telephone number. And if you have a telephone number and you have a bank account, of course, we also know you have a national identity number. So if it's about fighting insecurity in the country using that method as the security agencies or as the federal government has said, yes, it will do well, but it doesn't look like we are really utilizing that for efficiency.
You know, I think the only beauty about what we are seeing today, for me, that this initiative is not from NIPSI itself. That is a private initiative. Afrigo is championing this cause, which is a private business people. And I think it will cost some fortune or create economy for some people. Hopefully, they're likely to drive it. And that's why I'm really not talking about what NOA or what NIMSI is doing, because it's AfriGold that is pushing this agenda. A Nigerian local card manufacturing organization.
It's a private entity.
It's a private entity. So what I'm emphasizing is, will they be giving that liberty to drive this entire process? Can we also have the nation set a timeline for this project to be completed? And to say this is starting on 1st of February 2025, and by 2030, we are hopeful that everybody born in Nigeria, living in Nigeria, who has residency in Nigeria, or has been naturalized to become in Nigeria, has this card. And so we have a window of 5 years. So people don't need to be stampeded in one location struggling to get a card. And then we can do them seamlessly. And for this period of 5 years, this card will be existing side by side. But where people need access to government services, they should be made to go get the card for them to access it. In that way, we will be able to achieve the overarching goal of providing security for lives and property, which Krumale has alluded to. So the card is good, no doubt about it, like every other policy of government. But what may be lacking is a political will to drive this process across all sectors. So if I'm going to my voting booth, even if I'm still going to use INEC printed card for the purpose of voting.
And some new cards were printed with more money.
So they should just have to use this new card for accreditation. So the cases of underage voting will go away. And then we are now sure that those whose votes are counted are the ones. And it's also possible that we can also program those cards on the beavers of INEC, so that if that card is swiped on the beavers of INEC, data is received on INEC server that this person actually came out to vote.
And it is nullified when it is below 18.
Below 18. So all these things are things that can be done and can create sanity in the space. And this much needed ecosystem for business to thrive, for prosperity to happen, can actually evolve naturally.
Sorry to interrupt you. There's something I want to point out. You mentioned and identified that it was a private entity that was championing this cause. Data is very important. And most especially when that data has the name, the identity, the bank account, the phone numbers, the next of kin, how much you have in your bank account, and some other vital information that you don't want to get into the hand of just anybody. For the fact that a private entity could be championing that cause calls for security attention. We're talking about Nigeria, from people of all categories, all strata of society. It could be weaponized, and that is why it's only safe for the government to be the one who champions this cause. Because if you have important data, national data of your citizens, including in the military officers, in the hands of a private entity, it's not good.
Yeah, I would say that for you, because what you just said now is very vital, very important, and I hope that NIMC also look into that. But I want to believe that they too must have done their own vetting and looked into the chances of information, data being exposed to third party. So there should be some measures to ensure that this data is well protected. But I want to add to what Doc has said. You know, when you started, you mentioned that some of the things that have been done in this country, we do them as if they're rocket science. And that's true. But it doesn't have to be like it's rocket science. So, and that's what I was talking about, the benefits of this card. Because if you make it an alternative, then it's left to few persons. It means that other cards are still valid, and people still need to carry more than one card. So you have registration for a NIN ongoing, you have registration for the GNPC ongoing and side by side. But like you said, if we have a period through which we can phase out other cards, and then eventually the card being used will be the GNPC, it'll be very good. And I think it's very easy for every other feature of government intervention to be infused into this card. The good thing is it's a digital card. So they could make provisions for all of it. If you're given a card, make provision for driver's license and every other thing people would need. So if you're giving it to a child when a child is born, it's when that child gets to the age of having a driver's license and the child goes to the portal, registers there, and the registration number is just imputed into the card. It's like you keep upgrading that card, and it can be done electronically. So this is something that can be done seamlessly. But first, we need to have some synergy between all the agencies. And I think it's possible because if the CBN and the Interbank Settlement Center could do that seamlessly, could have this collaboration for that GNPC card, GNPC to come up, then they've shown to us that it is very possible for synergy to happen so that it is well done. You don't need to go to different centers to have this done. Online is a digital card. You impute the new information, or you update information and say you want to upgrade to this level. And what they just need to do is to ensure that your card is updated to the level and it serves different purposes. That way, it will even save government money that government is spending to print voters card, print a driver's license, even if driver's license is being paid for. So it works at the end of the day. The only way that the benefits of this card can be gotten by Nigerians is if we do things rightly. We'll take a break. On the return, we'll be looking at something else. Some African countries are heavily debted. To whom are they debted, and why is it a trend right now that many African countries are in huge debt? This will be the conversation after the break. To stay.
The Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC. We are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Hey guys, my name is Anna Maria Orlu. I am Miss Nigeria United Nations. This month is Cervical Cancer Awareness Month, guys. Make sure you are getting checked. It is important to get checked and make sure that this is prevented. And make sure that you are raising the awareness to your friends, your sisters, your loved ones as well.
We're glad that you stayed with us so far on the front burners, and we will be looking at the debt burdens of African countries. It's become paramount to talk about this because it's a trend that is very, very ugly. Why does it happen that many African countries are heavily in debt? And this is affecting development in the continent. We're looking at what some of them owe and to whom they owe this huge amount of money, what these borrowings have been channeled into, what has the continent benefited from these borrowings, and what is the way forward even as huge debt casts a shadow over development in Africa. Doc, we've talked about borrowings in Nigeria and borrowings in other parts of the country. Now, this is not the first time that African countries will be in debt, but it seems to be very worrying at this time, where it's a trend where about 22 African countries are said to be in very serious debt or approaching a debt level where they can't even service their debt. And so the hope of development seems to be far-fetched right now, because it's something that has become like a chain, or let's say a load on the head of Africa's development. How did we get to this level? Almost every country of the world borrow, but what they borrow for is different. And even in Nigeria's case, where Nigerians have been saying there is needs to pay attention to the debt profile, we're still here, governments come up to say Nigeria is still credit worthy. And likewise for other African countries with the huge debt profile, some of them are still credit worthy and still receive more loans from other countries. What goes on at the end of the day, or what goes into servicing of this debt, is huge when you compare that to the revenue of the country. But for Nigeria, it seems like the country is getting a hang on it with the debt management and debt servicing, because when we looked at the 2025 budget, we saw that what debt servicing will be taking
it's still manageable compared to what is going for recurrent expenditure and for capital development. But not all African countries are that lucky. The borrowings, that's where it starts. How have we become a continent that survives mainly on borrowings?
Well, I think it's not a matter that is new. Africa has got to grapple with some of all these issues for a very long time since independence. And in the realm of international politics, you don't forget that debt is also an instrument that is used to control and manipulate lesser powers. They call it debt peonage or debt trapionism. Now, what this means is that somebody puts you under a situation where you perpetually are in servitude to that person. And that's where Africans have found themselves. And it's unfortunate that the African leaders themselves don't sit down to actually conceptualize their own development by themselves. I watched a clip on the social media yesterday. One of my mentors in international studies on our sister channels, talking about how disappointed he was about Donald Trump's inaugural speech, and said it was the worst he has ever heard in his life. And I said, I was quite different in opinion because it was the best I have ever heard since I was born. Where somebody come out to speak the truth concerning his country. And he's saying, oh, he just talked about rabble rousers and he did not have anything left for the entire of the world. America is not the headquarters of the world. These guys built their economy to a point where they could exert power, influence on every other society in the world. And now this influence is waning because now America is falling victim to debt trapionism, which is what they are doing in China. And that's why yesterday it was quite clear, and the man said, this is where I'm going. We cannot continue to tax our people who are already overburdened. We have to put tariff on those of our friends who are exploiting us. And he has set up a ministry of external revenue, which is the first of its kind in the whole world, to aggregate revenue from all friends and enemies who want to do business in America so that they can build an America that is prosperous. And I think this is where African leaders need to take a cue from. If you remember when Nigeria had independence at 1967, when Gowon became the president of Nigeria, it's written and touted that he went to an international conference once and he said, Nigeria don't have a problem with money. What our problem was how to spend it. And that phrase has been ringing in the head of anybody who gets into study political science. You know, because we, to that level at that point, were self-sufficient and we were making resources and a lot of things, oil was just opening up and money was coming in and Nigerians didn't really have need. Money wasn't a problem, so we could go as far as to pay civil servant salary in some African country. And then, of course, the big brother status of Nigeria started in the continent. Now, but what do you find? The international multilateral institutions, the Bretton Woods institutions, came to us and to put pressure on us that we needed more money so we can build more roads, build more infrastructures to accommodate our people, and we started to borrow money we didn't need as a country. But what that has turned us into, it makes us into an appendage to the West. You can imagine the state of Africans' indebtedness to both Asia and the West, which is 4 times its own GDP. So what that means is that Africa has overborrowed, with Egypt having over 370 billion US dollars in debt, South Africa over 273 billion in debt, up to our own country with over 73 billion in debt. So when you aggregate all this together, what you see is that we cannot assert our self-worth among the Committee of Nations. And I think that's where we need African leaders to sit down and reconceptualize their development, prioritize what is needed, and see how we can use what we have to get to where we want to get to. And I think that concept is becoming very popular in entrepreneurial studies right now. You know, they call it the principle of effectuation, where you have to rely on what you have to build your wealth, rather than resorting to other countries of the world to give you more money that you don't even have intention to pay back.
Having an intention to pay back when borrowing money is one thing, and that's on the part of Africans to demand accountability from their leaders to ensure that whatever money is being borrowed, there is a plan, there is a payment plan for that money, and that money is well utilized. But on the side of the creditors, there seems to be some foul play by the creditors. Now, some analysts have called out the credit rating agencies. There seems to be, the position is that the credit rating agencies are unfair to Africans, that in the rating, Africa is positioned as very high risk. So that takes up the interest rate and makes it more expensive even for the funds that are borrowed. So it becomes more difficult for Africa to pay. With the recent challenge of even servicing debt, the multilateral institutions are still loaning to African leaders, are still loaning to African countries. But what we will found different is that the conditions attached to the loans have become more stringent. And if you look at them, it seems like, how do you expect that these African countries are able to come out of debt? There was an instance when Egypt wanted to secure loan from the World Bank, and they were asked to devalue their currency. So when countries devalue their currency, what that means is that when you compare the exchange rate between what you're borrowing in dollars and the exchange and the currency of that country, it becomes much more difficult, or what they borrow becomes more higher, and the cost of servicing that debt becomes higher. But still, these countries will still borrow. I understand that Africa has its own share of the blame to deal with, has its own issues to handle with your leaders. But that's of the creditors and the credit rating agencies. What's your take on that?
Oh, the creditors and the credit rating agencies appear like they are working together. And of course, this is within the eye of global business. The more Africa is reliant on the West, on the multilateral agencies, on the global financial institutions and foreign governments, the better for them, so they can be able to dictate the pace in which our economy goes. You spoke about Egypt. What about Kenya, when China threatened to take over the seaports last year? You see, when Africans went borrowing, at that specific point in time, the profits and the interest for those borrowings that we're going to get were smaller. So we consistently went to borrow from them, and it's just as a result of accumulation. Little wonder when during Buhari's administration we were talking about 70%, if not 80% or more, to service foreign debt, until the current administration came in and the backlog of foreign the backlog of the forex were paid. It's going to continue that way, because one of the reasons when the African Development Bank came into the picture, having a meeting with all the ministers of finance, or with most ministers of finance in the African countries, and they looked in-depthly to see how this debt crisis is growing out of hand, because there's no money anymore for building roads, building infrastructure, or create the required environment, not just in places like Lagos, but in other places too, for businesses to thrive. There's no money to build schools anymore. There's no money to build infrastructures or public facilities like the hospitals. So the debt crisis mounted with the high-headed monster that we fight in this clan, corruption, which is the last straw that broke the camel's back. You don't expect African countries to be able to live up to their responsibilities. We talk about the financial rating, the international financial ratings, and those are foreigners who want to always give loan to Nigeria. What do we use them for?
Well, I think one point you also will need to understand, and this is why I told you where I started. Debt is a multilateral instrument that is used in international relations to condition the behaviors of states. Mm-hmm. So you have to see it from that point of view, that those who are giving you money, they are really not about the money alone, but it's much more than the money. But at what they are aiming at, which started after the end of colonization, was to extend colonialism by another means. And that is subjecting you to, you just mentioned the case of Kenya. Uganda was prior. Because having borrowed excessively to build infrastructure, and you are not able to pay back, you see, at the point, what Chinese started to do, that as African leaders, we are not having the competence or the capability to pay back their loan, decided to ensure that in the agreement, their sovereignty are signed away. And I also understood, I remember the last Minister of Transport, even in our own country, where people are having this conversation about the Chinese loan on the rail, and say, why will you want to sign off the sovereignty of Nigeria? By having a clause on that agreement that if we cannot pay back, then China will come and take over that infrastructure and run it. And for him, it was better off. And this is the way the elite thinks. And this is because somehow, in those negotiations, the within question, what is in it for me, has been answered to some public officers who betray the trust of their nation and then are willing to sign anything off irrespective of what happened. Because what happened is that as one government come, another go, and you just feel my tenure has ended, whoever come can inherit the wind, and that is left for them to settle. So this unpatriotic behavior of the African elite is actually one of the things that is quite worrisome when it comes to the era of what we take. Now we also have a bigger problem, which of course, like they say, he who pays the pipers dictates the tune. That the man who is giving you the loan is also determining the conditions and the terms in which the loan will operate. One of it the judge just said, where they are saying to you, okay, you have to devalue your currency or thereabout. But it's far more than that. That all the consultancies that are working on that job, they are the one recommending it. Where you are going to buy the input that you are going to use for that project, if it's a capital project, they are the one that is going to supply
the material.
So at the end of the day, you actually would have taken a loan of 15 billion, and what cash that actually come into your economy is actually maybe 3 or 2 billion.
Yes.
And the 14 billion remain in their country, which are never really moved, because you are subjected by the agreement that you have to determine where your suppliers are going to come from. And that is not a fair loan. And that deal is not fair. So which means I don't have opportunity to go out to negotiate elsewhere for cheaper prices. Because you are saying
the credit rating doesn't even favor you.
So you are saying to me, this is where you must buy. And it's written down as part and terms of that loan. And so I must buy from that, whether it's expensive, it's immaterial at that particular point in time. But because you are desperate to take the loan, you do the needful. That happened to us even when in 2004, thereabout, we were planning to borrow more money from the World Bank and IMF, and they were saying, oh, there was no more money. And they said, oh, if you are not going to, if we must give you any further money, you must set up a Bureau for Public Procurement. By the way, EFCC just told us that 90% of all our corrupt cases happen through the door of procurement. Now, you must set up a Bureau for Public Procurement. Then, of course, you must set up a Fiscal Responsibility Commission. That these two were critical institutions that you must set up if we must give you money. Now, because we needed the money very desperately, we were not really interested in those institutions. And government hurriedly put those institutions in place so that they can access the money.
Funds.
And that's why you see, for example, you see in the Public Procurement Act, 2007, the council, which is recommended by that act, because the act was developed by both the World Bank and Nigerian government, they said there must be a council that oversees these things. That council has never been set up for once. In short, somebody said recently, jocularly, that there were some clauses that were hurriedly cleaned from that act to ensure that they are not strong enough to hold us accountable. And I think this is a problem of African leaders who put generation upon generation into a burden of debt that we are not able to come out, but we are now slaves to our creditors, and we are doing their biddings, and we cannot act as a free people among the Committee of Nations.
Now, African countries are aware of this because it's been going on for years. But still, they put their hands deep into the debts. They keep borrowing and borrowing. Once a country has already been heavily indebted, chances are that country will keep sinking deeper into debt, because you need money to service the debt, and you need money for other projects. So because the country is not making enough, and there is debt to service, debt to pay up, whatever they have will keep going into debt. And sometimes they borrow to take care of debts on one hand, and then the debt keeps piling up. At one time in this country, Nigeria received debt forgiveness during the administration of former President Olusegun Obasanjo, when Dr. Kunjo-Iweala was Minister of Finance. And Nigerians were very happy and felt relieved that, oh, this burden is off us. It just took a number of years for Nigeria's debt profile to increase again. And that has also happened in other countries of Africa. Why is it that African leaders seem not to learn? If we talk about some African leaders being unpatriotic, is there a system that perpetually brings to power unpatriotic African leaders? When is Africa ever going to get out of this debt? Because many of them have been asking for debt relief.
It is the evil of democracy.
Is it really an issue of
let me tell you why it is the evil of democracy. And it's a very simple fact. And I think it's what a lot of people need to come to terms with, especially the democracy that we play in Africa. In a democratic environment here, you see people coming into power, promising to build air conditions on the bus stop, feed everybody that is in the country, and make life very, very meaningful to the people. Now, when you're coming to tell the people what you are going to do, you stand on the podium in the name of manifestos to lie to the people, even things you know that are not possible. And unfortunately, when we engage these personalities in the media to even ask them questions, we fail to ask them some questions that we should be asking them and be majoring in the minor. Somebody is telling you, I'm going to take 100 million out of poverty. How? That requires money. Where will the funding come from? And if you get the money, how are you going to spend the money? So that it can become measurable. So what do you find? By the time they get into office, they see that what is in the coffers is different from what they were having in their mind while they were campaigning. And now they are trying to adjust the balance, because in another 4 years you have to come to justify the lie you told last year. So for you to look good in the eye of the people, you naturally will come back to again look for how to look for money here and there to package yourself to come repeat the same lie after 4 years. And this is the problem of democracy, because we cannot come to tell the people and say this is not possible. That if we have to go this line, this is what exactly we have to do to achieve this result. And this is why National Assembly members themselves, who know that they don't even have power to execute, go to their constituencies to tell their constituencies, I will build road, I will build hospital, I will send children to school. And at the end of the day, they get into office and they are looking for how to move up resources to address those promises that they knew in the first place that they don't have the means to achieve, and they are not looking for where to get facilities to solve this problem. That's why I said there's an evil about democracy. And so when you see in other places, for example, where regimes are stable, you find that people can tell their people and say, look, you know what? This is where we are going. We can't go here. And then the people follows. So this over-promising, which is the regular feature of African democracy, to play into the psyche of many people. Of course, this is also going into the West now, because we are also seeing Western democracy having these challenges. Every day I watch Kemi Badenoch attacking the Prime Minister of UK, the Labour Prime Minister, and keep talking that, look, this is what you are doing, you are going to fail. Because they were there yesterday and they did nothing really, they also failed. We saw changes in one election cycle, over 4 Prime Ministers went out, because the fact is that once you are not coming to engage your people with through, to tell them the state of the affairs, of things that are doable, and you make promises, then of course you are duty bound to see how to make this promise come true. What you will do is, at the end of the day, you have to look for where to borrow to be able to redeem the image that you already don't have.
Okay. Doc, I disagree with you in that it's because of democracy. First, are we really practicing democracy in Nigeria? If we look at the arms of government, the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary, for many times, it seemed like the executive and the legislature belong to one party, in quotes, because you don't see that sort of resistance. You don't see that sort of opposition and challenge to certain things that the executive arm of government wants to do, whether at the federal level or at the state level. Sometimes you tend to think like, is it that the legislature a lot of times never find any reason to question what the executive wants to do. Anytime the executive wants an approval for loans, a lot of times we've seen that it's approved by the legislature, whether it's from at the federal level or at the state level. It's on rare cases you see that opposition to say, why do you want to take up this loan? We do not approve of it. We can't borrow at this time. Many times it is being approved and they go about to borrow. Now for the borrowings, if you say it's about the promises or over-promising that has been done on campaign fails, since let's even start from 1999 to now, most of the things that have been campaigned by politicians and Nigerians in Nigeria as benefits that Nigerians will get when they get into power has been stomach infrastructure. They've been the basic necessities of life. We've kept on hearing, we'll provide for you better roads, we'll give to you schools, hospitals and all. But in reality, how many of those do we actually see being fulfilled? If we take a trip around the length and breadth of Nigeria, how many federal roads can we point our fingers at that are in good shape? The monies that they borrow for the purpose of infrastructural development, how much of infrastructural development do we actually see? If we even start by the one not too far ago, the Souq bond that was channeled into the building of roads, how much of road building did we see? What is the state of those roads? So they use that as excuse that they want to deliver. But what happens is what we do see is a sprinkle. It's like you get much and you just sprinkle a little for the people so it won't be as if you do not get anything. And a lot of times this happens during the first tenure so they can get re-elected into office. By the time they're there for second tenure, really nothing much happens. So the people or democracy cannot be the excuse. The elites have been borrowing for themselves. They've been expending this money for themselves. We've seen in a time where Nigerians are heavily burdened, SUVs being bought for lawmakers. So that cannot be the reason.
Yeah, Doc, I have to say something on this. Just a moment. No.
I just like to debunk one statement you should make. Yeah, you see, there's a whole lot of disagreement that happens. I said that I'm a student of political history, and I can tell you and I can point you to cases where even members of the same party disagreed, and they are not agreeing on issues because what is the need for us has not been well defined. Okay. Those happen.
Good you said what's the need for us. Yes, it's not about national interest.
So that is what I'm saying. That's the exact point I've made. That what you find in the brand of our democracy is the fact that the elite who are riding on our emotions are using the democratic avenue to actually create problems for us and enrich themselves in politics. That's the point I'm making. And that's why the allusion you make to the first tenure, it is. Because why do you see that they start a project here, they start a project there, they start a project there, they start a project there? Because they want to use it for campaign in the second term. To say, yes, I started this project, so if you vote back for me, I complete it. They don't even have intention to complete it. Now, those projects they are starting, they don't have the money to start it. They actually have borrowed those money to start it. So they don't have the intention to finish it. But they just needed it for affirmation from the people that, oh, our governor is working. Our president is doing something.
Okay.
He has started a project.
Now,
and therefore, he can win the next election. If the electorate are enlightened enough to understand that, look, if government has to do anything or promising you that they are going to electrify all the forests and build houses for everybody who is alive, we should be able to put them to question, to ask them real, genuine question. How are you going to achieve this? Where is the money going to come from? What's the source of funding? What are the terms?
Okay.
Now,
just a minute, Doc. We are
asked,
rounding up and I need to say something about this. I'm sorry. Now, I'll always allude to Obasanjo's administration and how...
That set the template for where we are today.
No, Obasanjo did not set the template for where we are today.
He did.
Obasanjo came in, we were heavily burdened, indebted to the foreigners, and about $36 billion who were in debt. We were servicing debt with about $3.5 billion for every budgeting here. He took that out. And when he was leaving office, he left about $25 billion as foreign reserve, and $45 billion as foreign reserve, and in the excess crude account about $25 billion. After that, we have Mr. Yaradua, the Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, then Buhari, and now. What did they do? How did we get to where we are today? The National Assembly itself, like we are all talking about democracy, that this is not democracy. See, democracy did not stop becoming democracy because people are corrupt. Democracy is a system. It has laws, and there are loopholes in the system. And people are smart enough, politicians, to take advantage of that system. And it doesn't mean democracy has lost its salt. In the case of Nigeria, it is a collusion, a conspiracy, a collaboration between the executive arm of government and the legislative arm of government, and we dare say even the judicial arm of government, because most of the time when this case is about corruption and fraudulently siphoning the nation treasury comes to the desk of the National Assembly, I beg your pardon, the judiciary, it doesn't head anywhere. Of course, they can tell you that, look, it is the evidences and the way you present your case. That's how I'm going to give my own verdict. However, what happens to national interest? Those are the questions we must ask, and all three arms of government are into this. No arm of government individually can do it alone.
But I suddenly forgot that even just last week here, even the same Obasanjo was in London on an arbitration matter.
Yes.
Of the case that started the Mabila project, where $6 billion was borrowed.
Yes.
To build a dam that never was built.
All right.
You have forgotten.
Let's go into.
I did not forget. When you want to use a template, let's understand what these things are. Because himself was involved. We understood what it cost Nigeria for the aborted Totem project.
The Totem has nothing to do with debt management and how African countries are so much indebted to the West.
All those money we were spending.
About all of that. We're out of time. We need to leave here.
I borrowed money.
Doc, we need to leave here.
Well, he paid our debt.
We need to
and
leave
that
here.
alone we must give him
we need to make room
not all the debt. Just Paris loan, not all the debt.
We need to make
there was a
room.
debt
About $36 billion.
There was a debt in World Bank. There was a debt in IMF.
We would have $36 billion conversation.
And it was forgiven, not even paid.
It was due to his negotiation.
We're out of time. We're out of time. I think I need to get a whistle, and I'm going to be blowing it here. So if I blow the whistle once and you continue, you're going to pay me some money. That way I can begin to save myself something. I think I just love the business there. But the thing is, if we begin to talk about what each administration has done, what they've contributed to the dead body, we won't leave here. Each administration have been in one way or the other complicit to the huge debt profile that Nigeria has, and it goes to other countries, other African countries. It's the same thing. They all have played a role to where Africa is right now, being heavily burdened. But what can Africa do? Quickly, Doc, in some seconds, what can Africa do at this point? Some countries have been asking for debt relief. What they've been able to get is some debt restructuring. And so where does Africa stand at this time?
I think it's just, I have said it, and I said in modern entrepreneurial study, it talks about the principle of effectuation, where you have to manage what you have to get to where you want to be. And I don't think it's so much of debt that we need to accumulate. Rather, what Africa needs right now is to begin to cut down on over-politicization and then focus its energy on development issues, which of course can actually spring from within. We have a lot of resources we can rely on, and if we depend on what we have and we use it judiciously, just like the President of America said yesterday, there's a liquid gold under earth, and we are going to mine it and mine it, baby, mine it. So that is what it is. So we have to make use of what we have, ensure that our people are happy, ensure that we are not unnecessarily getting ourselves into the slavery mode that debt brings to those who take them.
For 30 seconds.
Yeah, for me, Africa needs to trade with itself more than the way they trade with the West. And they need to put research and development effort into place to make sure that some of the technologies that we are relying on the West for, we actually do that in-house, here in Africa, amongst Africans. Our research and development institutions should be well funded, and it should be across board on our tertiary institutions. Imagine an institution of science and technology in Nigeria with that of South Africa, with that of Egypt and Tunisia, and we are tackling our issues with regards to energy, most especially which Nigeria needs power for us to have this muscle of industrialization. Then I think we can overcome whatever.
Well, I would say that if Africa is expecting that the multilateral institutions, the international capital markets, and all the creditors to Africa would forgive the debt, then it should be expecting that it's to be given with the right hand and taken back with the left, because there are conditions that will be given for debt forgiveness. And it doesn't even look like a lot of African countries will receive that. So it beholds now on Africans to begin to hold your leaders accountable. Any administration that borrows, there should be a strict policy, and it is for the electorate. It is for the African people to ensure that whatever debts you take on during your administration, you pay back, or you have created sustainable ways of repaying that back before you leave. Those who sign off the sovereignty of African countries, those who sign off the development of Africa should be brought to book. They should be made to pay for it.
So Singapore is a better example to look up to.
Okay,
there's a law.
We have an example already, so it shouldn't be very hard to make that happen.
You cannot borrow, you cannot have a deficit budget. It has to be at the worst balance.
Okay, so let's take a break and hear from you. We've been eager to know what you think about the topics, the issues discussed on the front burners today. Post in Perspective, Evelyn Oyola will bring us that.
Just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Hey guys, my name is Anna Maria Orlu. I am Miss Nigeria United Nations. This month is Cervical Cancer Awareness Month, guys. Make sure you are getting checked. It is important to get checked and make sure that this is prevented. And make sure that you are raising the awareness to your friends, your sisters, your loved ones as well.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight.
I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, it never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part. And they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard. if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
Hey, it's good to be here in another edition of Posts and Perspectives. My name is Evelyn Ohiola, and what we do right here is bring you comments, feedback, reactions from people on social media, what they are saying, how they react to issues, whether in the country or outside the country. And of course, I will be having this conversation with the guys in the studio. I was telling Blessing, call the fire service. It was, you know, burning this one, and Doc was not having it. Doc was, I know, I must say what I have to say.
That's why I will make a lot of money when I buy my resale. So if I buy the resale twice, you pay 20,000 naira. Once it's 10,000, so I'll make lots of money. I'm in business already.
I would apply to be your financial secretary or treasurer.
You're welcome.
All right, let's get right into it. My very first story this morning is focused on the adjustment of the tariff raise rather by the NCC for telcos. Let's see what Nigerians are saying about this. Daddy Yas says, for those who do not know this tariff increment was proposed during the last administration, but NCC and Pantami said no. The current administration will allow it because it's by extension more revenue for them. And Honorable Imran Yu says the NCC has approved telecommunications companies' tariff increases with a 50% limit. Let the poor breathe. Was that statement a joke? And Ban Yaziye at Abba_Boroko on X says, speak less, text less, browse less. NCC just made communication a luxury with this 50% tariff hike. How do we talk about digital inclusion when tariffs are increased by 50%? The poor are being pushed further away from basic access. And leader at _leader99 says, how will a government really think the only way they can generate money is by taxing. Now, wow. Now, the price of basic commodity in Nigeria and Europe is almost similar in exchange. Meanwhile, income is not the same. So Nigerians really are not happy about this particular development. They think it's another burden on the ordinary citizen. Blessing, what do you think? Do you think this increase is necessary? It's been said that the last time there was an increase was in the year 2013. There was supposed to be an increase in 2016, but the government of that time, put it down. Now we are having that 50% increase across board phone call, data, and SMS.
I would say it's a necessary increase given the current realities and the running costs incurred by the telcos. So the NCC met the telcos halfway. The telcos actually demanded for 100%, but they gave them 50%. So that's something for them to work with and keep services running. I do hope, however, that the Ministry of Digital Economy and the government, in whatever way they can help that industry and other industries in Nigeria to thrive, so that Nigerians do not have to bear the burdens at the end of the day, because the multiplier effect of that is so much. Most everybody does business with data and voice calls. So one respondent was saying, talk less, chat less, call less. We have to reverse to the traditional method where we have to see people one-on-one. We have to write letters. Maybe that would just be cheaper, but again, it will be moving us backwards. So I understand there's going to be a lot on consumers, but it's just necessary at this point.
All right. Talking about going back to, the old times, probably we'll send a dove or, what Yoruba calls aroko You said if I want to send Blessing a message, I send, maybe join the leaf and this thing together, and she understands what I'm talking about. By the way, for employers, if your employees are staying back at work, with their phones, and you're like, oh no, this guy is really dedicated. Probably not. You never can tell. It might be because of the data. I'm just saying, by the way, they're hardworking people. And story 2, a new multi-purpose national ID card for Nigerians. The National Orientation Agency actually rolled that out yesterday. By the way, a great one from the NOA. A lot of people have been saying that the NOA is one agency that should live up to its duties, and it's good that they are coming out now with information that Nigerians need. Sir Victor Adewusi says, every country is going digital. Create a share code through platform where individuals could access after being registered. This code would serve as identification. It is better managed and secure. Hope this is not a white elephant project. And Benja on this particular topic says, as NIMC is working with the CBN for the financial uses of the card, can they also work with INEC Nigeria so it can also serve the purpose of voters' card? And Ojo Moses has this to say. Same thing was said during Jonathan's tenure, yet it has not been done. Asen Titi Finak says, can we use it to vote too, or implement it together with our voters register to help facilitate a better digital voting? Hopefully, our database is getting better. And last feedback here is from Lukman Meshanu, who says, I will never apply for this card. I do not think the card will replace my driver's license nor my voter's card. So is my BVN and NIN numbers. This is a waste of taxpayers' money and everyone's time. Doc, do you think this is a waste of taxpayers' money? Do you think
I don't think it's any waste of taxpayer money. I feel this is a private initiative and Nigerians are free to subscribe to it. There are limited services on it, and there are also full comprehensive service on it. And depending on what you want, you have to actually go to get yours. And I think for national security, orderliness in society, the card is overdue. And I think it is just good that we have all our data in one source, and then we can know what is happening around us. I think, yes, there are traumas from past relationship with our leaders, and I think we should just give whatever that is ongoing here between Afrigo, NIMIX, and National Orientation Agency, the benefit of the doubt and allow it to succeed so that every Nigerian carry a common card that will ease transaction with government. Okay. And then, of course, it can also serve for us for financial services.
What about those people that are asking that can the card be used for voting? They think we should let go of our voters card and this card should be used for voting.
As a matter of fact, it will be good. It would have been good to use it for voting, but also you will know that for effectiveness, I said earlier in our show, we can actually use it for accreditation.
Oh, okay.
And then, of course, we'll be able to capture the data of those who are coming up to vote, whether they are of age or not of age, whether they are national or non-national. Yeah. And that will help to a very great extent. And that will just be it, and people go ahead and vote so that we don't waste more money printing voters register, updating voters card, because the card itself will just suffice.
Okay, my last and final story this morning. Yesterday saw the swearing-in of the 47th President of the United States of America and the 50th Vice President of the U.S. And lots of Nigerians have been comparing the first day of President Donald Trump with that of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu on May 29, 2023. Let's see what Nigerians have got to say about this. Dr. Cruz says President Donald Trump, instead of taxing our citizens to enrich other countries, we will tariff and tax foreign countries to enrich our citizens. And President Bola Ahmed Tinubu can never relate. He would rather tax drags Nigerians into poverty. That's what Dr. Cruz has to say about this. Dodge designer says President Donald Trump's historic first day at office, 42 executive orders, memoranda, proclamations, 115 personal actions, more than 200 executive actions, 60 minutes of press question and answer, 3 historic speeches. That's what he has to say. Odogo Igbo says everybody is criticizing Trump for planned mass deportation in the United States. When will Nigeria be able to threaten anyone with deportation? If you're dependent on others for survival, you become a burden to yourself and them. As Nigerians, this calls for true reflections. I'm going to push this to Dr. Is there, should we have a reason for comparison, and what do you think can be the takeaway lessons from, the swearing-in ceremony and also the actions that have followed after President Donald J. Trump was sworn in as a president?
Well, I just would have said that Donald Trump again disappointed me, and I was thinking today I want to wear blue and a red tie, and of course, he was on a black tie and a black suit, and I think it was more closer to you than I this time around. But that said, I just do believe that there are no basis for comparison. We live in 2 different climes, and like I have always known, and I was taught by my mentors in international politics, that every relations outside is an extension of your domestic policy. And therefore, Donald Trump is concentrating on America. And I think every nation should concentrate on their own issues. And where we need collaboration, then the world can collaborate. And he actually said that he's strengthening America for peace, and that is very instructive, that wars will end and some wars will not start at all, because he's going to use the power of America to ensure that there's peace globally. And I don't think we have the capacity to do that. So comparing apple with orange may not be the right thing at the moment.
Well, we may not be able to compare the apple and oranges, but we will learn from the U.S. So Donald Trump has talked about weak trade agreements that has enriched other nations or make other nations to gain wealth off the U.S. So I think it's time for Nigeria to begin to look at its foreign policies and trade agreements.
Very well said, Blessing. And that's it on Post and Perspectives this morning. By the way, we pray that things get better, always get better in the United States of America. And for some Nigerians that are feeling somehow, oh, am I still going to be in whatever it is, we just hope that things pan out well for you. My name is Evelyn Ohiole. Stay here because we still have more in stock for you.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing, and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development, for Africa.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight.
I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, this never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, Africa, and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
Hey guys, my name is Anna Maria Orlu. I am Miss Nigeria United Nations. This month is Cervical Cancer Awareness.
Well, it's halftime right here on the front burner, and on halftime we get to bring the business side of sports to you. It's my responsibility, and dutifully I'll carry that out. We'll start off with Everton, who have avoided another point deduction with a complaint that's been brought by the Premier League regarding spending rules being discontinued. You remember the last season that Merseyside club did narrowly escape relegation, and that's despite facing a total deduction of 8 points due to breaches of the league's financial regulations. The Toffees were hit with a deduction of 2 points in April for overspending. Of course, they had too much money, and that's within a 3-year period, followed the deductions of 6 points, reduced from 10 following an appeal for breaching spending limits. An independent regulatory commission was set up responsible for the 2-point deduction. They had to defer an additional element following a change in ownership of the club, which is now under the stewardship of Fredericken Group. Now, Everton declared that the inquiry had been resolved. A joint statement was released by both the league and Everton, which confirmed that the club will not face any further action related to the financial year ending June 2023. From Everton, we'll move as Walt Disney Company has agreed to merge its Hulu plus live TV streaming services with the online sports focused company called Football TV Incorporated. Now, they're creating the second biggest digital pay TV provider. Under the transaction, Disney will fold Hulu plus live TV business into what is now called Fubo, creating a new venture that will be 70% owned by Disney and the rest by Fubo. Disney said in a statement yesterday, confirming an earlier report with a combined 6.2 million subscribers in North America, and the new venture will trail only YouTube TV. Well, from that, we'll take a look at basketball. The sale of the Boston Celtics will ramp up this week as the first round of bids for the franchise will be submitted by Thursday, which is the 23rd of January. The Celtics are expected to receive at least 4 bids from investment groups vying to purchase the team. And we have John Henry and Fenway Sports Group expected to be in the mix, according to a report. On the other hand, there's also another report that Fenway Sports Group will not be involved in the bidding for the Celtics. I mean, Thursday's around the corner. Rest assured that right here, we'll bring you up to speed with how the bidding goes. Primo, one of the fastest growing golf apparel lines, has partnered with Phil Mickelson and High Flyers GC. Now, the company is designated as the official golf apparel sponsor of High Flyers GC, and that will see Mickelson and his teammates wearing Primo's product in all of their competitive rounds at the LIV events and major championship. Of course, we've been talking about LIV and how much big money spent that they are, and this is the latest marker of Primo's growth after launching his flagship product, the Golf Jogger. That was in 2020. So Mikel and his team created a video to launch the partnership, capturing the High Flyers' colorful personalities. And as captain of High Flyers, he's joined by teammate Braden Steele, Cameron Chingale, and Andy Ogletree. The entire team will be wearing all Primus product line, and that includes joggers, pants, zippers, and all that. Still keeping with golf, Golf has landed a multi-year deal with Fox Sports, and that is, we'll see them part of the Fox family of networks, taking over broadcasting duties for Golf Saudi-backed league, and that's going to start from 2025 and moves beyond this year. So as per the new agreement, the events through the global golf circuit will air across Fox network, and in total, almost all 210 hours of competition will feature across the Fox Sports platform, with all coverage also available on Fox Sports app and to Live Golf Plus app subscribers. Of course, you know this year's calendar is comprising of 14 tournaments across Europe, Asia, the US, Australia, and even Latin America. Ahead of the World Cup, Men in Braces, which is more like a podcast, is become arguably the place where US soccer fans congregate for news, analysis, opinion, and soccer-related entertainment across its programming and properties. It was founded a little over 10 years ago, in 2010 to be specific, and that's by journalist and filmmaker Roger Burnett and TV producer Michael Davis. Now, the soccer-focused media company has raised $15 million in a Series A funding round, which is backed by a number of major media, sports, and entertainment heavyweights. It's a business conglomerate led by Mark Lars's Avenue Sports Fund, which is joined by Ryan Reynolds and Rob McKenney's. And, you know, the names be packing and, you know, pushing this funding is big. So the company plans to use this cash infusion to create new programming, which is going to be modeled after College Game Day, which is ESPN's flagship program. And this is in a build-up to the World Cup. We'll see how that pans out for them eventually. And just before we run out of the studio, or I run out of the studio, you can call me we, because I and the rest of the crew, we're plenty. Let me let you know that there's a lot of money in sports, and right here, it's my responsibility and duty to bring you up to speed with where that money goes. Who's talking about it, who's spending it, and who's taking it. My name is Temple Barra, and I'll be headed back to the control room, but don't worry, I got people right here in the studio, the crew, eclectic personalities who's got you covered.
Thank you so much, TC, for giving us a dose of Inside Sports, which is halftime here. So there will be more details, more news for you when you join him later on Inside Sports. Before we go, let's just take some comments from those who've been watching the show and reacting to some conversations had here on the Front Burners. When we talked about the 50% hike approved by NCC for telcos, a viewer by the name of governor, not the regular governor that you know, or governors you have in state. This one, I don't know what state he actually governs. Maybe he could one day send a message and tell us. But he says, from good news to tariff increase, 50% hike for telcos. What effect this will have on businesses will be evident in a few days. And there's another on the tax reform bills, and it says, tax reform bills not passed, yet some form of deductions are taking place in banks. I think that needs to be questioned too, because I believe Doc and Priya received some deductions from banks, which they say is in line with the new withholding tax policy that has to be interrogated. We'll do that in subsequent edition of the show. And this one says, please, can someone explain that to me in primary school English? What tax is the bank deducting lately? Still relating to the deductions by banks. And on the multi-purpose identity card, as it says, on the front borders, who gets the contract? Well, the answer to that is AfriGold. That's an indigenous company that is in charge of that card in terms of the production of the card and ensuring that the features named by the NIMC are possible. And when we talked about debts in African countries, and then names of past presidents were mentioned in Nigeria with regards to borrowings and how they've been utilized. So this message says, Chai Obasanjo, come and answer your name. I really wonder what presidents after him will defend their stake. All right, you're welcome to send more comments after the show. Just tag it, hashtag friend burners, and we'll take them in subsequent edition. For now, we need to draw the curtain and say thank you very much for being a part of the show. I am Blessing AG. Doc?
Great being your host today. Tomorrow is another day, and the burners are ready to lit up.
I'm Queen Priya Kumare. Thanks for watching.
We always have the march to light up the front burners. All we ask of you is to be a part of it. Join us again tomorrow. Bye.
You are raising the awareness to your friends, your sisters, your loved ones as well.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight.
I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, it's never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, okay? And they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
Well, I think as the name goes, we are still faring very well. We are still holding on. Basically, Niger Delta Power Holding Company Limited is a Nigerian company owned by the federal government of Nigeria, the 36 states, and the 774 local governments. The federal government has 47% shares in NDPHC, and the 36 states and federal capital territory, plus the 774 local governments own the remaining 53%. Originally, it was supposed to be a stopgap, build and sell power plants to increase the power availability. But in the process, as the company moved along, they discovered that if you build power plants, you also have to build complementary transmission networks. And then if you have transmission networks, you will also need the distribution network so that the power can ultimately get to the consumers. And so because of the gap that was in the sector at the time, Niger Delta Power Holding Company Limited was asked to build more power transmission networks, substations, injection substations. So over time, we had grown into the behemoth that we are today. Principally, we have 8 power plants functioning now, and then 2 are in the process of being completed. So that's what Niger Delta has been. But basically, I can say without any iota of contradiction that Niger Delta Power Holding Company Limited has been able to increase the capacity, the network capacity, by about 50%, and of course the distribution capacity by about 60%. We're capable of producing up to 4,000 megawatts now, but there are still some constraints in the transmission network, which is being addressed by the various arms of government and the various stakeholders in the sector. If I want to talk about the problems in the power sector, you need more than an hour program. They are multifaceted. And each time solutions are being found, they are not far-reaching enough. For instance, before the enactment of the Electric Power Sector Reform Act, it was thought that the problem was we didn't have enough generation power, and that's what gave rise to the NIPP, which is the National Integrated Power Projects, which was basically to increase the power availability in Nigeria. And there were gaps because at that time, I don't think the solution was holistic enough. I'm talking of during the time of President Olusegun Obasanjo. You remember the National Integrated Power Project was conceived at the time. And it's strange that for the past many years, we are talking about 4,000 megawatts, 4,000. In reality, the available power in Nigeria is about 16,000 megawatts now, between 13,000 and 16,000 megawatts. So you wonder, why are we producing or generating or putting on the grid about 4,800 megawatts? So there's a gap. And the gap is basically the fact that the present network is aged. It's inadequate. There is fragmentation in the sector. You have, as of today, about 26 different bodies in the power sector. And it's a typical Nigerian problem. Once Nigeria identifies a problem, they create another agency to deal with that problem, rather than looking at the problem in the eye and say, this is the problem. And I can give you so many examples. For instance, traffic, which is very basic to everybody. When after the Udoji Award in the early 70s, I think it was in the early 70s, and people had phone to purchase cars, traffic began to grow. Now, instead of taking a holistic attitude and train the police to do what they're supposed to do, expand the road networks, and begin to put a culture of driving properly in the country, we created the yellow fever, the traffic wardens at the time. You remember at the time, traffic warden was separated from the Nigerian police. That's right. And the problem was not solved because the people were still constrained to virtually the same network of roads, more cars on the same network of roads. And then we stopped training drivers. So Federal Road Safety Commission was formed. And of course, I'm sure that you all know that the problem became worse. And now all of the state governments are creating their own variants of the Federal Road Safety Code. An example is LASMA in Lagos. And the people are still on the same roads. You know, so whereas we had 200 cars on a stretch of road, now we have 1,000. Now we have drivers who cannot read traffic signs, which are not even there. So today, when people see traffic lights, either in Abuja or in Lagos, I mean, they don't even know what to do. I'm sure that, I can't remember the last time we trained drivers in Nigeria. I cannot remember the last time we trained drivers in Nigeria. You know, it's the same thing with the issue of corruption. When we detected, corruption was increasing, we started creating so many variants of, and I always ask the question, where is the equivalence of EFCC in the countries that we're trying to be like? So we have created EFCC, we have created ICPC, we have created Bureau for, what's that other agency? Sorry? No. Those are another problem entirely. The BP and the BPP, you know. I mean, I'm talking of Code of Conduct Bureau. But in all honesty, can we say that corruption has reduced in Nigeria? Can we say that? So the problem is that we don't look at problems in the face and deal with the issue rather than creating bodies and bodies and bodies and bodies. We don't have the variants of EFCC, ICPC, and Code of Conduct Bureau in the countries that we're trying to be like. In this age and times, honestly, there are no, you don't need, it's not rocket science. There is hardly anything you want to do that has not been done before or that is not being done in some other places. I mean, so you see in various sectors that once we identify a problem, rather than look the problem in the eye and providing solution to it, we create another body. It will appear to me that it is finding job for the boys, you know, and that is one of the reasons why we are where we are today. I cannot remember the last time anybody had to do driving tests to obtain a driver's license. I can't remember. In the US, if you want to obtain a driver's license, it's a long process. And I remember my daughter, when she went to the US at the age of 18, I remember when she wanted to go and obtain a driver's license, she called me and said, "Daddy, please pray for me." And I think the first time she went there, she didn't make it. And it was one slight error. And eventually, she had to go back, you know, to retake the test. So that's what I see that we're doing wrong. And that has virtually destroyed all the sectors. The power sector is faced with so many problems. I was trying to explain to you, for instance, that the discos have various coverage areas. And if you take them one by one, you will see that some of them are covering a landmass that is bigger than 2, 3, 4 African countries together. You know, somebody was on my secondary school classmates forum. Somebody was trying to do a comparison between Botswana and Nigeria. And I said, Botswana has 581,000 kilometers, square kilometers. But 70% of that is Kalahari Desert. So effectively, what they have is less than 100 and something thousand kilometers. Nigeria has a vast land. Botswana has a population of 2.5 or 2 point something million. You can't compare that to, there's no basis. There's no basis. And so if they have 1,000 naira, their GDP is likely to be higher than that of Nigeria. You know, Nigeria has 210 million people. Officially? Yes, officially. You know, you can see the population of Lagos. I'm sure that the population of Botswana is not as thick as Surulere alone. I'm not trying to give excuses for what we are in Nigeria or how we're doing things badly. But I'm saying that we have a giant problem. We have giant problems in all of the areas. And we need to put our heads together to provide solutions to these problems. You can say that Nigeria is a country in progress. I know that we have enough human resources, we have enough intellectuals to find solutions to our problems. And I'm beginning to see that the government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is tackling the problems headlong. I don't want to say that they work in silos. I mean, it would not be absolutely correct. I don't want to say that. That would be too negative. I would like to say that there's need for better collaboration between all of them. And then one of the greatest things that we need to do is that there must be a coordinating agency that is not encumbered with or by bureaucratic procedures. Okay, NEC is supposed to be the regulator in the society. Now, like I said before, if you have a regulator, they must be trained. And we shouldn't be ashamed to train our regulators and to ensure that we have the right people in those positions. But like I said, almost all the agencies in Nigeria, you find a lawyer heading an engineering company. It's not done. And what happens is that I don't want to create a war between professions. But the truth of the matter is that if you are a lawyer and you have you're doing legal consultancy in the sector, that doesn't make you to be chief executive of a purely engineering company. The last time it was an accountant that was in charge of one of the parastatals in the sector, and even now that there's a new government, you see all kinds of people trying to outdo each other here and there. TCN, for instance, is supposed to be in charge of the transmission networks, but you have the independent ISO under them. How is that going to work? I mean, that is supposed to be an independent, and it cannot be under TCN. The discos, for instance, who is supervising them? NERC is supposed to supervise them, but you have on the board BPE, that has 40% of the shares, and they're supposed to monitor them. Are they doing that? And then now the Yoruba people say amukun eru ewo oni ewo saleni. That is, if a man is crippled or has bent knees and is carrying a load, it's not likely that the load will be straight because the legs are bent anyway. So that is the problem that we have. The root cause, we are not attacking the root cause. The electricity power sector reform has a transition program. But unfortunately, because we didn't do the privatization properly, we gave it to people who have no financial resources. They borrowed money from the banks to purchase the concession anyway. Because they borrowed money from the bank, they don't have enough funds to repair the aging facility that they inherited. So that is a problem. Now the bank is on them. The bank lend them money for 5 years, or whereas this is a sector that is, you need long-term fund. You need to have enough money to lay new cables, replace transformers. Some of these transformers have been there since 1960 something. To replace them. Look, where I come from in Ondo South Central District, we have not had power for up to 15 years now from the national grid. Everybody is an electricity generator company on his own. When we stepped into it to see what was happening, we discovered that the distribution company did not have enough money to repair the damaged distribution networks. So NDPC stepped into it, and we've spent almost 3 billion to repair all of that. Or almost 3 billion. I mean, we're talking about 6 local governments. At a point, by the time we had finished the reticulation of the networks in 5 of the local governments, we discovered that the source of supply is from Ondo. Ondo has a 2 by 30 MVA substation. One of that substation is gone. So it means that the distance of almost 100 kilometers from Ondo to Ore and to Ilaje, to Igbokoda area, to Mahin and Co. Just one single 33 kV line is coming from that. So by the time the light gets to Okitipupa, what you have is candle light. It's the same thing we saw in Lafia, for instance. For years, Lafia, even the government house in Lafia, was being operated on generator because the single line feeding Lafia and the entire Nasarawa state is from Abuja. So that's why we stepped in and built the 330, 132, 33 kV substation, which was commissioned early last year by President Muhammadu Buhari. And you can see the joy in the faces of the people. Now, in Ondo South Central District, for instance, they are building the NDDC, not NDPHC, is building a 132 kV substation in Uderinije, which should help to bring power from Omotosho and to that area. But they have been on it for years now. And without the completion of that, there's nothing that can happen in the place. They will still have candlelight. So these are the problems. Now, NDDC is independent of NEC. It's virtually independent of the DISCO. It's independent of but they are doing a good work because they have offered to do, they have identified the problem and they have offered to do it. But who is coordinating these activities to ensure that everybody is working? And you know, one of the things I always complain about is that since this past 6-10 years, for instance, TCN has many of its projects are 85-90% completed. Some of the problems are just way-live that the government should collaborate with the state governments to resolve. But what do you have? A substation is ready in Akure, for instance. A 330 kV substation is ready in Akure. The transmission line is supposed to come from Oshogbo to Akure, and another transmission line is supposed to come from Benin and drop in Akure. Because of way-live issue along the route from Oshogbo to Akure, that project has been stalled for almost 6 years. So there has to be an organization that is above NEC, that is linked only to the president, that will look at all of these things. I talked about the fragmentation in the sector. You know, look, and let me tell you something. I know that electricity is a commercial venture. Yeah. And when you put your money there, you should be able to recover your investment. However, it's also a social contract between the government and the people. It's a social contract. You know, so if you have such a transmission line, everybody should be involved. And I remember that it has to be a responsibility. I remember when we were doing a project in Owerri, and because the transformers have been there for a long time, we needed to remove the transformers to a workshop somewhere in Ikorodu there for repairs, so that when they take them back, it can function properly. And we had given authority to the EPC contractor to go and remove the transformer. But of course, when the community saw that they were removing their transformer, this was a transformer that has not been functioning for the past 10, 15 years. They refused to let them go, and the governor had to intervene. The governor also refused to let them take the transformer away. I had to personally intervene with the governor, speak with the governor, write an undertaking before the transformer can be moved to the workshop for repairs. It's not repairs, but they need to change the oil and make sure it's in good working condition, because it's been on the plinth for 15 years. So there has to be a coordinating agency that is devoid of bureaucratic encumbrance. Initially, NDPC was created from the Federation account. The initial seed money for NDPC was from the Federation account. However, since we started producing electricity, let me put it that way, we don't receive subvention from the government. So our revenue is from the sale of electricity, sale of energy to the network and to what we call willing buyers. For instance, you will see that we still, even outside the country, we sell power to countries outside Nigeria. Yeah. So that's how we derive our, but because also we are owned by the 3 tiers of government, we have also embarked on working with the other sectors to improve the network. For instance, we build distribution. So from the profit that we have, we build distribution networks virtually in all. There is no state in Nigeria that has not felt the impact of NDPC. And then we, like I said, the transmission substation in Lafia was constructed by NDPC. It's like LNG. LNG cannot receive subvention from the federal government anymore. Of course, initially, government put in their own investment and the private sector put in their own investment. I'm hoping that we will move away from this structure in NDPC. I'm really hoping that we'll move and adopt the NLG structure, for instance, and bring in a huge investor to acquire 49% so that we can start operating like an LNG. There's a lot of confusion in the society, and even those some high government officials don't even know the functions of NDPC. They don't even know. We were in a gathering some time ago, and a former minister who claimed to have been a part of the conception of NDPC was annoyed when somebody threw a question at him, and he said, "What are you talking about? I don't have power in my house, and you guys are sitting down there." And I had to lecture him and say, "Hey, I'm not supposed to put power in your house. I'm just a businessman, in the sector, producing oil, producing power, electricity, like every other person, like, what's the name of Elumelu's Transcorp Power, and selling it. That's all we are." the problems are enormous. But I believe very strongly that the discos as they are now don't have the capacity. There has to be a restructuring of that sector. Under whatever you want to call it, maybe breaking their franchise into little bits. One or two of them are doing well. Eco, Disco, Ikeja Disco, yeah. Because, and also, you know, the problems are different. So, but for most of them, look, if you, let me give you an example. If you need to, under Yola Distribution Company, I mean, you know how wide that sector, I mean, that part of the country is. If you need to take a 33 kV line from one town to the other, you may be doing 100 kilometers. Whereas under the Eco Disco franchise, I mean, 100 kilometers will do 2, 3, 4, 5 communities. So we need to restructure these discos. We need to support the discos to develop a new program tailored to reduce ATC and C losses. What is ATC and C? Aggregate technical, commercial, and collecting losses. Now, when you take power from Ondo, for instance, to Ilaje, 100 kilometers, by the time, and don't forget that along that route, you are dropping power for Ore, for Ajebandele, for this, for that. By the time you get to the end, what you have is candlelight. So you will need to, and the discos don't have the finances to do these things. I said earlier that the privatization was not properly done. Okay. I'm not sure that those people have an understanding of what they were getting into. Everybody thought the power sector was like the telecommunications sector. But it is not. The amount of infrastructure that you need to put in place, physical infrastructure that you need to put in place for power is totally different from that. Because apart from your cell in telecommunication and the handset there's nothing that you need to do. You probably don't need to put poles, pay compensation. Fiber optic is for specific areas. I mean, for specific things, and it doesn't stop the telecommunication facilities.
After all, they can use satellite.
Yes, they exactly from functioning very well. Okay. So that the difference is, but you cannot send power remotely. You need cables, you need poles, you need transmission lines, you need all sorts of things. You need transformers. The discos should be responsible for them. But when they don't have the fund, what do? You can see that many of them, about 7 of them, are under receivership now. Some sort of receivership or the other. You can see. Because they borrowed money from the banks and they were not able to pay back within the time they thought, I mean, they were going to be able to pay back.
They were taking over.
You have to deal with each one of them, you know, on it has to be a tailored solution to each disco. You cannot apply the same brush for all of them. Well, the truth of the matter is that at some point there will be increase in tariff. However, this is not the time for it. I mean, Nigeria, I mean, we are doing a lot of reforms now. The removal of the subsidy has increased the cost of living in Nigeria. the exchange rate, harmonization of the exchange rates is also going to affect the economy and the earning power of the common Nigerian, even though that should not be the case, because I can tell you for free that no business organization was charging their customers based on the 400 and something naira to the dollar that the CBN was and that's a fraud on its own, because CBN knows that there's nobody who is selling anything in Nigeria decides the cost of that good based on the CBN exchange rate. It's simple, because they are not sure that they will get, I mean, when they need to replace machinery, raw materials, they were not sure that they could get the dollars from CBN. So this is the best thing that could have happened.
The Naira float.
The Naira float is the best thing that can happen to our nation, Nigeria. And I'm surprised, because every expert and non-expert had been advising CBN to do this for so long. So I'm surprised that the CBN was reluctant to do what is needful, and that's about the corruption in the system. So this is not the time, and I'm advising government too. This is not the time to increase tariff. Honestly, subsidizing the power sector is not good for the economy, because the truth of the matter is that 80% of the subsidy in the power sector is being enjoyed by people who can afford to pay for electricity. That's the truth. The low tariff pays only the rich. You know, the poor people just take advantage, just like in fuel too. Look, if you have 10 cars and you put all the 10 cars on the road, the poor man has only one way to go, just to go to office and come back, and you know. But the man who has 10 cars will want, the wife will take one, the children will take one, the workers will take, and that's what is happening in the sector. So yes, this is not the time to think about increasing tariff. It will look, in the past, everybody, the cost of diesel was very high, right? Now a lot of people migrated to using petrol generators. Yes. Now the cost of petrol is even almost higher than the cost of because petrol burns faster. You use more petrol for your generator than diesel. So generating power in your house now, where you don't have power supply from the national grid, is a big problem. No, there is no doubt in my mind that we need to migrate to prepaid meter. Okay. I mean, not only intelligent meters, okay, so that when we have intelligent meters, nobody can manipulate their consumption. You know, if you go to some hotels in the past, all of the heavy-duty consuming equipment, their laundry, their air conditioners are connected directly, or they bypass the meters, you know. But if you have intelligent networks, that cannot happen, because it will be discovered and then you will be dealt with appropriately. So there's no doubt in my mind that everybody, and it's in the interest of the consumer too, to acquire prepaid meters. And it's not the only prepaid meters that the discos should supply. It should be intelligent networks. Of course, I said earlier that they don't have the money to do it. They don't have the funds. What was the intelligent network? What will you do? Look, if you had an intelligent network in a place like this, for instance, you can determine what is happening without you being there. Even on your phone, you can control your distance. So I'm just trying to use that to explain what it is. So if you have an intelligent network, the discos in their control rooms will be able to monitor and ensure that energy theft is reduced to the barest minimum, and they can ensure proper operations in their own sector.
Welcome to another edition of Inside Life, where we have exclusive communications and discussions and every other thing about special people from across the country, across the city, and at large across the world. Today on the show, we have a very, very special guest. He needs no introduction. His name precedes him. His work precedes him. His music precedes him. You might know him as Blackface Naija. His name is Amedu Augustine.
Yes.
Black.
Mr. BIO NRC.
Welcome to.
Well, good to have me.
Welcome home.
Good to be on this.
You know, we have come a long way. We have come a long way.
We surely have. We surely have.
30?
Yeah, like 30, 31 years.
That's a long time.
That's a long time. Since the days of IMT.
Right.
And I see you doing big things. Congratulations,
and likewise, I love how you're looking.
Yeah, you too, bro.
So, introduce yourself the way you want people to perceive you.
Well, for those that don't know me, my real names are Amedu Augustine. And as a singer, I have a stage name we call Blackface Naija, and I used to be a member of. I'm still a member though. I used to be a part of.
Sorry, before you proceed, it used to be Blackface. So come from that Blackface story before it became Blackface Naija.
Blackface Naija.
Yes.
Yeah. So many people were wearing blackface, and I wanted to be recognized and remembered as the blackface from Nigeria. So if I added Naija to my name, that would make it sound good. So I was like, okay, well. Not just blackface, where there are several imposters. Let me just have Blackface Naija, which I will be the only one bearing the name. And that's the reason why I decided to add Naija to my name. Because I love my country so much, and my country people. So I wanted to rep for my people and say, I'm repping for Naija. So it's Blackface Naija. Hate it or love it. That's
Blackface Naija. So I hope there are no lawsuits, because I know some other people that had name changes and from common sense to common and all that stuff.
Yeah.
I know they had lawsuits, they had court things and all stuff. Yeah. They wrote him and they said, listen, stop using this name. If not, ... you know.
Maybe there was a common before.
That's what I'm saying. The people that were common sense.
They were
common sense.
Oh, so you say common didn't have that?
No, so he had to take out the sense and he became common. So I hope that's not what happened.
That's not it. It's just totally different from mine.
So you were going on with your introduction, please.
Yeah, so Blackface Naija, and people know me as the leader of the band Plantation Boys. You know, I started the band from way back, from when I was in school in IMT in Enugu, where I met you, where I met Easy Chi, where I met Don Hill. I met several people, and these people are just musically inclined and creative people, and they're still doing their creative work till date. So me, I've been doing what I've been doing since the time I started, and I'm still on my biz, still doing what I know, or what my passion drives, how my passion drives me, which is making music and trying to impact people's life one way or the other. You know, that's just my...
Blackface Naija, you have done this so long. So I'm going to ask you some pertinent questions about the music.
Okay.
Some intricate questions. Okay, so I'll start with, what is missing in the Nigerian music scene? Is it enough that we have this global attention that our music is making? Do you feel there's something missing, or you feel we have picked that we are where we are supposed to be, where we are planned to be, because it's easy for people to throw us out there and be like, yeah, we're running things and all that. So is there something missing with this global attention we're having currently?
Well, there's some things missing.
Talk to us about that.
And the first thing is that the attention is good, because once there's attention on you, is going to put you on the spotlight to do good or show that you're doing bad. Because you can be praised from your vicinity, and when they compare your works with people's outside, they find out that either you're jacking off them and you're not being creative, or you are still way below par from how the level and the standard of music making, music writing, music production should be. You know, so I feel like we still have some gaps to fill. And there are several people that have tried to fill these gaps, but you know, it's not that easy for people to just come out and bridge this gap, because the real musicians are not heard, and the real writers and singers are not being patronized. So you're going to have an industry that is shaky. You'll be like, are we good enough? Can we really make it? Because you're having people that really don't.
When you say they're not patronized, how do you mean? Shed some more light.
Yeah, like the real artists. The real artists are not being patronized. The real artists are not on the social media like they should. You know, because music is a kind of profession where you stay away from the regular. You stay away from the crowd. If the social media is a crowd, the real artists who don't want to be in that crowd. They just want to go somewhere, stay away, don't get caught up with the distraction of what somebody might be telling you or what somebody's not telling you. So the real artists really don't, you know, but people like us be like, I know I'm a real artist, but I don't want to let that hit me. I will still be in that media space, and I will still tell them, yo,
chart your course.
Check my stuff out. I think I got what the industry is missing. And that's the reason why many of them have to come to my catalog to look for what to take to create.
Okay, let me come from this angle. You know, recently major labels are coming to Nigeria, right, and setting up shop and stuff. Okay. And more recently, we're talking about the Universals, the Warner Brothers, Atlantic Records, and all the major labels, right? And recently there was a deal that went through. You know, they invested 200 million in the record label in Nigeria. What's your take on such a combination, such a collaboration, or such an investment? What do you think about that? Do you think that the West might be colonizing Afrobeats? Let me put it like that. Or make it theirs and stuff. What are your thoughts? Because this has come from several quarters.
Well, you know, where there's a fallow land, people tend to, you know, try to look to that side. And our industry is like a fallow land right now, just trying to grow. And we have the populace. And, you know, so these people have seen it that the industry has developed to a level that people are really ready to patronize what the artists are doing. So if it's a fallow land and it's a virgin land, they're definitely going to be thinking about trying to invest in the sector. If the government is not giving the small record labels grants and giving small record labels, you know,
or even investing themselves.
You know, if they're not doing that for the people, they're going to see that there's a space here. Room. And then they can come with their own orientation and with their own plan. You know, I listen to some big artists who used to sing about liquor, who used to sing about different things. But these people really don't do those liquors. They don't drink and they don't smoke. But they're the ones writing, making music about drinking and about smoking. And when you find out that they don't do these things, it tells you that the labels are probably telling them what to rap or sing about. So if they are coming to invest, I hope they're not going to be telling our people what to sing about, because our people have their own pain and their own plight and their own direction that they should be independent to create. But if they come in and they support the movement and support the heritage of the people, they will understand what I'm saying. But if they are here to make people buy into their own product or buy into their alcohol, buy into their drugs, buy into their stuffs, then they will have the artists in Nigeria or wherever they invest in to promote those things for them. And that's my only fear. Because if these labels are big and independent enough, they'll be able to say, this is what we want from our artists, regardless of who is paying the piper. You understand? So that's just my own take. It's a welcome development, but the artist and the label have to stay on their feet and stay strong on their aims and obligation to give entertainment to the people and educate the society.
How many artists actually know that?
Well, it's the label's responsibility to pass that to the young artists who are growing
When
up.
you're on the right label.
Right label.
Okay,
that's
so
like Loud House Entertainment.
So,
Come to Loud House.
So there's a conversation, ongoing conversation about what Nigerian music is called across board. So everything is being collapsed unconsciously into Afrobeats. Everybody's calling, our music Afrobeats. What are your thoughts? Should we care about what the music is called, or should we be focused on the substance, on the content? Well, because right now, we see people. Anyone gets an opportunity, they give their music a name. They fuse all sorts of things. So in a week, you would hear 10, 15 different genres of music. But in the long scheme of things outside, were called Afrobeats. Wow. What do you think about that?
Well, I said this before when I went to one interview and they were talking about Afrobeat, and I was like, the music that people are making these days is not Afrobeat. Like most of the people are making these days is not Afrobeat. But they're using the name Afrobeat to sell it. They're just trying to sell the music by using the name Afrobeat. And then when you go back to how far Afrobeat has come, you get to realize how authentic these guys that have been doing Afrobeat before, these legends like Fela Kuti, Kola Ogunkoya, you have all those people that are Afrobeat artists. You will now see their originality and how they've come. Now, since the new guys didn't come with no originality, they had to take the name Afrobeat and put it as their own for people to...
Let's remember to separate it. There's Afrobeat and there's Afrobeats with the S.
Okay, if we
no, I'm trying to clear on what you're breaking down,
Yeah.
so our people that are listening will understand that there's a line.
Yeah, of course there's a line. And the music itself separates it. The sound of the music separates the genre aside. You cannot be singing a song and you're what song will I use? And you're telling it Afrobeat. You don't just do that. But it's because they want to cash in. It's just like somebody say you want to sell a Peugeot, and Peugeot is not selling anymore. Maybe a Mercedes is more in vogue. And you turn your car Mercedes just because you want to sell it. And that's not right.
I see what you're saying.
And that's not right. And that's why I'm saying that stick to your genre, stick to what you know how to do.
Be proud
best.
of what you're bringing.
Of course, you don't have to go following other people because that's what they know how to do best. So you now want to join in the greats and water down their music. No,
painful.
We have to. That has to be some Watergate case or something.
So when you came in, what was the music called at the time, and what was the music on the scene? And talk a bit about that.
Yeah, when we came in, basically there was really no particular genre that was like, because there was rap music was also in vogue. There was reggae music, rap music because of Felix Amozis and Junior Pretty and all those people.
Mode 9 at the time.
Mode 9, yeah, Mode 9.
You yourself.
Yeah, but I'm talking before we came.
Okay, before
we came. So we
okay.
had those. There were different genre. There was Raskimono with his reggae. There was Magic Fashek with his own reggae and his own style. There was Abami Eda with his Afrobeat. There were different people with different genres. So we didn't have to say, there was no reason to stigmatize all Nigerian music as one.
Yes.
Don't forget, when you go to the East, you're going to see the likes of them, Oliver De Coke, and Sadebe. They were not doing Afrobeat, but they were making high life music. Just like everybody tell me Nigerian music not to be high life music. How would that sound?
Exactly.
When I'm rapping, Kini big deal, I mean big deal. I'm cruising through the hood with big wheels. Is that Afrobeat or high life? I'm doing rap music. So there's rap, there's Afrobeat, there's R&B, there's dancehall, there's reggae, there's different genres. So I don't feel good when they try to term all Nigerian artists as Afrobeat artists. They don't even make Afrobeat.
It's sad. So at the point that you came into the game, so let's backtrack.
Okay.
A few years back, when did you decide that it was music for you? I'm not talking Plantation Boys now.
Yeah.
I'm talking
before
pre-Plantation Boys.
Yeah.
Then tell us the Plantation Boys story and how it went. So when did you decide that, listen, it's music?
Yeah, I decided it was music from when I was going to, when I went to Shevu nightclub.
Where's that?
Shevu nightclub. Shevu is in Onisha.
Really?
Yes, Shevu nightclub.
When was this?
Shevu, that was like in 1980. That should be 1989, 88.
Damn.
Around that time, you know.
Wow.
That
Okay.
period. Very, very long.
Okay.
You know, and then while I was in school, I used to go to, you know, Enugu, you know, go there, perform, come. Even in school, we used to go to all this normal inter-house or inter whatever.
The school sports.
And we go and make music
perform.
and all of that, you know.
Correct.
So I started saying that, man, if people like my music that much, so why don't I take it serious? And so I decided to take it serious from that time. And when I also started to take it serious was when I started going to Rap City jams. And with the microphone out, we could rap for hours. I found out that, man,
please explain what Rap City Jams is.
Well, for those that don't know, I know you know Rap City, but there are people that don't know Rap City Jams. Rap City Jams was a store, a musical store that was in Enugu, and there we all used to go there. And from DOH, definition of hip hop, to adding to
NRS,
Corporate G,
Nigeria
and everybody, we used to go there. It was a place where we all used to rap and pass the mic. So then I was like, man, I think I can keep doing this, because what am I going to do again? And I just fell in love with music, and so many people being involved. It was really, really nice, because my friends there, they really gave me encouragement. Yo, I like your rap, I like your flows. And I was like, yeah, you know. And that was how I built my courage from, to say I want to take it as a professional job. And that's what I'm still doing till today.
So from that time, segue into Plantation Boys, how did that begin to take shape?
Yeah, I had to leave school. We left school. I left school because I finished my ND, and I didn't want to wait another year. It was like I'd waited like 2 years with a strike.
And you had taken this decision?
Yes, I'd taken the decision, and I was like, man, I'm not going to do this school anymore. I'm just going to go straight to Lagos, where they say that's where the
city of dreams.
Yeah, and I was going, and then I had my friend who was with me then, Mr. Innocent. You know, so I was like, man, I'm going to Lagos though. You know, and it was like, he's going to come with me. I was like, well, if you want to come, it's cool. I just need to finish one or two things. And so we came to Lagos and started the journey as a band, Plantation Boys. And as Plantation Boys, we made some records. We made like our first single was a smash. Our first album was a smash. At least we changed the mindset of the Nigerians, thinking they can't make that international sound. Although there have been people before us trying to do it, respect to them. I'm not trying to downplay their effort. But I know that the moment I came in the game, I know what I brought in, because I've been prepared for me to bring my contribution in. And it wasn't like I was just caught up, I was surprised about it. No, I knew. So that's the reason why when they give shower praises, I'm like, no, I know where I'm going. I don't really take it to heart. Like, yeah, maybe they felt I was too pompous because of that, but they don't know that. You know, you have what you are striving for and all of that. So the Plantation Boys started. I made Face to join the band, and we became a trio. We made some records, and we parted ways. So people went to different record labels. You know, just like.
Talking about different record labels, do you remember that time I think it was Christmas, you were in Enugu with your brother, Innocent, one other person. You had was it a Supra?
Yeah, my Supra. We had a problem with my car on the road.
No. You guys were in Enugu at that time. You were talking, that was the first time you talked about leaving Dove. Was it Dove?
Yeah.
So you talked about leaving Dove, and that when you get back, you were going to shop for new labels and stuff.
Yes.
At the time, Dome Workers was in Enugu. You know, we had a meeting
Yes.
in Jerry at Chris's
Yes.
house. If Dome had tried to make you an offer, would you have taken it?
I don't know, depending on what the contract would have stated then. But then, you know, when you're ambitious, you're just looking for that headway, you know, and it's good for you to be sought after when you're already aware of who you are. Because sometimes you might not be aware of who you are.
It gives you a negotiating power.
Yes, because then you can negotiate. But then, there wasn't really total cohesion about what we really wanted to do, because there were individual preferences. Some persons wanted to be on the label. I wanted to be independent. I wanted to be independent, like start up my own label, start up my own publishing house. I wanted that. But I couldn't do that with the beginning. I had to, first of all, be able to work with some other persons, learn the process, learn how this thing works. So that's why I was open to working with anybody. But not just anybody, because I turned some people down to work with them, you know. And
can you divulge one of those people?
No, everybody knows. It's not like it's you know, they offered me their contract, but I didn't accept. You know, like Kenny's Music offered me their contract, I didn't accept, because I was the witness to Teni Tutila's contract, and I told Tutila that if it was me, I wouldn't be signing this contract. But I was his witness on the contract. But he wanted to come out, so let him go out. Yeah, do it. Even though I wrote some songs for him then, it's okay. But let him come out.
It's his choice.
So I had to let that go.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So, personal question. Your relationship with Innocent, right, is well documented. Everybody knows, right?
Well documented, like they did a movie about it or something.
Because it's been online. It's been
okay. The media
the whole back
talks.
and forth.
Yeah.
And one other name that has featured in the story is Efeomorbe, right? So it was recently said that they split up. Efe used to manage Innocent, right?
Yeah, I heard
they split
so.
up. Do you have any thoughts on their working relationship and how it concerns you?
Well, I made my views very, very open and clear the moment I heard that news. I said, I hope he left my Let Somebody Love You behind.
Really?
Yeah, because he put his name on my song as a writer.
No, but I thought that had been squashed.
Nothing been
when
squashed.
there was we
had that, but they
mediation.
didn't go all the way to finish what the mediators said they should do. They left it, they abandoned it.
So what are you doing about
I have
that?
not done anything yet. I'm still waiting for them to get their senses together. And I'm still waiting.
Because I know you both were in courts, you had your lawyer.
Yeah, they decided to settle out of court.
Then, yes, I know about that meeting.
Yeah.
So what, are you able to speak about that meeting? Because I know NDAs were passed. Are you able to speak about it?
Well, there's nothing to hide about it. It's just the fact that they didn't go to the extent that they were supposed to do.
What was said
give
at the
me
meeting?
credit for what my works were.
And it was agreed upon?
Yes. But they've not done that.
From then till now?
How
long has that been?
That's been some time. That's been some time.
2-3 years?
Yes, that's been about 2-3 years. And I'm still patient. Still waiting for them to wake up in the morning and say, I'm supposed to do the right thing. I don't
So the question now that this poses for me is, being that they agreed at the mediation to do the needful.
Yeah.
It's a rhetoric. Why all the hula balu all these years? It's been set up that you didn't know what you were saying, that it wasn't, you didn't like the music. Why did all that happen?
They only just try to discredit me. They only just try to discredit me and discredit my personality and put me down like I'm not somebody they should be listening to. That was all they tried to do.
Why do you think they would want to do something like that?
Why would they want to try to do something like that? They should try to do something like that because
it's like taking out competition, quote and unquote, right?
Of course. So most of the niggas don't want no competition. Similarly, play my video for television. It's competition, and they're not ready for the competition.
Right. Okay, so do you feel misunderstood by sections of the audience? Because I'm asking this coming from Hard Life, Smash It.
Yeah.
I'm coming from Ahead of the Game, Smash It.
Yeah.
So how does the things that happened around that period differ from now? Do you feel the audience, let me ask it again, do you feel the audience misunderstands you? And if so, why?
Well, I don't think it's the audience that misunderstands me. I don't think it's the audience. I think it's a set of people with their agenda trying to make it seem like the audience don't like my music. So that they can have a reason to downplay me when they are on the table with entrepreneurs and investors. That's just the reason. It's not because I'm a bad guy. It's not because I'm
You look like a bad guy, though.
No, I may look like a bad guy, you know?
Yeah.
But inside, I'm that guy to make it happen.
Like Eclairs, right?
I'm that guy. Just say, what's the issue? That's the reason why you can see me doing the Plantation Boys project on my own. Because I'm that guy to make it still happen.
I was going to
regardless of whether there's sponsorship or there's no sponsorship. When I came to the game, there was no money for Plantation Boys. We didn't have any money. I kept on the program. I kept on the process. I believed in the process. And I kept telling them, believe the process. Until the process paid out when we went to the Rothman's Groove and we were able to have money to record our debut album. If I didn't believe in the process, I won't be here today. I won't be here today.
I remember Rothman's Groove.
Yes.
97, 98?
Yes.
You guys were big at the time.
We were big because the sound was big. We were nobody.
Oh my goodness.
We were nobody.
The
Nobody
music
knew
was
us. But
massive.
the moment you heard us on stage, we were sounding like Drew Hill or like New
International.
Edition. Yeah, because the standard was not all about where we were, but what was upstairs. It wasn't ever about
the music.
But the music. So that's the reason why people see us that way. We didn't have an album out, but we were big. We didn't have a private house of our own. We were squatting with people, but we're big. We're having people come to our house to come and visit us. Plenty people. We didn't have our own personal car or bus to convey all of us, but we were big. Why were we big? It was because of the work we put in. And the people loved the work. So they regard us as our work. So you are as big as your work. You're not as big as how much money you think you have in your bank from last year. You're as big as your presence
What you're doing
now.
currently.
And that's how the people took to us. And they really respected our craft. And they saw the vision about where we were going. And they respected us for that. You know, while they were respecting us, until people got to realize that the more they are respecting these people, that guy, we have to make sure nobody talks anything about him. And that was how they started targeting me.
Again, I'll ask why.
As then, yeah, because they don't want no competition, bros. They don't want no competition.
You were actually ahead of the game at the time.
I told them I was ahead of the game in 2005. I told them I was ahead of the game in 2005. And I was even asked to take that song down, and I refused to take it down.
Whoa, please speak on that.
Yeah, I was asked to take it down. I was asked to take it down. I was actually approached. Take the music down.
By whom?
I was approached by the owner of Hip TV.
Okay.
I was approached by him
why-
in Abuja. I was not approached in Lagos. I was approached in Abuja. Like they traveled to Abuja to meet me in Abuja.
Why would he ask you to do that?
Because the damn hip hop world me to check my profile. Say me better than the let them got myself signed. Mediocre. Time to resign. I knew they'd be mediocre since 2005. They'd be mediocre. So they took my awards that I thought I was supposed to get. Best album was supposed to be Ghetto Child for 2004. Or best single was supposed to be Hard Life. Or best collaboration was supposed to be The Pain Me, and Spicy Rock Steady. Those were supposed to be the awards given to us for the work we put in.
Because those songs were big at the time. They were the
But
biggest
they
songs
gave
that
it
year.
to other people because we were not part of the people that they want to promote. That's what I feel. I may be wrong, but that's what I feel. And that's the reason why it propelled me into being, I know you people have your plans about me, but no problem. Keep doing what you're doing. I will see it's going to last long in this game because they say, I'm nothing without the press. The beginning will be the press and the ending will be the press. I said it's a lie. The press can't press me.
I like the sound of that.
That's what I told them. I said the press can't press me. And this is me 2023, 24. I'm still here, bros. The press have tried to press me for how long? Go to my Facebook page. They're out there. What are they doing there? Just talking about me wrongly. I wear my suit. Oh, this your suit is too hot. Why don't you wear a suit? Do you know the car I drive if I have so much AC in my car? Oh, this your glasses. Why don't you change it? It's my glasses. Oh, you should, because they always say that once they want to cancel you, they always have a reason to complain. And they send people to your page and to complain and complain and complain. Even if
I've heard that thing, right? That people are actually engaged to sit in a room
and do that
and type.
Yes.
Either to promote a song or promote
person,
an agenda or a person,
yes,
or to take or discredit.
Yes.
I've heard that.
Yes, they do that. And see, I got songs for this. Wait till I release it. But I have a line that I said, I've been a victim of it. So many times they try to take my peace. Some of them wish make a RIP, trying to separate me from my family. But I kept my head up, I was too strong. Court cases for what I know not. Eviction from houses I paid for. Deleting my works from my catalogs. But now, fake friends with them evil agenda. And when you die, then go post you for media. But now them be the architect. The fit even sponsor your burial. So these people are there. They are there with envy and hate. They are there just looking at you like you can't be more than them. You shouldn't go further than where they go. You shouldn't set a standard more than what they have done. The moment you're setting a standard that is more than anything they've achieved or tried to do in their life, you are a problem for them. They're going to always get at you to tell you to stop what you're doing.
I can relate, totally.
So I tell them they shouldn't play that.
I can relate.
I'm not going to listen.
So talk to me about Chibuzo. I love Chibuzo.
Chibuzo,
how did he get onto the Plantation Boys? How did he get in? And just tell me the Chibuzo story.
Chibuzo, I virtually I heard him. You know, we actually went for.
Why did you feel you needed a third member?
Harmonies. Harmonies.
The more the merrier, right?
The more the merrier, bros.
Correct.
And we had gone to Ray Power. So shout out to Ray Power. We had gone to Ray Power to go and do 10th anniversary for Ray Power. So when we got there, we met Kenny Ogungbe. And Kenny was like, you guys should do a jingle. It's Ray Power's 10th anniversary. I was like, okay. We went to the studio, the additional studio.
Right there?
Yet, right there. And Byron and Park. So, Ray Power history is a 3rd anniversary. Ray Power history, and it's going down in the history. Ray Power history. It's a 3rd anniversary. And that's how we wrote the jingle for Ray Power. And then FaZe heard it on the radio.
Okay.
And then it came to the house in Festa. I heard what I heard, I love it. I'm like, wow, well, thank you. And it was like, he sings too, blah, 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 blah. Like I said, I'm that guy.
Yes, you are.
So I said, come. You say you make music, let's go listen. And then we left the house. He was singing for me. And I found out he really has skills.
Oh, yeah.
And I told my friend, my partner then, that this guy has skills, Benny. That harmony would he talk. I said, this guy not get the harmony. Make this guy for joy. That was how the conversation to bring FaZe into the picture started. And then I took him to the karaoke competition at what's it called? Ademola Tokumbo or something, something VI.
Yes.
I paid for his fees to compete. Only that they didn't know that I had plans to make him a Plantation Boy. So we went there, we won the money.
Really?
We wonder who's going to win FaZe.
Oh, true.
Nobody's going to win him.
True.
I already, in short, when FaZe was singing, it was Backstreet Boys, because Backstreet Boys was hot. You know, I don't know who you are, where you're from, as long as you love me. When FaZe sang, they said it's a lie. The karaoke is not off. That the voice of the person that sang the song is the one that is still singing.
What did they do? They
put it up and I told them to do a cappella. That's the only way out. They should off the music, let the guy sing live. and inside life, and they believed.
You know what intrigues me with Faze is he hits Mariah Carey notes.
No, the boy is good. I just say there's one thing about Faze. I wish he can understand, come to realization that you are who you are, and you are who you aspire to be. You're not who people tell you to be, but you are who you want to be. So you have the skills, you have the talent, you have the looks, you have all the projections, you have people around you to push you, you have me. So what's the problem?
What if who you say you are is not positive and is not enough?
Then you have to believe in people. You have to believe in, because sometimes
the person that believed to
in
take you,
the person that believes in you will tell you
Correct.
you can do it.
Correct.
And that's the encouragement. You know, like I said, I like to be a football coach someday.
You're one of those people.
I'm one of them. Trust me. I'm like Alonso. See, Alonso went undefeated in his whole league. That's the kind of coach I like to be. Or maybe train a boxer. I'm that guy. I can't do it. Like, I know it's at the back of my head. All I have to do is, what is our obstacle? What are we up against? And how do we beat that? Then we go. We plan it. We discuss it for hours, days. We come to a solution. We move towards the...
Where's Faze right now?
I wouldn't know. Maybe he's in Abuja or he's in Lagos.
Does he have new music?
I don't think he has any single out yet. Maybe he's working on some. You know, he should be working on some because his fans are really... even me, I'm waiting to hear from him. And, you know, just like I'm waiting to hear from Two-Face as well. I'm waiting to hear from them. New music, because they should keep stirring up the industry and not have to feel like they've given...
No, but you said you're waiting for Two-Face as well. I hear he's not too healthy right now. So you can't be expecting too much from him.
Well, I don't know about his health, but I believe that as long as you can talk, as long as you can talk.
It's not that easy as you say.
Yeah, but I believe, because that's the reason why I went into this music. First of all, I closed my eyes. I said, let me see, how far can I go? I thought to the back of my head, how far can I go? If I can't sing, can I talk? Of course I can talk. I got the power. Not the beat till I got the power, bro. Just say only one phrase. It's music, isn't it?
True.
It's what's
talking, actually.
Whatever you do is still cool. Let's just feel the rhythm. You don't have to be the same artist. You can evolve.
Correct.
You don't have to stay the same. So I'm still expecting, because I don't expect them to be giving up right now when I'm just getting warmed up. I'm just getting ready to start.
I hear that.
You understand what I'm saying?
So something came to mind. You remember, there was a time, there was a serious thing about you guys getting a reunion. This was many years ago.
Yeah, some 2 years ago.
There was so much investment in it. Three of you agreed, and that was the height also of the whole hula baloo.
Yeah.
What happened? Because the fans were waiting, and it seemed like an endless one at the end of the day.
I will apologize to the fans for that. Like, let me take full responsibility for it not happening, because I believe if I had made some other moves, maybe look for some other investors, or maybe I would have made it happen myself without waiting for an investor. But be that as it may, some people can decide to sponsor. Don't forget that there was a Take It Tom that wanted to sponsor the project from the beginning.
It was before I Take It Tom.
Yeah,
talking about
Donald Duke. They thought about Donald Duke one time.
Before Duke.
So I can't remember.
The marketer.
The marketer that was
Tijo.
Tijo actually did the Plan B album. Tijo was the person that sponsored the Plan B album.
Yes, but
the Plan B album was 30 million, but they paid us 15 million. Tijo is on the run. He has about 15 million. He should bring it. Since then, he hasn't given us our money. That's like since that album came out, he still has our money. And so Tijo was the only person that invested that kind of money on the band. And we're able to go to the studio and all of that. But then, you know, you can have a kind of investment. With investment comes commitment.
Correct.
If there's no commitment to an investment, it's a total waste for the investor. And no investor wants to go through that. And I think that's what Tijo went through, and that's the reason why he didn't worry. He just straight up went to P-Square straight, and he went to get us. They do me. Abroad, he shot the video, bam, history. I know he made more money to cover. I know he made more money from P-Square to cover for the Plantation Boys loss or anything that happened during that period. Yes, because he invested, bro.
So where was the non-committance coming from? Was it from you, the artist, or was it from him after?
It was from we, the artists. It was from the artists who were not committed to go into the studio. Some wanted to be in the comfort of their hotel room, making music. Some wanted to lie down and have microphone brought down. They'd be sleeping and they'd be singing. You know, say now they run the show. You know, those kind of things. But you got to go where the game is. You can't just. You know, so they didn't want that, and TJ felt like that's why the album, the Plantation Boys' last album, Plan B, was released when it was not yet totally finally mixed and finished. But the investor has the right, but the right reversed to us after some time. Right now, Plantation Boys have the right, and I am the plantation, so I have the right.
So is that a good thing or a bad thing? Because the 15 million is not coming.
It's not coming. It's not coming.
Because the project didn't finish.
The project didn't finish, and the person might have his reasons to say. But then since he released the album, he's still indebted to the band. True. Regardless of sales or no sales.
Or if it was finished or not.
If it was finished or not. Because he shouldn't release it if it was not finished.
Correct.
Exactly. But he had his way, he has his own way of why he did what he did.
So why didn't you follow through? Why didn't the group? And when I say you, I mean the group. Why didn't you follow through with the people that wanted to invest? You know, the Duke, the Ateke Tom. How did that play out?
Ateke couldn't continue because the band was not together. Some persons didn't want the project to happen. So we're giving excuses. They don't want to be around. Some were like they want to travel. So we're just giving unnecessary excuses. That was not necessary. So the people that were trying to invest had to be discouraged. Like Ochacho was discouraged, I believe so. You know, so they just be discouraged and they'd be like, man, I don't think these people are together. But then the plantation is working regardless. And I'm going to put the album out.
So what's happening with the plantation right now? Because I know there's new music out. Music been out for a while.
Yes, some new music coming again.
What's the plan for the Plantation Boys?
Well, the plan for the Plantation Boys is the name is going to stay. But there'll be features. Different people will come and feature for the band and go. If you write for the band, you get your royalties. If you feature on the song with the band, you know how that pans out. You get the shows, you get paid, you go to Sound Exchange, you register, you get all those things, you register, you get your money to yourself. So, but if you don't want to participate, you can stay in the comfort of your zone. Then let the people that want to take the name to the next level, take it to the next level. Buhari was president last dispensation. He's not president this dispensation. There has to be continuity. So it doesn't mean that the members of the band must stay in the band. If they don't want to stay in the band, they can go.
You know, you remind me of my brother, my friend's speech from Arrested Development. I always like to use him as an example. You know, remember Arrested Development from back in the day?
Yeah.
Mr. Wendo. Everyday People.
I wrote a song one of their beats.
So Arrested Development are still here. So Baba Oje died, 2 other members left, Speech added new members, and the group continues.
Exactly. But Nigerians are finding it difficult to understand that I can add new members. If the other members die or they don't want to...
Are you sure it's a Nigerians thing?
It's a Nigeria thing. It's not
I
like...
think some people...
See, understanding come late to us. Let's be honest. The things that come out in the Western world come to us late. When did we get cell phones, for God's sake? Came to us late.
Don't forget that our GSM is ahead of theirs. They still use flip phones. They still use black and white
No,
screen.
I'm
They
talking
still use
all those old phones. The phones
and we were
are
ahead of
phones,
them.
but I'm talking about...
The network.
The network. We got it late. People were using Turaya in Nigeria here and forming big boys when everybody would have had flip phones. So why was that? What was supposed to be? We're not supposed to be on the same pedestal. Everybody equal.
True.
So some of these things don't come to us for us to have general knowledge. So it takes some time. So few people get the knowledge. Before they can pass it to the rest of the people, the harm is already done. So that's where the media has to help in sanitizing the society and send information to the society on time for them to be aware.
Positive information,
good
information, information,
yes.
helpful information,
yes,
which is what we do here at Souq News.
You guys are doing a great job.
IL 104.9 FM. That's what we do.
You guys are doing a great job, man. Shout out. You know, you guys media is the best, man. Perfect.
Right.
Man, you guys blew my mind when I came
So-
here.
so-
I won't bring my employment letter when I do the job.
So
But I said that the Oga chair I want to sit down. No, I don't want to get job for another place. So the Oga chair I want to sit down. That chair, I love that chair. You see that chair, see the view. God damn it.
So talk to that young man, that young girl that wants to make music for a living in Nigeria.
Yeah.
Talk to her.
Yeah.
As a record label owner, as a producer of music,
Yeah.
as someone that has done
Yeah.
almost
Yeah.
40 years,
Yeah.
30, 35 years in the
Yeah.
biz.
Yeah.
Talk to that person.
The first thing you have to understand about your music is stay dedicated to your craft. If you believe your craft is what you're going to use to, you know, survive and take care of your bills, family, and dependent relatives, you have to concentrate on your craft. There are several people that say they want to make music today. They wake up in the morning, the first thing they do is they're going to do one petty job outside. Then they go do a petty job, they come back, they would have had some misunderstanding from the petty job is affecting their mental. They can't think straight. It's going to affect your music. So music is a total commitment job. Music is not a part-time. And to be a singer, you have to be educated. You have to read. Because you need your similes to write your verses. You need your metaphors to write your raps. You need all the things that encompass an English language. Unless you want to rap in your own particular language or sing in your language. You study your own language and learn how the language works and master it to put it to your craft. And then copying somebody else's work is the first thing I'll tell you, you can't do that. You know, I know when we started, we did Plantation Boys, but that was because we were trying to introduce ourselves.
That was the first thing, yes.
First thing, because it was the beginning. So that beginning, we have to introduce ourselves. And we chose the name that is Plantation Boys.
The title of the song.
We had to just sing Plantation Boys because the song actually was Plantation Boy by Bonnie M. So if you see the credits we gave, it was originally done by Bonnie M.
And you gave credit on the CD.
Is there originally by Bonnie M. But then there was no cover. You couldn't do a cover of somebody's song without getting permission. But Bonnie M was far from Nigeria. We just had to just say originally by Bonnie
That's the
M.
credit. That's the way to
So
go.
do what you got to do. Stay original. Be creative. Hang out with the right pairs. Don't go with pairs that all they do is teach you how to smoke, drink, and do things that are just bad for your health. You're gonna be 25 looking 79 if you're doing that. You're not gonna be like we. You know what I mean? So stay positive, concentrate on your music, and the rest is just gonna fall in place. Because people are gonna notice your work and they're gonna support you. Trust me.
Blackface Niger.
Yes.
Ahmed. Amedu Augustine.
Yes.
What's the middle name?
Obiabo.
Thank you for being on Inside Life, Souq News Television, the IL 104.9.
Thanks for having me, man.
Through.
Thanks for having me, man. I appreciate it.
Through.
Thanks for having me. Big up, Blackface Niger, signing out.
So it's the end of a special edition of Inside Life. We had Blackface Niger, Augustine Amedu on the show. My name is Ike Namba. See you same time next time.
Michael Adewale Onofuyi. I'm a shepherd of the church called Celestial Church of Christ, White City Parish, reside in UK. I started the ministry right from my youth age. I was born into this church by my parents called Solomon Olaiwola Onofuyi and my mother Alice Mimonat Onofuyi. They gave back to me to the church, Celestial Church, and I went to primary school in Lagos, and I have my secondary school in Lagos as well. And after my secondary school, I went to a professional school, NCE, National Certificate of Education, in Lagos State College of Education. And after that, I went for my degree. I have my B.Ed, Bachelor in Education. I have my NCE as a professional teacher. Then I decided to travel down to UK in order to change my profession to law. But on getting down to Britain, God arrested me to carry his cross. So I carried the cross since 1985, and up to now, I'm working the ministry as a shepherd of the church. And recently, I've just been promoted as the head of the prophets in UK and Northern Ireland dioceses within the fold of Celestial Church of Christ. And I'm still the shepherd of the church called White City Parish in UK, in Barking, in SS area. So, and at the same time, I love doing business. I'm into business. I'm an entrepreneur, and because why I went to business is I don't depend on church money, because the church money is meant for the church, and I have to have a living for myself. So that's why I went into business, different kind of business. You know, I learned that trade through my late parents, because I usually carry ogede, sell ogede around Fade area for them everywhere along the street while I was in Nigeria. You know, since from there I pick up an entrepreneurship. You know, so I've been doing that alongside with God's work, pastoral work. That's 38 years now. 38 years I've been leading the church. The one I established, which is Celestial Church of Christ, White City, is going to be 37 this year. Before then, when I got to Britain, I led a church. It's a Clapham Parish, Celestial Church of Christ, Clapham Parish. Before I left that to establish the one I'm leading, and I've started that since 1987, and up till now, I'm still in there. I'm still the shepherd of the church. You see, I've mentioned in my introduction, because I believe church money should stay with the church, and I believe I must have a living, because I have a family and I have to train my children, and because I don't want to delve, the church has got its own setup, and there are some pastors that do winners take all, but I don't believe in that. I believe I have got to work for my living. So that's why I'm from my background with my parents, especially my mom. There's all kind of trade I did with her. I sell banana, I sell rice, I sell so many things. I do street hawking in Nigeria, you know, all over everywhere. So from there I have that initiative, I have that it's been built in me, and because I love to do something in order to make ends meet. So that's why, but I got that from my parents, because my dad was an accountant. Then he retired into business, selling books, supplier of books, he's a contractor. So I took that from my both parents, in order to be an entrepreneur. And because I believe you've got to work for your living, you don't have to rely on the church, you don't have to rely on anybody. You've got to be hardworking. Christ as well taught us to be hardworking. Christ was an entrepreneur as well. He taught us how to have a living, how to, like the fishermen. So you've got to, so I took that source from my parents. From then, I built on to that. You see, if as a pastor, as a shepherd, as a head of the church, to earn respect, you need to separate yourself from the church. I separate, and maybe that is what is still making me to be successful today, because I've got about 9 kids. Out of them, I've got 5 graduates who are PhD holders, and I pay their school fees. You see, so if I don't separate the church, yes, it's in the Bible that Levites don't. You have to live. You have to feed with the church. You have to feed from the church. But my principle is, you've got to separate the church from your lifestyle. You've got to find. I depend on. I have the church. I'm on the salary, so the church has got a treasurer. The church has got an accountant. It's got a church financial secretary. I separate the church. So, and that's why I always tell my kids, if I'm no more today, don't think that position is hereditary. Don't think the position is hereditary. My position is not hereditary. If I'm no more, somebody else will take over, not my children, not one of them. That's why I took time to educate them very well, so that they can have their own sense of living. I've got five of them who are PhD holder. One is in architecture, one is in journalism, one is in music, one is in the medical line. So I've got one is in media. They are all, they help my calling in the church. All areas of the church, we have the media. One of my daughter is she's the one heading the media. I have all the posters that I have. My daughter Ayotole, she's the one that designed all the posters of the church, my posters, all programs that I'm running. She's the one that, and I have a son. He's called Dr. Tosin. He's into music. He has PhD in music. He heads the music area of the church. So all my children are cut across areas of the church. But the principle is we must walk out of the church, have a living out of the church, not feeding from the church. That earns me respect among the members. I derive from the work I'm doing because I enjoy helping others. I derive that fulfillment right from my youthful age, before my calling, even within my calling, after my calling, within my calling, I derive help others first. When you help others first, God will help you in between. I prefer to suffer myself in order to make people happy, so that their happiness is my fulfillment. Mankind's happiness is my own fulfillment. If I go to church in the morning, I get to church 9 a.m. I don't leave the church until around 11 p.m. because I consult people, I counsel people, I pray for people, and my joy, the fulfillment is when they come back for testimony. Not to charge them, not to take any money from them, but when they testify to the glory of God. That's my fulfillment. And on top of that, then my family, the achievement of my children, is another thing. You see, all I've achieved, all my background, start from spiritual inspiration, God's inspiration. And when I was born, as I was told, my dad said they had a prophecy that I'm going to be a shepherd. But I did not rely on that. I went on education. I have my primary school, I have my secondary school, I have my diploma, I have my degree. So I did not rely on that. But because it's been prophesied that I'm going to carry the cross, after my service, youth service, then I'm in search of looking for a job. But I couldn't get a job. I ended up working in the church, praying in the church, being a prophet in the church, just doing one thing or the other in the church. Then at one point in time, somebody came into the church and said, okay, why are you young man, why are you here? And he said, what do you do? I said, I'm a graduate. He said, are you a graduate? I said, yes. He said, okay, are you not looking for a job? I said, I'm looking for a job, but I haven't got anyone. He said, okay, I'll take you somewhere. There and then, they gave me an employment as a teacher before I left. So after that, because there is a prophecy of my life that I'm going to be a shepherd of, after all said and done, on, I don't know, maybe on a service day, I just realized that, oh, I've got to go to, I want to have an opportunity of going to Britain, travel out. Something just inspired me that why can't you go abroad? I said, how will I do it? I don't know how I'm going to do it. Then something came to my mind. I said, go and get a passport. I took his passport. That time, you don't need visa to go to Britain. So I took the passport. Then I said, okay, what do I want to do with this passport? I'm going to. Then something inspired me and said, there must be a Celestial Church in UK. I said, okay, let me go to our headquarters. I got to the headquarters. I said, I went to the head of the church there. I want to travel out, but I don't have anybody there. How can I do it? Then the Baba said, okay, if you can sleep in the church, I will get somebody to help you. Fortunately for me, the head of the UK just came down from London. So he introduced me to the Baba. The Baba said, what rank are you? I said, I'm superior William. He said, are you a prophet? I said, yes. Okay, one church will need you in UK. Then he said, I will give you a letter. He gave me a letter. Then, and I got the letter. I said, okay, what next for me? To buy tickets. Then that time, because I work in the church, I have so much money, so much with me to buy the ticket. So I bought the ticket. Don't forget, I've got the passport. With the ticket and the passport, I went to go and meet my dad. I said, Dad, I'm traveling. He said, when do you start planning this? I said, it's God's inspiration. Do you know anybody there? I said, no. But because I believe the Celestial Church is about love. And if it's about love, I believe wherever Celestial is, if you are there, they are there to help you. My dad said, okay, all right. Good luck. That was how I pick up my passport, pick up my luggage. I got to. That man, the Baba that helped me, the head of UK, said, he gave me a letter to one man called Baba Oke, the owner of that church. The first church I said I was the shepherd before I established White City, Clapham Parish. So I got to the airport. When I got to the immigration office in UK, they said, who do you want to come and meet? I said, I want to come and meet Baba Oke. Okay, let us go and ring him whether he's expecting. He's not expecting me. But because it's been ordained, it's been destined that I'm going to be in UK, they went to go and call him. He said, of course I'm expecting him. Somebody I've known, I've not ever met him at all. So that was how I got into UK. It's miraculous. It's just instantaneously. And it's not something that I've planned for a long time, but because it's been destined, it's been prophesied, and God has ordained that I'm going to be in UK. And before I traveled, after I've been given I'm going to travel, I went to about 7 parishes to go and do offering. So when you want to travel, you have to do offering. Thank God that God has made this journey possible. I went to 7 parishes to go and do offering. One of the prophets there, prophesied again. Don't forget I said I'm going to UK, not to work as a church worker, not to work as a pastor. I want to go out there because I'm a professional teacher. I want to change it to law. So that prophet said, I can see, after my offering, she took me out. It's a young prophet, a young prophetess. She took me and said, you are traveling to somewhere. I saw you in a people of white skin. You are traveling there, but God is making 7 promises for you. That when you get there, they're going to make you a shepherd of the head of the church. You're going to establish a church. You're going to work with white people. Those 7 promises, as soon as I got to Britain, start materializing. The week I got down there, I was made the leader of that church, Clapham Parish. Then I work with white people. Then after about 3 years in Clapham Parish, God, through me, established White City Parish, of which I'm leading right now. And the rest 7 promises was fulfilled. So it's my traveling. All I will say is it's been God's ordained and willing. I love writing. And because I'm a teacher and I want to inspire people and let people know that with God everything is possible. And at the same time, if you see one of my past books, be an entrepreneur, be enterprising. Whatever you want to do, even as a pastor, even as a shepherd, you need to be enterprising. You need to inspire people. You need to get people to believe in themselves. And you need to find a way to be hardworking. Don't rely on what God has said. If God has said, if God has promised, you need to work on that God's promise. As James said, if you can, a Christian without, if you say you have faith without work, it's absolutely nothing. It doesn't work. So I have joy in writing and I'm inspired through the Holy Spirit. I've got about three or four books I've written in the past. I have Living Above Limitation, Power of Spirit, Spirit-Filled Life, and I've got Be an Entrepreneur, Be Enterprising. And the one I'm launching this Saturday is about 4. One is God's Word of Insurance, is a sure word of assurance. God's words of assurance is your sure word of insurance. And what that means is when God assure you, when God promise, it's a fulfilling God. He's insured. It's just like somebody having a building. If you have an insurance on your building, of course, you're 100% sure. If anything happens, you have your insurance to back you. So that when you have God's word as of assurance, it's your sure word of insurance. If God says going to bless you, it's God's assurance. And take the word and work on it. That's one of my books. The other one, in follow-up of Living Above Limitation, it's War Against the Limitation. It's a prayer book. It's a prayer book to help people discover themselves in spiritual attack, because this world is full of evil. This world is full of darkness, and you need prayer. You need a constant prayer to help. That's my second book. The other one is Maximizing of God's upon your life. Maximizing of God's divine upon your life. Then the other is 3. 1, God's word of assurance, your sure word of assurance. 2, living war against limitation. And the third one, maximizing of divine God upon your life. Then my son also wrote a book. The one there, The World Around Me, is a compilation of his stories of his life, because something tragic happened to him when we came on holiday about 4 or 5 years ago. So, and I told him, put it as a story so that you can inspire people as well. So we are launching that as well on Saturday with him. So I'm excited because that book is to motivate people, is to inspire people, and to rekindle people's hope and faith in God and in humanity, and also to guide people and to help their prayer life. So these are my assignments for Saturday. Samuel Temidayo Onofuye. The World Around Me. How old? He's 11. Wow. Of course. In his school, he belongs to Junior Writers Association. We are living in a perilous world. We are living in a wicked world. We are living in a world that is full of tragedy. And the only thing you need is prayer. Like I used to quote in the church, a prayerless person is a powerless person. if you are prayerful, you need to, you see, he said in this world you will see tribulation, but be of good cheer because I've overcome the world. So we face all that we are facing in the world today is being predicted by Christ. It's going to happen. Famine is going to happen. Nation will rise up against nation. So many. So, but yes, two people will be going, one will disappear. So a lot has been predicted by Christ in the Bible. And the only thing that you need is prayer. Without prayer, you cannot survive this evil world. And that's why I have written this book to people to discover that with Christ, the only way is Christ. And the only way is prayer. Yes, I'm not discriminating other religion, even Muslim, they pray as well. So the only sect that doesn't pray is the traditionalist. And you see even the traditionalists, when they give you anything, they will say, in the name of Orunmila. What is Orunmila? It's Olubentomala, and it's Christ. Christ is the way. So that is their own area, you see. So everybody believe in prayer. Everybody believe that Christ is the way, is the prayer. So that's what I am using the book to motivate people, to inspire people, to let them know, to discover themselves, to let them know that all things are possible. With prayer, we believe in God, and steadfastness in worship. There's nothing impossible with God. Believe in God, believe in prayer, and have belief in yourself. Have confidence in yourself. Speak out. When you don't speak out, people cannot know what is wrong with you. I have that slogan. I've drawn topics on that. Speak out. When you speak out, and you seek help. Speak out and seek help from family, from church, from God. Pray and believe. And also, don't think everything is over. It's not over until it's over. Once you have that belief and faith, you don't need to, you see, it's a sin in order for you to think all hope is lost. Hope is not lost. Once you are living and you are prayerful and you speak out and you talk out, all things will be possible. And pray at all times. Believe in yourself, discover yourself, but the most important thing is speak out, talk out, and seek for help. Where you don't need to seek for help somewhere else, but seek for help from God, from those you think will be of help to you. And that is the church. Pray and have that hope in Him. He will actually, there's nothing is impossible for God once you have that belief. If I can tell you so many experiences of life that in UK, as a shepherd, I had it for 15 years. I don't have papers, but because I believe that God one day, He promised. God never promised and don't fulfill. It's a God fulfilling, it's a covenant fulfilling God. Once you stay focused, you are prayerful, and speak out, talk out.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
I hail from Lagos State. from Isaleko. My father hailed from the Olumegbon family. I attended my primary, secondary education in Ibadan at the time because my mother was there. But my religious practicing was always done during the holidays at Holy Cross Cathedral. I was working in the sacristy. We used to prepare for the Mass on Saturdays, and we sell the news magazine on Sundays in front of the church. And I remembered fondly that we used to tease a man called Sunday Boku Boku at that time, and he used to run to chase us and throw stones at, how dare you call me Sunday Boku Boku. Those were fun times. Harvest, Corpus Christi. And I was born, raised, baptized, confirmed, married in the Catholic Church. But I got married to Engineer Larry Phillips, who is an Anglican. And I believe that in togetherness of family, it's best we all do things together. So I moved over with him against the doctrine of Catholic Church to the Anglican Church at Marina, where his family belongs and worships. I attended St. Luke's Demonstration School. We used to climb the mango trees, and there was a mixed school. We used to play at during break time. And in my secondary school was a Catholic school. And it's for you to be prim and prudish in life, and set you on as a lady. And I got some finesse from there too. And but the most interesting one, and the most that I can call a radical one, was my HSC in Olivet. I mean, we tried all sorts there, but it was fun and highly educative too. Sportsmanship was there, and from there I proceeded abroad for my accountancy. And I was lucky to finish in a record time, and I came back. Did my articleship, but married in between. I met my husband abroad, and we came back home, got married in Nigeria. I worked as an accountant with UAC, very proud of the drill professionally that I got from UAC. It had set me on a discipline for working, and I thank God that I had that opportunity, which still helps me today. Apart from the fact that my educational background sets me to be a diversified person in so many professions. And as an accountant, accountancy is the best of all, is the creme de la creme, and I've been able to fulfill my professional exposure in every species of responsibilities that I had opportunity to take upon me. And from UAC, I proceeded to work for the bank. I went to politics. I became a commissioner in Lagos State, served with the present president of Nigeria. And you know how Lagos is. Lagos is like a country to other states. We went through governance. My team, as you can see, I have some of my colleagues in Abuja now. I have Honorable Minister Wali Edu. I have Honorable Minister Dele Alake. I have Honorable Minister Yemi Cardozo, and so forth. And I served in the bank as a director in Keystone. I've been a chairman of so many committees. You can say that again. In different aspects of life. Professional, political, social. And currently, I'm now the chairman of Souq Insurance PLC. When I was growing up, it was so free and enjoyable. We can take off at 11, 12, escort your friends to Bangbushe here. We go and have the Mosa. We go to the stadium. I remember me in my teenage age, I used to go to Nikon Stadium here. We watch so many matches, and I used to be with those fans, you know, dancing and waving our fans, you know, and bazaars, Easter Mondays, Fela Sports, I mean, you name it. It was fun. But Lagos was good for all of us. It was cleaner. It was amazing. Security isn't much to fear, you know. You can just live the way you want. And money and values of life are completely different to what they are today. I was with my grandparents and we had so many tenants and we didn't realize they were tenants. We were all playing together, eating together, and we are still like one family today. But the story is not the same again. I wish one can turn around and change it, but we have all given our kids sheltered life for the fear of unknown. And I think the disadvantage is very grievous. I think first and foremost, God gave me the chance, the opportunities to pass through that in the journey of life. It's not only money that can make you successful in life. I want you to get that. It's an added support for you if in life you have the opportunities of parents who can financially support you. But at the same time, there are kids who didn't have any financial support and have been successful. So to me, success is about self-determination. I grew up around uncles and aunties who are thoroughly educated, and I've always had it behind my ambition that I must be in that cadre. And thank God the opportunity was there for me and I seized it. And I remember myself telling my kids, when I was abroad, I never lived like my father was a rich man. No. I was behind the desk reading and reading till I got successful. And I passed in record time. First and foremost, I think I'm a people's person. Secondly, my educational background. Thirdly, my pedigree. And you can't be a Lagos person and don't have a bit of intelligence about how you can maneuver yourself, even in the midst of challenges. And I can tell you that boardroom politics, especially when you're a woman, is tough. But when you manage those that you sit around with, eventually, when they see that you're there to work, it has no business and basis for any other thing. I've had issues on boards because I'm female, and I put my foot down. It is the work we are doing. There is no gender sensitivity in this issue. Even in my early days as an accountant, when I head the accounting department, it was even tough at that level because the young accounting class, some of them can be daring to say, how can you talk to me like that? How can you make it? And I'll say, please, what do you mean? We need to get this target work done. So it's the work that is talking. That's nothing to do with whether I'm a man or a woman. So I will like the idea of gender reasonableness to be better played. At least for now, we are having
Good afternoon and welcome to the news on Souq News Television. I am Evelyn Ohiola. First, the headlines. Reactions trailed 50% hike on telecom service in Nigeria. Trump signs executive orders as world leaders congratulate him on his assumption of office. Global stock markets express volatility after Trump's inauguration. And in sports, Badosa stuns golf to reach first major semi-final in Australian Tennis Open. We move to the details now. Reactions have trailed the announcement of 50% hike across all telecommunications services in the country. The Nigerian Communications Commission, NCC, in a statement signed by the Director of Public Affairs, Ruben Moka, granted approval for tariff adjustment requests by network operators in response to prevailing market conditions. The adjustments, capped at a maximum of 50% of current tariffs, was arrived at, taking into account ongoing industry reforms that will positively influence sustainability. Some Lagos residents who spoke with our correspondent expressed dissatisfaction over the hike, considering the present economic situation of the country.
Nigerians will always survive. Nigerians will always survive because that's our culture. We always adapt to anything, which I don't know if it's a good or a bad thing, but I know that there's nothing we can do apart from protest, and even the protest now is a dangerous thing. But then, so I know we'll survive, and we can only just try to earn more.
If you consider the rate at which things are getting expensive right now, and there is no increment in most salaries, and I think that this thing is going to really affect a lot of people, because if you are taking a little amount of money, that people are making, and you still expect them to be paying that kind of percentage when they call and when they send tests, I think it's really, really not fair. It's not fair.
Speaking on the need for the review of tariffs in the telecoms industry, a telecoms expert, Emmanuel Tokbeojo, highlighted the challenges in the industry, stating that efforts are ongoing to ensure that the citizens are not overburdened by the new service rates.
Because we've heard about the news on the increase in prices for, for calls, for data, possibly SMSs as well, and definitely it's going to affect everyone. At least because I work in the telco industry, also I pretty much see things from the telco's perspective, in the sense that, generally in Nigeria we all understand that things have increased, all right, and businesses are trying their best, to ensure that they can still stay in business. All right, and of course, I don't know if you read through the NCC draft itself. They are also telling the telcos that they should ensure that they increase their prices in a, in a way that is easy for everyone to adapt to. All right, we can only pray that things will get better. Well, I mean, the telcos have actually been on the NCC for a long time on this. All right, so it's not something that is quite. I mean, it's not a new thing. You understand me? The telcos have been on the NCC right since when the forex prices has gone up. All right, and right now of course you're already even seeing the push that the telcos are having against banks as well. I think about 9 banks are going to be yanked off from their. 9 bank USSDs. I think about 9 or so. 9 bank USSDs are going to be removed. So they are trying as much as possible to rake in money. You understand me? So yes, of course, for us who are buying and selling, going about our normal day-to-day life, there are a lot of things that are increasing, but we just have to open our minds for it. Like I said, pray that the Lord keeps providing for our needs as much as possible.
According to the NCC, telecoms tariffs have remained static since 2013, despite the increasing costs of operation faced by telecom operators. The Commission, through its statement, emphasized the fact that the adjustment is aimed at addressing the significant gap between operational costs and current tariffs, while ensuring that the delivery of services to customers is not compromised. The adjustment will support the ability of operators to continue investing in infrastructure and innovation, ultimately benefiting consumers through improved services and connectivity, including better network quality, enhanced customer service, and greater coverage. Director General of the Nigeria-China Strategic Partnership, NCSP, Joseph Tegbe, is in China to foster better China-Nigeria relations in line with the renewed hope agenda of President Bola Tinubu. Tegbe is expected to reach mutual agreements with the Chinese government in strategic areas of economic development, such as agriculture and food security, development of renewable energy sources, healthcare, mining, and education. Other areas include technology to foster innovation and advancement, and increased support for road rehabilitation and construction through the China's Belt and Road Initiative, BRI. The Strategic Partnership Director General and his delegation have already been received by the Deputy Chairman of the National Development and Reform Commission, NDRC, of the People's Republic of China, Zhao Shenzing, and other top Chinese officials. Nigerian diplomatic community and the Chinese business community have expressed commitments to better partnership between both countries for economic prosperity. In the meantime, Nigeria's aviation sector is set to receive a major boost with plans for the establishment of an aircraft manufacturing firm as part of the federal government's broader efforts to strengthen local industry players and grow the sector. Minister of Aviation Festus Keyamo made the announcement at the launch of a privately owned aviation maintenance, repair and overhaul MRO facility in Abuja, a project developed in partnership with local banks. Speaking on the project, Keyamo highlighted the importance of public-private partnership for economic growth and development, saying such collaborations in the aviation sector will establish Nigeria as a regional leader in Africa's aviation space. The minister called for more collaborations across all sectors of the economy, stating that success in governance relies on harmonious relationship to achieve a better Nigeria. Here in Lagos State, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has pledged his commitment to work harmoniously with the newly elected Speaker of the Lagos State House of Assembly, Mojisola Meranda, in driving policies that will benefit the people of Lagos. Sanwo-Olu expressed his support yesterday when the Speaker paid him a courtesy visit shortly before the weekly State Executive Council meeting in Alausa, Ikeja. The governor emphasized the need for harmony between the executive and legislative arms of government to foster growth and sustainable development across the state. The Speaker, who was also welcomed by the Deputy Governor of the state, Obafemi Hamzat, was accompanied by principal officers of the Lagos State House of Assembly, including the Deputy Speaker, Honorable Mojid Fatai. Trump signs executive orders as world leaders congratulate him on his assumption of office. Details of this and more in a moment. Welcome back. This is still the news on Souq News Television. Moving on, world leaders have congratulated Donald Trump on his inauguration yesterday as the 47th President of the United States of America. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky on his X post described Trump's swearing in as a day of hope for the resolution of many problems, including global challenges. In his congratulatory message, Canada's Prime Minister Justin Trudeau expressed readiness to work with President Trump, adding that both countries are trade partners with a relationship that creates millions of jobs, attracts billions in investment into the continent, and keeps the people safe. On the spot, India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi says he looks forward to working closely with Trump once again to benefit both countries and to shape a better future for the world. UK's Prime Minister Keir Starmer extols the virtues of the US President while being optimistic of better trade relations between the two countries. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif, Russia's President Vladimir Putin, among other leaders, also sent congratulatory messages to Donald Trump while calling for mutually beneficial relations and world-friendly policies that will see to sustainable development across nations. Meanwhile, in a significant move to kickstart his America First agenda, United States President Donald Trump has signed a number of executive orders, including the commencement of the process for U.S. withdrawal from World Health Organization, WHO. Marking his first assignment on the job as the 47th U.S. President, Trump signed a directive to declare a national emergency at the southern border, targeting automatic citizenship for U.S.-born children of illegal immigrants. He also reinstated death penalty for anyone found guilty of murdering a law enforcement officer, just as he signed an executive order declaring that the U.S. will only recognize two sexes, which are male and female. Trump also signed off on withdrawing from the Paris Climate Agreement, which is a landmark international deal designed to limit global temperatures. The U.S. president also issued pardons for about 1,600 of his supporters who were arrested in the riot at the U.S. Capitol in 2021. Trump was sworn in yesterday, 20th January, and has since set his administration in motion. As part of moves to grow the UK economy, British Finance Minister Rachel Reeves is set to discuss global investment opportunities at the ongoing World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland. Reeves, accompanied by Business Minister Jonathan Reynolds, will highlight the UK's political stability, economic strength and pro-business environment in a bid to attract global investors to the UK. She will also emphasize our government's efforts in reducing burdensome regulations, citing the UK's ease of doing business laced with a history of innovation and skillful workforce. Reeves is among numerous global leaders currently participating in this year's edition of the World Economic Forum with the theme, Collaboration for the Intelligent Age. Global stock markets express volatility after Trump's inauguration. Please stay tuned for this and other stories.
Here at Femi Wash Media, call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission, empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Thank you for staying with us. Moving on with other stories at this time, global markets faced a roller coaster of volatility as major asset classes swung sharply during Donald Trump's first day in office. Investor sentiment was dominated by the U.S. president's potential implementation of the tariff pledges made during his campaign. The European stock markets closed broadly higher yesterday after Trump's team signaled that the initial executive orders might exclude tariffs on goods from China, Canada, and Mexico. The US dollar sharply retreated, pushing the euro to a two-week high above 1.04, while Bitcoin briefly surged to a new record high of over $109,000 before retreating, with gold prices climbing higher. However, nearly all trends reversed during this morning's Asian session as President Trump announced plans to impose previously pledged tariffs on 25% on imports from Canada and Mexico starting from the 1st of February. The announcement sent shockwaves through the markets, with the greenback regaining strength and pressuring other currencies, including the euro. U.S. equity futures also declined, setting the stage for potential spillovers into European markets. Meanwhile, South Africa's rand weakened this morning, trading at 18.6150 against the US dollar, approximately 0.6% lower than its previous close. This follows US President Trump's announcement of several policy changes shortly after his inauguration yesterday. The dollar, on the other hand, was up about 0.4% against other currencies. Although Trump hasn't taken immediate action on tariffs, he hinted that the U.S. could impose tariffs on Canada and Mexico soon, a situation that has led to market uncertainties. Mozambique's Maputo port has reported a slight decline in cargo volumes for 2024, with a 1% drop attributed to post-election unrest that caused significant disruptions. The port's volume fell to 30.9 million metric tons, down from 31.2 million in 2023. The unrest followed the disputed October election, which saw Daniel Chapo's Frelimo party claim victory. Protests and road blockages led to broader closures and interrupted transport along the Maputo corridor for over a month. This, combined with disruptions to the rail line from South Africa and a derailment in October and November, impacted operations. Despite the setback, Maputo Port continues to handle increasing volumes of exports, particularly in coal, chrome, copper and grains, as businesses seek alternative routes to bypass logistics challenges in South Africa. And Thailand's government has approved a carbon tax of 200 baht per ton of carbon emissions as part of efforts to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Deputy Finance Minister Paupum Rojanaskul clarified that the new tax will be incorporated into the existing oil tax and will not affect the retail price of oil products. The tax aims to encourage environmentally friendly consumer behavior and support Thailand's goal of carbon neutrality by 2050, with net zero emissions by 2065. And in the world of sport, Paula Badosa defeated Coco Gauff at the Australian Open to reach a first Grand Slam semi-final just 1 year after fearing she would have to retire from tennis. The Spaniard, a former world number 2, spent almost 2 years struggling with back problems and fell to 140th in the rankings. Badosa's comeback continued in sensational fashion as she ended American golf's 13-match winning streak with a 7-5, 6-4 victory. She will face either two-time defending champion and close friend Aryna Sabalenka or the Russian 27th seed Anastasia Pavlyuchenkova. Recall that the 27-year-old won her first title in over 2 years at August's Washington Open before reaching the quarter-finals of the U.S. Open a month later.
I guess you just got to realize that most of the internet coaches never coached anyone at my level and never played. So it's one of those things. It's easier to look on the outside. It's, all those things when you're playing and you're commentating and. You'll hear some, not commentators, but just people saying, oh, she should have made this or he should have made that. And even when I'm watching, I do that. But obviously when you're out there, it's different. So I think, I guess that's really the thing that I just take from it is I'm the one out there and I'm the one who makes the decisions at the end of the day. So, if people want to say things, it is what it is. I take it with a grain of salt. And, some people do mean well. So I don't look at it as all bad, but, I'm proud of myself, and that's all I can say. And I promise that I'm going to continue to try my best to improve and, live up to my, own expectations of myself and, whatever everybody else has. Whatever I can't.
Meanwhile, Alexander Zverev continued his bid for an elusive first Grand Slam title with victory over Tommy Paul to reach the Australian Open semi-finals. The German second seed won 7-6, 7-1, 7-6, 7-love, 2-6, 6-1 against the American 12th seed at the Rod Laver Arena. The victory was 27-year-old Zverev's 7th in a row and continues his unbeaten start to his season. He will play either 10-time champion Novak Djokovic or Carlos Alcaraz, who beat Zverev in the French Open final last year in this year's last four. And that's the news on Souq News Television. Thank you so much for watching. I am Evelyn Ohiole.
I hail from Lagos State, from Isaleko. My father hailed from the Olumegbo family. I attended my primary, secondary education in Ibadan at the time because my mother was there. But my religious practicing was always done during the holidays at Holy Cross Cathedral. I was working in the sacristy. We used to prepare for the Mass on Saturdays, and we sell the news magazine on Sundays in front of the church. And I remembered fondly that we used to tease a man called Sunday Boku Boku at that time, and he used to run to chase us and throw stones at, how dare you call me Sunday Boku Boku. Those were fun times. Harvest, Corpus Christi. And I was born, raised, baptized, confirmed, married in the Catholic Church. But I got married to Engineer Larry Phillips, who is an Anglican. And I believe that in togetherness of family, it's best we all do things together. So I moved over with him against the doctrine of Catholic Church to the Anglican Church at Marina, where his family belongs and worships. I attended St. Luke's Demonstration School. We used to climb the mango trees, and there was a mixed school. We used to play at during break time. And in my secondary school was a Catholic school, and it's for you to be prim and prudish in life, and set you on as a lady. And I got some finesse from there too. And but the most interesting one, and the most that I can call a radical one, was my HSC in Olivet. I mean, we tried all sorts there, but it was fun and highly educative too. Sportsmanship was there, and from there I proceeded abroad for my accountancy. And I was lucky to finish in a record time, and I came back. Did my articleship, but married in between. I met my husband abroad, and we came back home, got married in Nigeria. I worked as an accountant with USC, very proud of the drill professionally that I got from USC. It had set me on a discipline for working, and I thank God that I had that opportunity, which still helps me today. Apart from the fact that my educational background sets me to be a diversified person in so many professions. And you know, as an accountant, accountancy is the best of all, is the creme de la creme, and I've been able to fulfill my professional exposure in every species of responsibilities that I had opportunity to take upon me. And from USC, I proceeded to work for the bank. I went to politics. I became a commissioner in Lagos State, served with the present president of Nigeria. And you know how Lagos is. Lagos is like a country to other states. We went through governance. My team, as you can see, I have some of my colleagues in Abuja now. I have Honorable Minister Wali Edun. I have Honorable Minister Dele Alake. I have Honorable Minister Yemi Cardozo, and so forth. And I served in the bank as a director in Keystone. I've been a chairman of so many committees. You can say that again. In different aspects of life. Professional, political, social. And currently, I'm now the chairman of Souq Insurance PLC. When I was growing up, it was so free and enjoyable. We can take off at 11, 12, escort your friends to Bangboshe here. We go and have the Mosa. We go to the stadium. I remember me in my teenage age, I used to go to Nikon Stadium here. We watch so many matches, and I used to be with those fans, you know, dancing and waving our fans, you know, and bazaars, Easter Mondays, Fela Sports, I mean, you name it. It was fun. But Lagos was good for all of us. It was cleaner. It was amazing. Security isn't much to fear, you know. You can just live the way you want. And money and values of life are completely different to what they are today. I was with my grandparents and we had so many tenants and we didn't realize they were tenants. We were all playing together, eating together, and we are still like one family today. But the story is not the same again. I wish one can turn around and change it, but we have all given our kids sheltered life for the fear of unknown. And I think the disadvantage is very grievous. I think first and foremost, God gave me the chance, the opportunities to pass through that in the journey of life. It's not only money that can make you successful in life. I want you to get that. It's an added support for you if in life you have the opportunities of parents who can financially support you. But at the same time, there are kids who didn't have any financial support and have been successful. So to me, success is about self-determination. I grew up around uncles and aunties who are thoroughly educated, and I've always had it behind my ambition that I must be in that cadre. And thank God, the opportunity was there for me and I seized it. And I remember myself telling my kids, when I was abroad, I never lived like my father was a rich man. No. I was behind the desk reading and reading till I got successful. And I passed in record time. First and foremost, I think I'm a people's person. Secondly, my educational background. Thirdly, my pedigree. And you can't be a Lagos person and don't have a bit of intelligence about how you can maneuver yourself, even in the midst of challenges. And I can tell you that boardroom politics, especially when you're a woman, is tough. But when you manage those that you sit around with, eventually, when they see that you're there to work, it has no business and basis for any other thing. I've had issues on boards because I'm female and I put my foot down. It is the work we are doing. There is no gender sensitivity in this issue. Even in my early days as an accountant, when I had the accounting department, it was even tough at that level because the young accounting class, some of them can be daring to say, how can you talk to me like that? How can you make it? And I'll say, please, what do you mean? We need to get this target work done. So it's the work that is talking. That's nothing to do with whether I'm a man or a woman. So I will like the idea of gender reasonableness to be better played. At least for now, we are not having it at 3 1/3, no. But I guess we are in the region of 20%. And it should be better. You give a woman a chance, she will devote her life to it. But, I mean, when we have 1 or 2 issues from women who have been there, that should not create hurdle or boundary that you say a woman shouldn't cross. No. Nobody is perfect in life. And I want to let you know, it's tough for a woman. These men, when it is a woman having a corrective measure to be taken, they do not handle it the way they do for the men. They are in a rush to pack the woman out. You see from what has happened all over the world. So I will still make an appeal that women should be given better chances, better allowances. It's so quick to make a woman a scapegoat, the sacrificial lamb. Let's take it easy. And please, women, when they put you there, make us proud. I should remember the other women coming after me. If I make this trouble now, they turn around and say, this is why we don't give them the chance to get to the top. So, you manage the situation, you know? And let us remember that Africa is still very chauvinistic. It's still a man's world here. We are only trying. So just give us, for now, our required 33 1/3% as per Beijing recommendation. Having been in politics, there are so many factors that bring you up there. Some sensible, which I would call sensibilities. Some sensitive based, which I would call sensitivity, and some as per geographical distribution. If it's not the turn of your section, your district, there's no way they can put you there. But then sometimes it's the turn of your district, the party supremacy decrees that they don't want to use you. What do? You have to show some resilience as a stable character and do whatever you are given very well. Excel. Somehow, one day, you'll be there. Like Martin Luther King. At the end of that tunnel, I can see the light. Someday, somehow, you get there. I was in tourism shortly, and it's not enough time to propagate the excellence of your work. But in special duties, I give the ministry class. I was able to represent my Lagos State very well. NYC was under me. Proudly, I served. And we ensure that all students that need to go to orientation camp are well registered and got their NYC certificates. It's not about where they put you. It's about what you are able to do in that place. And you do it even to the enviable eye of somebody who believes has the best ministry with a lot of funding and allocation. I'm different in that respect. A hard-working man, a man with a lot of sagacity, a man that is very kind, he has human kindness in his heart, a man that is highly focused. My office was very close to the Roundhouse, and I tell you, I wasn't surprised. And I kept telling everybody, I wasn't surprised he got a clinch that position, because I knew that even when in 99, from the day we stepped in, he's been working towards his election in 2003. So a man like that who is focused, his business is the end of the tunnel. All the distractions you are given, he doesn't consider it. So don't waste your emotions. When you provoke yourself unnecessarily, and the person you are provoking yourself upon is not even responding on that line, you're wasting your time. But he's an astute politician. He knows what to do at every point. And don't try him, because he's a hard knock. And he's easy to forgive. That bit, I don't know how he does it, but it's easy to forgive and move on. He understands politics, maybe from a young age, I don't know, but he seems to have the knack of it at all times. I think that's in the pipeline. I don't have to come here to say that. And even in the insurance company industry that I am now, I'm propagating that, look, you need to take it easy. Is it at these hard times you want to recapitalize the industry and make life harder? Yes, recapitalize, but not with large gap. The variance should not be too much, because you need to recapitalize so that companies will be solidly based to address financial issues and risk issues that we have in the country today. I studied religion for my A-levels in school. I did divinity. It's not just reading Bible. The interpretation, the history, the analogy, all of that I did. And it has helped to shape me for life. It has molded my conscience to a large extent. What I see in religion today, if I go back to the way I have studied religion, I will say I'm worried. The way we have churches established in this country now, I'm talking of my experience in Lagos State. On the street you can find 6-8 churches, but there is no school. Education is key. Religion molds the character, the moral values about life. I'm not saying they are all totally condemned, but I think there should be more conferences and seminars to appeal to their conscience. It's one God. And in Lagos, the families, both Christian and Muslims, and the third religion, which is the native religion, we all interact and live together. And usually you find out that all of them talking about this God. I am a Christian. I talk about my God. And I don't denounce anyone in any other religion that faithfully talk about their God. And I don't allow that to affect a lot of decisions that I have to make, and didn't affect a lot of decisions that I had made. The expectation is too high. We are still a developing country. The awareness of covering up your risk is not too much there. In terms of life insurance, in terms of property, people are not still there. People don't cover themselves well enough. They take unnecessary risk. I'm glad Lagos State Governor is saying everybody must have a health insurance now. That, again, will expand the scope of the insurance business. In insurance, there are so many seminars, there are so many conferences that are being put up there now, where the ability to educate the masses, and even the high-ups one, to please insure yourself. And when I say yourself, your life, your property, your children, and see how far it goes. It is important. And you know, in this era of insecurity, it is highly important. Just make sure you insure yourself. And with what the governor had proposed now, definitely Governor Sanwo-Olu did well. Health insurance is key. Health is wealth. First and foremost, inflation all over the world has gone haywire. So it's not peculiar to Nigeria alone. Those who live in the Western world, they're crying hula baloo about the price of petrol, the price of even eggs. So it's not just Nigeria. Let us wake up and see that we're in a global world and everything is intertwined. The issue of the central bank now trying to manage inflation, these are not easy times all over the world. They're not easy times. And when I say we are a developing country, we are still trying very hard. I don't want to say it's sad. it depends on the environment. You know, you can't just bring UAE here into Nigeria. The environment here from inception has not delved too much on tourism. The tourism is just go on holiday and go back. The beaches are there. And even from 99, they are trying to redevelop along the beach so that tourist activities can happen. And I'm sure they're still on it. You need tourist attraction where you have every aspect of life when tourists come over. But with the problem of infrastructure that we have in the country, you can't do much tourism for now. It wasn't easy, but as I said, once you try to be a bit methodological about it, then you get by. Because from the days I came back from England, starting a family, working in large corporations, it just ensured that the home front solidly settled. And it wasn't that easy, because you know that I'm talking of almost 40 years back. To be able to excel amidst men, you probably have to do 2 times, 3 times more than them. I'm lucky I have a husband who accepts me being what I am. Because if you have a partner that does not appreciate your ambition and your dream, he will not support you. But I have the support of my husband, and we are able to keep the home together. Make sure that his food is given. Make sure the kids are well looked after. Make sure the husband is well looked after at all times, and don't grudge. I try to give myself to people in terms of needs. I try to recognize people's needs, and at the moment of that need, I try to help. And it's a legacy I try to sound to my kids at all times. Recognize needs at that point and do it. Because at the point that you recognize it, if you don't offer the assistance, it may not be meaningful again. But if at the time that a need arises and you can do it, promptly do it. And I cannot manage people who are not sincere. I cannot. And that is the only thing that bothers me about life. And once I find out that they are not one way, I make my U-turn and I don't go back again. And that's one thing I have learned, I have seen, and I'm trying to learn from Mr. President Bola Tinubu. The way he can switch from being so hot and then swim as if nothing happened and carry on. That is tough for me. And I hope I'll be able to, within the space remaining, I'll be able to copy that. At the same time, I like hardworking. I recognize people who are hardworking, who are intelligent, and I recognize people who are hardworking and need to be helped in terms of training to be a better person. And I like fun. Now let me start with that girl child. That girl child is not so common again. At least most female children are educated now. Outside Lagos, girl child is a big reference. Yeah, I think everybody should be given equal chance to make a life, and a life worth living and contented with. Because if you don't have enough drive and motivation, then life becomes static and you just wear it out and go. But I believe that for women, don't let the men scare you off. You are equally hardworking and intelligent. Expose yourself, but don't mess yourself around. Don't get corrupt. Do unto others as you want others to do unto you. And there's one good prayer. Everybody that knows me, and I always say, my God is a just God. His judgment is always fair. So whoever hurts you, attacks you, leave them to God. He's a fair God. The judgment of God will come. Just move on and pray that in your lifetime, that judgment comes up. My favorite food, I like eba and ewedu. I'm an expert in cooking. I love cooking, and I tell you, I can challenge anybody to come and compete with me. On that level, I score a good card. But I love fresh fish, with ewedu and eba. I'm not too much of an amala fan, and my favorite color is green. Or it's green, but with that green, I love bright colors. Even jewelry, it has to be bright for me, but still worn in a conservative way. As loud as whatever I pick may be, I still give it a conservative umbrella. I love to dance. I'm a good dancer. I love to socialize. I'm a good mixer, but highly disciplined.
In 1957, just a greenhorn, leaving school and looking for a job, going into broadcasting was something that I dreamt of. But that's only meant going into radio, because my old school, Holy Child College, still on the same site in Obalende, 2 streets away from the old NBC. I still can't forgive whoever changed the name to something else that is being called now FRCN. Because if the BBC remains BBC 100 years after the founding fathers, dreamt of starting television, radio from, all the war years, learning a bit from America. It all started from America. Because we were taught about all this. Every time they took us from school to take part in, school's debates on radio, we just walked across. It's all in Obalende and Ikoyi, Balende/Ikoyi. So I dreamt of doing something along the line. And then one of my teachers left us high and dry, went to be a news reader on radio. Marie Tabio, who later became Mrs. Irikefe. Then we had people like Tom Adedoyin and Souq. We used to listen to them on radio on the old, you wouldn't know anything about that now, the rediffusion. It was just, you know, a little box in your home, and everybody looked forward to either listening to the 7 o'clock news in the morning or 6 o'clock or 7 in the evening. So that was all really all I had to do with broadcasting. And who was going to take me there was another matter altogether. Who would take you, little 16, 17-year-old girl, into broadcasting? But one had been bitten by the bug then. So, and only God knows where whatever dream you had was going to lead to. We read poetry, we did radio show, stage shows in school. Catholic schools were very good for that. And my old school, just celebrating 150 years of its existence, just down the road from here on Broad Street. The nuns, they were all white nuns. No Nigerian nuns at the time that we were growing up. So all the dream they had, this kind of dream that we have now, going to England, but they were coming here to teach us. So I had learnt a lot of poetry, I had taken part in Festival of Arts, and I had gone to, the biggest hall we had then was at King's College, which is also down the road. Means of transportation was your SS foot. No BRT, no bicycles or whatever. So we did it all just walking around and learning from our teachers. And of course, our mentors were the nuns, like I said. So in my wildest dream, there was no way that I was thinking of going into anything like broadcasting. That is going back to answer your question. But they had a lot of plans for the girl child. And not along the religious lines now. But actually, they came to actually engender this whole idea of pushing the girl child forward. And not just me, a lot of us. People like Mrs. Francesca Emanuel, they also went through the whole gamut of all this dream that I'm talking about. Television itself was brand new in the world. I have to talk about radio because that was what I knew as a child. But television, when it started, we didn't even know. Maybe in America, and then it went to Australia, and then to France. No. France came after Nigeria. You wouldn't believe that, would you? That we were number 6. America, Britain, Germany, Australia, one other country, and coming now home to Nigeria, where you cannot help but give a lot of credit to the dreams of people like the late Chief Obafemi Awolowo and one of his ministers then, Chief Anthony Enahoro. So that's how I believe this whole package was placed on their laps and sold to Nigeria, to the Western Nigeria government. On the radar were lots of other people like me who had dreams about becoming Miss Nigeria. So maybe that will now give you a little background about how I took part in the Miss Nigeria pageant, Western Nigeria, and I became Miss Western Nigeria. Somebody must have fine-tuned some little knots somewhere and said, okay, you probably might be able to deliver. Because you are being interviewed when you go before the panel of judges. And somebody must have said, okay, that's a good material, you can come and take part in this. Before then, we had other people Anike Agbaje Williams, Poliola Sokwe, who were working on radio. My dream was to work in radio, but then I missed that. And I was nursing, that dream of still going to radio. Never knew what television was all about. So maybe that answers your question. I'm not sure. But I took part in the Miss Western Nigeria pageant and I won. Took part in the Miss Nigeria contest and came second. So that meant that I didn't win. And if one of the, maybe the prize was to go on TV, it wasn't even there. It wasn't written into the, program that whoever did this, but the person was going to go to England. And so Helena Yemeluna, who won that contest, went to London and fulfilled her own dream. But I was still biting my nails, waiting for when I'll be able to get a job. There were other things that girls could do. You could be a nurse, you could be a teacher, you could be an assistant, a dental assistant. All those were things that young ladies, can, fulfill their dreams along those lines. They're still there. You still have young ladies. Mrs. Muritala Mohammed, the first time I met her, she was a dental assistant. Little did we know that her husband was going to be the head of state and she would be first. So you see, lots of things were there for the young girl who wanted to learn, who had the talent, and who wanted to perform, and who wanted to work hard. But now I don't know if girls want to work hard. All they want is, the table to be set, and then they come and, partake of whatever is there. It wasn't too difficult at the time that I was picked as one of the people to come and appear on WNTV. The audition was actually carried out before my time. I got involved in so many other things, trying to get a job, something to secure, something, to alleviate poverty. There was not too much poverty in Nigeria at the time because people could still eke a living for themselves and, get by in society. But I was lucky that I had an aunt who was a nurse in the hospital in Ibadan, UCH in Ibadan. And she was married to an Englishman, and the man's friend happened to have been the man, Mr. Mathers, who was brought as one of the technical partners to WNTV. So we met at a dinner party, and just as you and I are chatting, I was only 18 plus. I was 17 when I took part in the pageant. But by this time I was growing up, and I thought I was a big girl. So I opened my mouth and I said a few things. And the man looked at me and said, "How come you are not speaking with a Nigerian accent?" And I didn't know what he meant because we were taught at St. Mary's to deliver whatever lines we were given to deliver. The Festival of Arts, I came second after an English boy from Corona School. And I was given a beating for coming second. Not because I didn't perform well, but because I forgot to curtsy. And one of the judges, I think, who was then Mrs. Abayomi, Lady Abayomi, said that I delivered my lines very well. If I were the Lord of Tartary, I would do this and that and the other. So I came second. And when I got back to the school, the nun, Sister Marieta, said, "You were not paying attention." So whatever you do in life, you have to be consistent. You have to perform well. The way we're trying to do now, the way we're trying to project your voice and whatever it is you have to offer with a lot of humility, not trying to show off or to project your own image, or whatever message you have to deliver, you have to make sure that it is well delivered. The following year, St. Mary's Convent School, which is my old school, which is 150 years old in existence, went to the same King's College Hall, and we beat a lot of secondary schools. We came first. Pied Piper of Hamelin. Have you ever heard of that poet? Pied Piper of Hamelin was about someone who wanted to get rid of all the rats in Europe. And all he did was to play the pipe. So that is what we were more or less doing. That's what you and I have done. Being a Pied Piper, trying to get off all the ills in society. That's the main job of a broadcaster. There's so many things happening in the country, and it's only TV and radio that binds the country together. If the country falls apart tomorrow, we will rely on someone from radio or from television to make the announcement, to introduce the head of state who has just won the election or the one who has just taken over. It's a huge responsibility. At that age, at 19, we had to introduce people like Chief Obafemi Awolowo on TV. We had to introduce people like Akintola, Oladoke Akintola, as the premier. And when everything broke down and it all went into smithereens, they brought in Chief Majekodumi as the administrator of the Western region. All this happening before our eyes. There were no other stations in the country except WNTV. And we were there, so we learned quite a lot. In fact, I believe that the whole country revolves around broadcasting. And if you are part of that organization, how would you feel at my age, at 80-something? As young people, perhaps you don't know all this history that I'm telling you about. It's a long, long story. But when you sit down, you have to put it all into perspective. You see that, well, some people are actually meant to be in different positions. Some people are meant to be doctors. Some people are meant to be nurses. For those of us that are in broadcasting, it's a huge responsibility. It's a passion. Sometimes you don't even know how you got there in the first place. Or somebody may have discovered you. It's like being in Hollywood in those days. Someone has to develop, so you have the talent, the latent talent, and then somebody will discover you. So that's how I was discovered by Mr. Mathers at a dinner. I was put in that place because I had won the Miss Western Nigeria contest. If I hadn't done that, I probably would be somewhere in the kitchen washing plates, washing all the dishes. So there you are, if that answers your question. Well, there's no one that actually picks someone and puts you plonk without, I mean, of course, if you don't have any experience on the job, you have no business being there in the first place. But if I had taken part in Pied Piper of Hamelin Towns in Brunswick, I was only 13. By famous Hanover City, I was speaking like an English person. When I was only a Nigerian, little girl being nurtured, by my mother, who was a seamstress. How would you ever get there? But you already have that background, that solid background on the rock, as it were. So, by the time I was ready to go on TV, I had learned from all the other, people that I mentioned their names earlier, like Anike Agbaje Williams. And I wouldn't say it was easy, because you always have that, butterfly fluttering in front of the camera or wherever. I think I took to television like I was meant to be there. With all humility. If I had been groomed by all these nuns that I have mentioned their names, they came to Nigeria to serve the people. They were not earning salaries, To become a nun, you have to take the oath of obedience, chastity, poverty, and all that. So you're not earning a salary. But whoever is there now is thinking of how much money he's going to get from whatever take comes from here, there, and yonder. So they taught us well. And nobody said you're going to go and appear on TV or you're going to be on radio. but just do what you're meant to do properly. It's a lot of sense of responsibility and diligence. And that stands at the back of your mind. That goes everywhere with you, wherever you go in life. Even when I was nursing a sick child, my late son was a sick child. And I was meant to take part in Verdict 79 with my colleagues Kerry Ahmed and Adamu Aogi. They all came with me to the hospital, which is just next door here. And then we came back and mounted the podium and continued our business as if nothing was happening. He didn't die at the time, of course, but the job must go on. That is always there at the back of your mind. So my first night, I wouldn't say that I didn't have any jitters, that I was not nervous. But I was able to deliver, and I think that was the staying power. That was what kept me going, because other people came on board. I was not the only one. All the members of the board had their own, little nephews and nieces that they wanted to project on TV. They all came and they couldn't make it. But Anike and I kept going. And if you gave me a script now, I think I would try and... We didn't have too many, teleprompters. Well, I was very good at, I had a photographic memory. So I was able to get hold of the script, and in less than 60 seconds, I'll be able to deliver it straight to the camera. That was one of the assets that I had also, which was God's gift. It's not by own might or whatever you think you have. You have the talent, of course, but also there has to be some other little bits of gifts that will help you to project the image of a professional. A lot of controversy. There is hardly any TV, radio, movie personality that can scale through that without any, because people are watching, people are trying to find their own little, bits of criticism here, there, and yonder. You can't be a goodie, 2 shoots without, any, how shall I say it, problem here, there, and yonder. So everybody has their own way of looking at people. People say, well, what has she got to do? She went to take part in Miss Western Nigeria the other day. So what's the big deal about her? And then somebody will still add their own salt and pepper here and there. But I was lucky that I was being nurtured by someone like G.O.S. Benson, who was then our Minister for Information. And he felt that, everything should not stop here. There were things happening in America. He made sure that my name was there. I was at the inauguration of President Johnson, Lyndon Johnson. And we commanded a lot of attention there, myself and my colleague who came from Lagos, the station in Lagos. And for the president to notice that there were 2 black people sitting behind him at his inaugural ball, I think it was very overwhelming for me, because not many black people had invitation to that event. But Charity Adadevo and I were there, and he stood up and shook our hands where we were sitting, behind 3 rows behind the president. Then Kennedy had died, and we were still nothing, we were still feeling very hot about, the loss of Kennedy. And here was the new president coming up. We were not particularly keen on being welcomed by him. But then, things like that happen to you, and it makes headline news. 2 black people, they didn't even say Nigerians. They thought we were from Ghana because some journalists came around and said, "How is your man Nkrumah?" And we said, "No, our own Prime Minister is Tafawa Balewa." They never heard of him then. But then they had to go and carry out their own study and find out who Tafawa Balewa was. And of course, the whole country was very proud of us that we went to actually stole the show at the inauguration of President Lyndon Johnson. So many other things happened. When I came to London, the British Information Office, they were trying to look for someone to host their program. That has happened to be around, so they picked me to host their program. But you don't ad-lib on any of those stations. Everything is written out. The questions, even your answer will be written. You can change it around a little bit, but to make sure that you said the right thing at the right time. So that was how we were able to gain attention. German television also invited us because they were interested in Nigeria. See how the German Chancellor came to Nigeria. That was what happened at the time. In 1963, we had just become a republic then, from being an independent station in 1960. By 1963, we then became a republic. And we were chosen to go and appear on German television in Berlin. And they wanted a little bit of culture. So Benson had his own band. So we were chosen to go and represent Nigeria then. Nobody knew who the ambassador was, but they wanted to know who was presenting something on TV. So that's how important television has been. And that, in fact, we were the first television in the whole of Africa. The very first station, WNTV, that was a call signal. WNTV, first in Africa. There's nothing like that now. Nobody wants to know whether you are first or second. But the station that is being run in Nigeria, I think, has the largest number of stations than any other country in Africa. We have about 21 stations, and now it's still counting. And yours is coming on board, and so many others. I think next to America, Nigeria should have been the best country for television broadcasting in the whole world. There's not so many countries in the world that has as many stations as Nigeria. We only have to put our heads together. We only have to find joy in whatever we're doing. Sometimes when it's raining, people say, "Oh, it's raining," and they feel very bad about the rain. But if you look closely, behind that rain, there will be sunshine, there will be something else coming on. You see some silver clouds coming during the rain, but Nigerians don't have the patience to wait for that kind of thing. That's what television teaches you. If you're in the studio, you don't know what's happening outside. You just get on with the job. That's what we were taught. We were taught not by Nigerians. Even when we started, we couldn't go on air and ad-lib. There was always someone there, Mr. Blackledge, to write the script. And if you can commit that to memory and deliver it, you're home and dry. It's not everyone that has a gift, not everyone that has a talent. It's God-given. And if you listen as a child at 17, 18, 19, at my own age, I learned from school, and I was able to impart this into the job. So within a few months, we got double promotion, all of us, because we were doing very well. Anike Agbadi was excellent. Olasope was superb. And so many other people reading the news. We were the first female to read the news. Women were not allowed to read the news. Nigeria started it. BBC wouldn't allow a woman to pick up a script and read the news. But we were already there. So that's how we were able to gain this global attention that you mentioned. It's not easy. not easy. Like I said, when we were taught by, not by Nigerians. But somebody came along the line and said, we don't have to speak like English people. You can just carry on and use your own parochial background. If you are a Robo man, you can speak English the way you like. That was his own idea. Because he didn't believe in us doing all this la-di-da and trying to, say things the proper way. But that watered down the standards a bit. Because then everybody, maybe he had a relation who wanted to appear on TV and he wasn't allowed to because he couldn't speak like Ikenanda Goba or Bojalalade and things like that, or Friday Fude or Mike Nahuru. So somebody must have gone to him and said, because he doesn't speak like any of those people who were taught by, foreign teachers, people who had learned, people who knew what a DJ, we had a Bible then, that you had to pronounce your words correctly. So he came and said, now that I'm DG, I'm not going to tolerate all this, your English way of speaking. And some other people, of course, that watered down the standards. That's not our making. We were still ready to continue the way we were doing, but then they pushed us to the background. But there were others who were able to perform well. Ruth Benamesia, Opia, Siene Oweber, and of course Bimbo Oloyede, who was born in England. If you already employed those people to deliver the goods and to present your programs, you're not going to sack all of them because they speak with English accent. I don't see how that can be an offense. You cannot be, guilty of speaking English well, like the English people. But they then brought out other people. And you had the head of presentation. I became head of the presentation after I came under Guba. And you're trying to prepare your roster. You wanted to put such people online to read the network news. They say, okay, bring somebody who can speak like the Radije Didu and do a little bit of Ewe on the side. It's part of our culture. So that is what is happening to TV broadcasting in Nigeria. It's all very interesting. So, this cultural milieu and bringing, a touch of Nigeria. Nigeria is doing well. That aspect in the music world, I think we're leading. Some of us who grew up on Handel's Messiah and Mozart, we have to sort of put our hands behind our back now and watch, all the way things have turned around. And Nigerian music is doing well. Afrobeat is reigning everywhere in the world. So really you can't find faults with that. So when they watch a bit of Fela and his children and all his grandchildren doing well, then listen to the channels on TV, you have to take what you get from there as well. If somebody can wake up one day and say, why should your station be called the Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation? I say it should now be Federal Radio Corporation of Nigeria. Tongue twisting. It takes a long time to come to terms with. If everyone wake up in the morning and say, this is Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation, you have the call signal. Da 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 da. This is the Nigerian Broadcasting whatever. How are you going to put that, into context with the new one? First of all, when you wake up, you don't know whether you are even coming out from the right side of your bed or not. You're going to have to face your audience and say, we are no more the Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation. We are now Federal whatever, which you don't even know where the man who came up with the idea. Didn't even consult you, didn't even put it to test. If the British corporation, they are going to change from BBC after 100 years, they will ask the whole nation, they will say, where are we going to take this from? They will ask everybody, they will do a census, they will do all kinds of things, carry out all kinds of tests to see whether people will accept it from them. No. Nigerians are very hard and cut and dry. This is the way I want it. I'm the head of state, so I can change everything now, and all of you can start marching forward and march back again. Soldier go, soldier come. I think Fela would have been a good head of state for Nigeria, because he would have got some people marching the right way. So, I think that is what has happened to this country. But we will still settle down. The soldiers that have been marching since, they will do attention one day. And then we'll be able to sort ourselves out gradually. I think we're going through the right process now. People are beginning to find their own feet. If things go around, price of goods go up, Nigerians will find a way to come to terms with that. When we were growing up, everything was done. We won't say according to the colonial rules and regulations, but at least there were standards that were set down for you and things that you had to toe the line. This is the proper way to do things. But if somebody says, no, let's turn around and turn it upside down. First stack. It's the only thing that has moved to the whole world from Nigeria, that shook the whole world, that brought everybody attention to see what Africa has to offer the whole world. It happened here on this soil in Nigeria. I was a member of the ceremonial committee. I remember the opening ceremony. There were about 15 heads of state. We've never had anything like that since then. That is what we should ask ourselves. Every head of state that takes over from Nigeria should find out again. It's not from broadcasting that you can get the answer. You can get the answer from technocrats who had worked in all those areas. What happened? How come it couldn't happen again? It's like Armageddon. Every country was represented. Every culture was represented. Miriam Akiva was watching us and called us at the station one day and said, even from the way we linked programs, they couldn't expect that it could be happening in Nigeria. We received phone calls. People were sending us bottles of champagne on the air. The links. Bimbo Oloyede was there with me. I was at the opening ceremony. I was yanked from there to come back to the station. From, interacting with the head of state or with our head of state at the time, to come and man the station, because what was phenomenal. How come we've not been able to do it? 77 years, how long ago was that? I was only 37 years old then. I'm going on 90 now. It hasn't happened again. We should examine that. Even the head of state that was there is still alive. Let us ask him again. Let us put him down and say, Oga, please explain to us what happened. Some people came up with a theory that the symbol that was used was fetish, that is what has happened and Nigeria has turned upside down. If that is acceptable, it may be superstitious in your eyes, but let us find out. Let's not call the Babalawo. Is it bad that it is a Nigerian that carved this image? And it is making news outside the world. Now you say, no, it is not good that Nigeria should be able to project an image that would attract the whole world, something that will bring everybody on their knees. After the first attack, we were still recovering, just batting in the glory of first attack. What's this? artist, the blind one, who was not part of it, who didn't believe in it, came and had his own first act all on his own from America. Stevie Wonder, he came with his own team. We had to mount all the cameras back in the studio for him. He had his own 7-day festival here in Nigeria. What prompted him to do that? Other people came. They wanted to know what was happening in Nigeria. What has happened? We couldn't have another festival since then.
What do you think went wrong?
Nothing went wrong. Everything went so well that people wanted to destroy our own Nigerian people, wanted to destroy the glory that's this whole thing that's emanated from it. It hit the whole world. People are asking, when you go to Britain, you say, what happened? Why aren't you having? I had a friend who was head of the, he was from the British Guyana, a black guy. He was friends with everybody. He knew all Nigerians. He said, what happened? Why are you going to have another festa? Professor Ian Hall, he keeps asking me. Even if we can't have it because it was very expensive anyway, Nigeria had all the money. Even though we had a coup after, it was first of all the brainchild of Gawan. And then Muritala came on board. Muritala was killed, but in spite of that, they couldn't kill that dream of having a festac in Nigeria. If we are able to bring out all those programs again, I think we'll be able to answer those questions. I'm still alive. There are a lot of people who will still want to know the answer to that. It's a very, very brilliant question that you have asked. I think if it was another country, we'll set up an inquiry and say, what happened? Can we resuscitate this whole dream? Some of the tapes that we had then in WNTV, some people put them in one place and set fire to them because they felt maybe somebody in their religious organization said, you are the one projecting all these things, so Nigerians are bringing idols around. Who gave them the idea to make the idol? It's God now. It's from God. Whatever thing you were able to put together. The Bible was put together because God loved the world so much and He wanted us to learn about, things that had gone out from the time of Adam and Eve. God loved the whole world and created Muhammad and said, put people together and let them say Allah Akbar every day, morning, noon, night. God created so many wonderful things for us, so many images that we can imbibe from, so many things that we can learn from. People want to come and learn about our country. Instead, we say, we want our sculptures back. What are you going to do with them? You don't have a museum where you're going to put them to make them thrive and people come here to Nigeria. It's a good idea for them to come, but if they learn about your country, what your people have done over the past 2,000 years. 2,000 years of Nigeria image was put together by the BBC. Nigeria went and tore it up in shreds. He tore it up. He said, what are you doing with that? What you call bad belly. I don't know if anybody sang a song with that title. If we maybe start from there and say, what do you do with your own bad belly? Some people, National Stadium. There is no theatre in England, in London, that I know that have gone to watch plays and things that have not been in existence for over 500 years. So many studios. We have one big one, the dream of Nigerians. And now we want to go and do banking there. We want to go and do trade. It's supposed to be for culture, for our own culture. Lagos State will be dragging federal government by the neck and say, no, we own the theatre now. And we want somebody to come and do something there. If we can only put all these things behind us, the evil that people have done in the past, people like Julius Caesar, when they were writing all those, when Shakespeare was writing all those things like that have happened in the past. We should examine them. get people like Wole Soyinka to sit down and rewrite the whole history again. If they ask me questions like you're asking me now, I will be there to answer. Because I saw it all unfold before my eyes. The image of Nigeria will come tops. All the stations in Nigeria should get involved and do stories on this question that you've asked me. A very salient question, and I love it so much. That might be able to revive the image of this country and let us know where we are heading, in what direction, and bring us back to really the point of salvation. Well, I haven't seen it. I must have mentioned it somewhere. I think on one of the channels when they was trying to build the scandal around it, and I said, and I tried to put the record straight. That wasn't really what happened, and that's it was from, I think it was from a book that was written by one of the wives that said that I was party to his breakdown of their marriage. And I was trying to put the record straight that that wasn't really the true picture. I have due respect. I have to, bow wherever I come in the presence of a president of this nation, past, present, or even present, yes. I hope I'll still be around when we have others coming on board. But I was taken aback that the head of state asked me a question that, because in the past, we were in the studios when the head of state came, and we were given scripts. If there had been, there had been several coups, and it's always the presenter or the station like that, the managers that take the brunt of the whole, the issue when things like that happen. You don't know who is coming. You don't know how many jeeps are going to be coming in. You don't know how many, what you call that, all those heavy equipment that they drive in as they are coming into the studio. You don't know where they are going to shoot the station down. Nobody knows that. It's only the people who have worked during that period that can relay those experiences. Sometimes you're at work in the morning, by the time you come back in the afternoon, the government has changed. And if you haven't got maybe your ID card, you won't be allowed into the station, or somebody can throw you in or into jail. So all this had happened in the past. Nobody has told any of these stories. People like Segun Olusola or Dr. Kolade. Somebody might come and say, so has happened. I was driving my former husband to work in the morning. I dropped him at the station. By the time I reached home, there had been a coup. Murtala had been killed. And they were under siege, the whole station. Just imagine that kind of scenario. Things like that had happened in the past. But Nigerians don't have that sense of history that wants to sit down and say, well, we want to ensure that it doesn't happen again. Of course, we'll pray that it doesn't happen again. And you wake up in the morning and somebody is announcing something else, different from what you have. A colleague of ours had been, pushed into something that he wasn't aware of. Those are kind of situations that have happened in the past. But this one, we were all dressed in ceremonial costume and trying to, I was the only one that was asked to stay in the presidential, what do you call it, special area that is demarcated for head of states on issues like that. And all of a sudden, the president is following me all about. And I said, this is getting too close for comfort. And I said, what's your name again? I said, my name is Julie Coker. I was trying to play innocent, that I didn't know what was happening. He said, hey, how much did this your dress cost? Can't happen. Sorry, sir. I don't think I'm the proper person to answer that question, sir. Yeah, you don't have answer. It's a bit unprofessional. I mean, not in the profession per se that we mean, but I wasn't prepared for that kind of thing. So I must have given a rude answer to that. And then, before I knew it, Adel Lanwa, who was then the head of Navy, came to me and said, you have been very rude to the president. The president said, he asked you a question and you couldn't answer. I said, good morning, Mr. President, sir. Because when we introduce them on TV, that's how we introduce them. We're now going to be addressed by a new head of state, Mr. So, sir. And I said he should go and ask the president of Souq. I'm sure he has a record of what the question is asking me can be answered, better answered by the president of Souq. If he finds that unbearable or rude, then either that one is not doing his work well or I'm not doing my work well and I don't belong here. But I carried on regardless. Shortly after that, another top army officer, Joseph Garuba, that one was the tallest man next to Hufwe Bonye or the one from Mali. And he said, Julie, I know you can be rude at times. I said, not on this occasion. This is a wonderful occasion for the whole nation. And I'm trying to be my best behavior. And he said, the president said, I'm being very rude to him. He said, I know you, maybe you can say things. And I said, no, I never. He asked how much the dress cost. And I don't think I have an answer, which may contradict what will be on record if you really examine it thoroughly. I was getting very nervous at the time. So I dropped everything and disappeared from the scene, and I never went back again. But the thing reverberated right down to all the committees and members. My late auntie, what's her name? Kentebe, which was a lady, commodore of the Navy. She said, Julie, I think she heard that she was going to be sacked that day because the naval officer sent to her and said, you are the one that did this. And I said, can never, God forbid, can never reach me because I'm not in the forces. I'm doing my own job here as a professional broadcaster. Well, I think it has reached a stage now where whatever you say might be taken against you because there are so many people going to court now and people sent to jail, but things were not as bad as they are now because some of the gory stories we hear and people being, penalized and sent to jail, I think it has reached an astronomical level that it's something that's actually, maybe it was there and people did not want to open the canker worms and let us see what is really happening. In my own case, it was a deliberate attempt on the part of an aunt of mine who felt that there's no child that should continue going to school at a certain age. And they were trying to arrange for me to get married to somebody. And it's a tradition of our people, in Delta, to find out whether the girl is still a virgin. Then they go and look for one old man. It's not this, the one that is happening is child abuse now. I don't know what to call that one. There are other cases too of children being sold into, prostitution and to apply this a trade that by some madams, which is not really acceptable. But there are other areas maybe some parents cannot pay for their children's school fees, so they send them, into child labor or whatever. I think every child should be given a chance to have, proper education. If Awolowo can start free and fair education to children, whether all genders, boys and girls, see what the results that have come out of that. But in some other parts of Nigeria, they believe that that it's not acceptable in their religion, and so they still keep the children down and send them into early marriage. And a lot of people have dealt, people like Dr. Simi Johnson, they were in the front of that vanguard to liberate the children who have been kept, into powder at age 13. And when they have children, they are not able, either they die, premature deaths from, being too early to go into pregnancies and have the children properly and things like those different stages. It's a very serious issue that actually I think has been well looked into, not by the United Nations or by, but Nigerian government itself should look at it more, more serious terms and try to find how to deal with it. But there's something that happened in some homes, which is now coming out now, which in the past, members of the family will not allow maybe a woman that is a victim. The child is a victim, but there are other, things that sort of trigger down the line, like a wife, for instance, who is watching her husband, trying to abuse children that are under their care. And the children definitely cannot, rise to the level that a child who is being abused at an early stage cannot continue with her education. So I have been involved in issues like that because I was affected as a 13-year-old when an aunt of mine felt that I should stop going to school. But I was rescued by another aunt. So I was lucky at the time. Not many people have been able to, get through all this kind of trauma. I was lucky that just at the time, the man was busy talking to some other people, and it's like somebody being kidnapped and another person coming to your rescue. So I was lucky at my own, to escape that unscathed and get on with my life. If I hadn't gone through, maybe I would have been having 13 children. It's good to have children so that the population will multiply. But then you have to make sure that the children are able to, get on with their education. And when you educate that child, you're able to look after other children. I've raised so many children in the process, because I was able to earn enough money to take care of members of my family. And that is what everybody should sort of, try and rise up to that challenge. Chief Folami Koka was the Babeto of Lagos. So, and I used to accompany him to the palace of Yekon. And someone then said, well, Yeto, why don't you let... He wanted his wife to be the Yeto, but she rejected it. She said she didn't want to because, she thought they were going to perform some fetish. This is really fetish. My brother now turned to me and said, Julie, do you want the title? I said, no, it's not for me to say, because I wasn't terribly keen. But he said he was going to carry out all the preparations. And I said, well, if you're going to do that, why not? And the late Oba Adeyinka Oyeko graciously offered me the title. I accepted and went through the ceremony. So I've been a year two of Lagos now for getting on 40-something years. We only have one majesty in England, and that is one of the oldest institutions in the world. Some other countries are getting rid of their heads of their traditional rulers. France doesn't have one, for instance. There are some countries in Europe, I think in Finland, that still have, kings and queens and all that. But Nigeria, every little village, every doorstep has one title. This is the palace of the so. It wasn't like that in our own time. You had only one Oba in Lagos. Now you have so many. You have several Obas. This one claiming this and that. Etiosa, whatever. After a while, there's going to be a clash. Maybe not in our own time. So if they're playing traditional roles, somebody will lay claim to some title that belongs to somebody else and another one. There's no end to it. So let them stay the way they are now. If they want to multiply, that has nothing to do with me because we don't have any say in that. It's not, because you can say now that this station is trying to sell this idea to be propagating an idea that should not be. I don't think anyone should play any constitutional role. If each one has its own, in the states, at the state level, they take it, I think it's rotated. After a while, one steps down, another one takes over at that level. If they want to go and attend the meeting at the House of Assembly, that's up to them. But at the federal level, I think, no. No. I don't approve of it at all. Because then you will have some woman coming on and saying that he's the one that is entitled to the title. It's not, I don't know whether any African country actually accepted that sort of thing. So Nigeria shouldn't start. Nigeria at certain points in any of these things. Once Nigeria starts, other people will start. And before you know it, the whole thing will skyrocket and another war starts. We have enough problem on our hands as it were now. No, we are lagging behind. It's such a terrible shame that we only have about 4 women in the Senate. It's ridiculous. We seem to be dancing backwards. In that regard, I think we're falling short. Totally. There was a time when there were more. There doesn't have to be more women in the Senate. I think there should be maybe 50%. Not even 30-something affirmative, whatever that they're going to Beijing to talk about. There should be more. There should be more women participating in politics. I don't know whether it's because. No. I don't want. I just believe that we should have more women in politics. Because women are more sensible. Women are glamorous, they come out looking beautiful, but their contribution to national issues, I think, more. Look at a man who went to beat up somebody in the hospital, and he says he's a hero. Hero of where? That kind of man should not be allowed to even come and address the press. Maybe the press find it funny, humorous to feature somebody like that. There's no woman that will come on TV and speak like that. If you examine every single one of the men, they all have different issues. Some of them have issues about wives and men and things that they have been doing, or they are corrupt and they have been taking money, dipping their hands into different coffers. No woman would do that. I think women are more serious-minded, and they address issues the way they should be addressed. And they will take more care of issues that affect the nation, child issues, health issues. The men don't even care about health issues. They don't even want to know what's happening. The men even wear bigger agbadas than when they are going to the house, first of all, they should cut down on the amount of clothing that some of them wear. They spend more time thinking of their image, how they're going to appear. Since television has now gone into the chambers, you find that they spend more time, on things like that. And it's ridiculous. We watch other countries, the way their parliamentary issues are being addressed. We're not learning anything from that. We shouldn't be learning from them. They should be coming to learn from us if we're doing the things we're supposed to be doing properly. But if women are really at the forefront of all this, I'm sure that they'll be able to calm all those hot issues that erupt sometimes in the houses. With worry, my mother. I was brought up as an Ichekiri child by my mother. I was taught to sing Ichekiri songs, to speak Ichekiri well, to address issues that affects the people of worry. My stepfather, who also brought had a hand in my upbringing, was an Ichekiri man. So I think that takes care of all those things. Well, I was brought up in Lagos, so I have this dual kind of nationality, and I knew my father came from Egba land, but I didn't have much to do with him. I only have connection with the family, like, Toye Koka, who was my uncle, who took care of me as well, but he was too busy doing other important things. But occasionally when they're having issues in the family, I'm invited like a stranger. But because I speak Yoruba very well, and I passed all my exams, and I used to do all my programs in Yoruba in Ibadan in those days on radio, WNBS. So I can still hold my head high in that regard. I think I function very well. It's like the King of England. He sometimes goes home to his Greek family. When, Prince Charles, when he was prince, he used to go on holidays with his family from the Greek side. And in fact, it looks like some of them sometimes when they are together. So yeah, I think it's allowed. Well, one of the first one, my 40 years in TV, which is actually showcasing all the my life in broadcasting from the early stages, which actually should have answered some of the questions, was a textbook in Kenya for many years, because the minister came to Nigeria, and my DG then, Mohammed Ibrahim, had a whole box full of the books, and he gave them to the minister. And when the minister got there, he requested for more copies of the book. I never got paid for it, but I was delighted that they found the book so interesting. So maybe I'll get someone to serialize the book on TV sometime. We tried to do it some years ago, because I cannot be telling the stories all over again. This is about maybe another 30 years story. Again, we've done another sort of edition, My Life in the Limelight, which is the latest one. So if you have time, if you create space, you might be able to tell the stories and take it stage by stage. That's why I sell the book, and also, we get some media attention from sponsors and get things going. The sky will be the limit then. Well, eat well, eat the right food, type of food, eat Ichekiri pepper soup, or anybody else who's cooking pepper soup now, because then you don't have too much oil. I think that damages certain things in the tissues. And if you want to avoid having cancer, there's nobody in my family that has ever died of cancer because of the type of food we eat. So get someone, to prepare. There was a time when Itekuri food was being prepared in the museum, and people used to go there to collect the ingredients and the menu, and people live well. So people are eating Chinese food, which is good. It's healthy, and lots of vegetables. I recommend that for people. I'm not saying that very good health, but I still walk about on crutches. I don't know, my knees are not functioning very well. But still, if you say you paid me compliments, I accept it. Thank you very much indeed.
Known as the father of African literature, Chinua Achebe was born on the 16th of November 1930 in Ogidi, now Anambra State, eastern Nigeria. He was born to Isaiah Okafor Achebe, a teacher and an evangelist, and Janet Anenichi Ilegunam, a vegetable farmer. Achebe has reshaped the global understanding of African identity through the power of storytelling. Raised during the twilight of colonial rule, Achebe's education was steeped in both Igbo tradition and the Western values of post-colonial Christianity. As a student at the University of Ibadan, he became fiercely critical of how Africa was portrayed in Western literature. Achebe believed that Western literature often painted Africa as a dark and primitive continent, but he sought to tell the African people's lens. In 1958, Achebe's groundbreaking novel Things Fall Apart shattered colonial narratives through the tragic story of Okonkwo, an Igbo warrior. Achebe illuminated the complexities of African culture and the devastating effects of European colonization. Things Fall Apart became more than just a novel. It became a symbol of African resistance against the oppressive narratives of colonialism. Achebe was not just a writer. He was a passionate advocate for African self-determination, and his political activism made him a critical voice in the post-colonial era. Even after a life marked by personal and political struggles, including a car accident that left him partially paralyzed, Achebe continued to inspire. He taught at Bard College and later Brown University, where his influence reached new generations of writers and thinkers. He was married to Christiana Chinwe Okoli, and they had 4 children. Sadly, he died in March 2013 at the age of 82. Chinua Achebe's legacy endures in his novels, his essays, and in the countless voices of African writers who follow in his footsteps. He gave us a voice, a story, and a vision of Africa that is ours to share.
Okay, as you know, my name is Babatunde Jala Epega. I shortened it. That was part of my journey to Baba Jala Epega. I was born here in Lagos, just a stone throw away from here, in actually Lagos Hospital here. And I was expelled from school. I went to Corona Ikoyi at the age of 6. My teacher, who I found to be quite unjust at the time, made us all stand, and I remember this, even though it's like almost 45 years ago. But I remember standing outside Corona School in the heat with all the students in my class, because one boy had done something and no one owned up. So I found that quite unjust that all of us had to suffer. So I picked up a stone and I threw that stone at my headmistress's glass and it broke her window. She told my parents, and my parents weren't very happy, of course, but they realized that I wasn't meant to be in school like that here. So the teacher actually asked me to leave, and my parents took me to England. They said, take this child to England. We can't control this child here. He's a wild fellow. So as soon as I got to England, I went to Tunbridge Wells in Kent. I went to school there, and it was the most cold experience I've ever had in my life. I was 6.5 going to 7, and I went to boarding school at that age. And I think that woke me up in life straight away, that even in comfort, you still have steel. And by that I mean that everyone would think, oh, you are lucky, you went to England at 6, 7. Well, I was very young. I was put in a dormitory with children from England, from Japan, from Saudi Arabia. We were all very young. There was a lot of crying in the dormitory, 12 boys, 6 on each side. And the room was very cold. I remember the cold. But one other thing I got to learn was rugby. And through my life, rugby and learning to deal with my condition and environment has instilled a strength in me. And as we know in Nigeria, you have a lot of things that happen that are out of your control, but you have to find a way to evolve and adapt. And I think from the age of 6, 7, I was very lucky to have that. I went to the oldest school in the world called King's Canterbury, started by St. Augustine in 598 AD. This was the secondary school I went to. And my life seemed pretty, what they say, gold-leafed at the time. Everyone's like, you enjoy, you're in Nigeria, you're in London. I learned to speak Spanish. Unfortunately, I lost my Yoruba, but I'm trying to get that back. I learned to speak Spanish and French. But at the age of 17, my father had a stroke. And he was working too hard, obviously. And sadly, my mom and dad had split up by that time. So my whole life that seemed so rosy stopped because my father's business partners, all of them somehow took the business and it went away. And from that going away, we were left destitute. My dad was in a coma for 3 months, and my mother, who wasn't working, because my sisters and I have 2 lovely older sisters, Yewande and Gigi, we were still in school. So much so that my last year's school fees were not paid. But one of my uncles kindly paid for my school fees, and my mother had to go to work. She started her own business. She too was a journalist, Mrs. Ibiene Epega, but she started a chauffeur driving company and started using cars to drive people with her staff. So from that age where I thought a university was going to be given, I was left floating in the abyss because we didn't have financials. So for 1 year I had to work in a post office in London, and it was quite an eye-opener for me, but it didn't stop me from adapting. And again, adaptation helped me grow. So from being in a very wealthy family as a young man, coming to the age of 17 to become an adolescent, a grown-up, I realized that nothing is given. My father sadly was in a stroke, and when he had that stroke, he became semi-paralyzed. For another 30 years, he was semi-paralyzed. But my mother died quite soon after that time in a car crash on the road to Warri, because my Okrika side and Warri side is where my mom was from, even though my father was Ijebu. So my mother died at the age of when I was 21, which was 20 actually, when I was starting university. And my father was semi-paralyzed. So I became the father of the family, even though my sisters were older and far more intelligent than me. But being the man, I had to take control of a lot of things. And I think that's what really gave me the tenacity to understand that I really need to be someone who doesn't just walk in one field. I need to spread my risk. From my university, I did mathematical economics and Spanish. I was able to go to University, Queen Mary College, London University. And from there I finished. As I said, I worked again. So I worked before I went to uni, and then I worked afterwards. And for me, life is about collaboration, communication, and tenacity. And I think those were my first 21 years. There were less people in Lagos in those days. I won't lie. I grew up every summer and even Christmas when we could afford it. Back in my day, 1978-79, Naira was 0.8 to £1. So you can understand that people were very wealthy. I think in those days there was like 40 million people. It wasn't that much of it because my dad was an estate surveyor. So we used to go to Abuja a lot. And he was one of the surveyors that graded Abuja when it was being built during the late 70s, 80s with Obasanjo, and even before Murtala Mohammed. They were grading it. And Lagos, or should I say Abuja, was made the capital. And Abuja is a model city of Milton Keynes, which is a model city of Paris. Just like Brasilia in Brazil was changed from Rio de Janeiro as a capital. So for me, coming back to Lagos was a joy. I enjoyed it because I was young. We used to just walk, run the streets on our bicycles and cycling, just exploring. Everything was open. There weren't as many cars. It was no big apartments, and there weren't as many people. So I had a beautiful time. There were a lot of lizards on the ground, and we used to throw stones at them. But that was my own youth. We used to go to the beach a lot. Bar Beach was around. It's not around now. Sadly, my dad used to take me to Bar Beach to see the capital punishment killings of armed robbers, and even Dimka, who was one of the leaders of the coup d'etat against Murtala Mohammed. We saw him shot there. Saturdays was a big day, and NTA used to have a channel. I think they still have their studio there. So one of our aunties, Ms. Julie Coker, was there. So we saw a different side of Nigeria. We would go to Ibadan. We'll go to Ijebu, we'll go to Benin, we'll go to Port Harcourt by road. In those days, you could travel, and along the way, we go to Akure, you pick up mangoes, you pick up coconuts, my dad will pick up palm wine, all these things on the road that I don't know if you get it now because security is an issue. So for me, it was a romantic time. I think fashion, evolving through Nigeria, has started as a siloed industry. By that I mean every individual was doing their own thing, whether they were a seamstress, a tailor, a designer, a stitcher, they were doing their own thing. But we are realizing that with the 200 plus million people we have in Nigeria, you can't be an individual alone doing your own thing. So the evolution of fashion that I've seen in my own small way, as someone who's worked in the industry, is that there's more collaboration. The designers are looking for hire specialist artisans to help with their stitching, the styling, and the putting together of clothes and accessories. So I'm also seeing small grassroots shoots, very small at the moment, of the government playing a part in bringing together some kind of foundation so people can articulate their fashion designs to the world, because we have seen it in a lot of music. Obviously, Afrobeat is one of our biggest exports in this country. Obviously, there's oil and all the others, but I'm talking about within this entertainment, luxury, lifestyle industries. So we're trying to learn from that how private sector can play a part to enhance this fashion sector. So now we're seeing a lot of vibrant colors, a lot of styles. Men fashion is big. It's not just women's fashion. Men's grooming is massive. Hair and beauty as well. So men are taking care of ourselves more and more. And accessories. Accessories, I think, is fundamentally the quick fix of fashion, where we can enhance and create jobs and hyper growth in GDP by focusing on this. And this is where I implore the government with, working in mineral resources, our precious metals, semi-precious metals, help those industries to grow. There's a great lady, Janet Adeyemi, who works in Women in Business, and she is working within that. Let's help our fairer sex or the female gender to grow in business as well, because there's a fundamental knowledge that if half your population are women, as ours is roughly, or maybe 51%, 52%, you have to educate the women so they too can add to GDP. It's a simple economist theory. You can't leave them out of it because it's very important. And these industries in fashion are enhanced by women, and we need to push that forward. I think the banking system needs to be augmented, and I'm saying this from the government's perspective. The ease of doing business in Nigeria, as an investor myself, a foreign investor as well as being an indigent in Nigeria, the problem is not getting your money to Nigeria, it's getting your money out of Nigeria. Not that you want to suck all the money out of the country, but what can help is the floating exchange rates, the flow and liquidity of money that can come in and out of the country. A lot of investors are worried about how they get their money out of Nigeria. So I think our banking system, going back to the central bank, which they're working on, needs to be much more fluid. So people feel they can invest and take money out. But also, we need to articulate what is on offer. We need to start some kind of documentation of who is available to have investment with, where they can be found, because it's because we are quite an opaque economy, meaning that people can't see the end of where they're putting their money. Once we do that basis and open up the lights within which kind of businesses are available to be invested in, I think a lot of investors, domestic and international, will be more willing to put money to it. I think content creation for me has been an evolution. I started as an ex-banker, as I said. I used to trade futures and options in Barclays Bank. I was on the Life Exchange, trading bonds, and I found that wasn't my life. I wanted to be more closer to people. Some people can be bankers on the trading desk or trading floor, but not for me. So I started doing events. I was very lucky enough to show that I was quite adept at doing events. So a big company called Richemont, they owned Cartier, Dunhill, Hackett. They were part of British American Tobacco. They took me on to do their events. So I was doing a lot of polo matches, a lot of Christmas parties, a lot of brand activation events in England. So for me, I got a lot of content knowledge from that. Different styles, people, different countries. But in the last 10 years, I felt that helping companies like LinkedIn, Google, all kinds of big banks in Europe and America was not my remit. My business, EMC3, was going very strongly in America. But as a Nigerian man, I didn't feel love in America. I know that everyone says it's the land of opportunity, but being someone of my own African descent, I didn't like the mentality there. People are good, but the infrastructure is racist institutionally, as we know. So I felt I wanted to give something back to Nigeria. And with all the 20 years of, at that time, about 17 years of knowledge I'd gained from doing some of the best Grand Prix parties in the world, Formula One, around Monza, Silverstone, Abu Dhabi, I was doing a lot of events. I thought, let me take this back to Nigeria. I didn't have to come back to Nigeria. I wanted to. And I know with all our grievances with Nigeria, if you ask many Africans about Nigeria, they'll say, they look up to us. You guys, you have Chinua Achebe, you have Wole Soyinka, you have Fela Kuti. What's your problem? You have Chimamanda Adichie. What's your problem? So we have to take ownership and say, yeah, we do have all these people. We have Afrobeats, whether it's Burna Boy, Davido, the Venus Bushfires, all these different people that are exported. Let us look inside and say, wow, we do have a lot. So I wanted, as a content creator, to show Nigeria in all the different sectors that we do have a lot. And that's why with the marketing and communications company that I've started, my own company, I felt I could touch so many sectors. And finance, as I mentioned, I work with banks. Also government, Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission, a very great entity. I work in fashion, with brand labels and people across the board. There are great shops like Alara here that also promote African fashion and African business. And did you know even Leventis, does a lot of research, Nigerian bottling company, to help this country. And do you know Nigeria was blowing glass 1,000 years, almost 1,000 years before Europe knew glass blowing. And it's been found in Oyo State only recently. So it's very important that architecturally, we take ownership of our country. The Nok civilization that has been in the mid to, I think it's above Abuja, near Benue, and even Niger River, above those basins, that has a lot of artifacts and a lot of archaeological excavation potential. But we've allowed that just to linger. People have stolen a lot of our artifacts. You know, Nigeria was known for Benin bronzes. We were the best smelters of iron before people were smelting iron. So these are things we have to take stock of. And me as a content creator, I bring all that information together and I make sure that people acknowledge it and are aware of it. So then that will uplift us all. Now, this is a political question, but I believe with our background of the last 20, 30 years, we've had, sadly, leaders who have been militarily inclined, let's just call it that. And as we know, military people, they don't like educated people because educated people will ask questions. So we have had what we call a dismemberment of education in Nigeria for the last 35 years. And that has played an endemic part in retarding the gross domestic productivity of our country, because our youths and even people up to my age and older have not had the infrastructure, middle class education that is needed for a country to grow. You look at the Industrial Revolution in the 18th, 19th century in Europe, especially in Britain, and you look how they were expanded by merchants and artisans and specific skilled workers. Apprenticeships were big, education was huge. There was what they call a noblesse obligée, a nobility obligation that people who are rich give back to institutions, not to church, to institutions that will help education. And that is where I think we've had a disconnect. Education was lacking. So for me, the way that we can help, it takes time. This new government is in. They are trying to implement the 8-point agenda, which is a good agenda. But everyone's looking for results now. Nigeria has been in a very bad state. There's global downturn. Obviously, cost of living is so high as it has been for a while. Nigeria is exacerbated, but in Europe, cost of living is high. There are some stupid wars going on around the world that has meant oil prices have skyrocketed. And you know, with the rocketing of oil, everything goes up price-wise. So Nigeria needs to reevaluate education and apprenticeship. I believe even in fashion industry especially, apprenticeship is very important. Whether it's weaving, designing, marketing, online, whatever it is, factories, you need apprenticeship. And that's the quick fix of education. But education is fundamental to everything. Education of men and women, or girls and boys, both. Let's be honest, we need both sides of our genders to work together. You know, Yoruba, we've always been what we call a dual binary kind of culture. We've always thought of male and female as one, and it's very important. Even in our names, Taiwo and Kehinde, we won't know if it's male or female. So we have to really educate ourselves that we can work together. And I think our women are our future. I can't even emphasize that more. And education is key. But it takes time. I think Japa syndrome is very real. Everyone wants a better life. Let's not lie. You want a better life for yourselves, but for your family, your parents, your children. And the opportunities in Nigeria, even when you have been educated and you finish graduate here, to find jobs is not easy. The infrastructure is very bad for job creation. And this is being worked on, you know, and the last 8 years has been fundamentally broken. But we know this new government is changing that. But specifically, Japa in Canada, they need our brains. You go across the world and you ask any nation, especially America, who are the best educated, the best, what's the word, integrated, and the most proficient people, Nigerians. So it's not that we are stupid, it's that we don't have the infrastructure at home. And America, Canada, Europe, they're giving us the infrastructure. So getting out of Nigeria is not easy. There are opportunities and policies that allow it, but going across the border to Libya is not the way. You spend $5,000, $4,000, which is almost 4 or 5 million naira to try and get to Europe, and then you are treated like a dog when you get there. That's not the way. But, you know, there are certain policies that can take you to these countries. And in Britain, for instance, it's not all, the streets aren't paved in gold, but if you earn £1 in Britain, you send that home, that £1 is 1,300 naira. So, and the minimum wage is £14 an hour now in Britain. So you can do the maths of that. So someone who is earning £14 an hour, if they work 10 hours in a day, they've earned over £100, which is 100,000 naira. So the maths, of course, is what makes people want to go there, because even if you are working there, obviously you're paying British rates, so your rent, your cost of utilities, your food and drink, your transport comes into play. It's not cheap there. But the money you send, even if you're only sending £100 a month back to your mom, that's 100,000 naira. So, or 130,000 naira in today's rate. So you can do the maths. That's why people are going. And the security in these countries is, and the education, to be quite frank, is better. But it doesn't mean they are better. We have to build a house, you must thatch the roof from within, so your roof doesn't cave in. And I think that's very important. Not that people shouldn't go home. I mean, go out of the country, but they should always come home as they can. Because we need, you see the Pakistanis doing it, you see the Indians doing it, you see the Arabs, they go home and they build their own countries. It's not good to just japa and leave. You have to come home as well. I think my success is down to, as much as I can say a success, because it's still a book that is not finished and the stories are still unwritten, is a tenacity of hard work. It's very important that people understand that it takes a lifetime to look like an overnight success. It doesn't just come. What I'm still doing, I'm not the most successful in my business, but I love my business. And if you can find something that you love and you can make money out of, then you're in heaven on earth, to be quite frank. I think my spirituality and my faith is very important, as is my wife's. My wife, Helen Epega, she wrote the world's first Pidgin English opera. And we've been staging it here in London. We played in Cape Town, in Nairobi, and in Lagos, sorry. And we've staged it in London. We're at the Royal Albert Hall next year. I'm executive producer of that. So I think my success, to add to that, is that I put all my eggs in one basket. And I work very hard to make sure I research and obtain knowledge of the next thing or what was the last thing. I'm a historian as well. And I put things in perspective. And I try to add value as I can. But as my momsy used to say, you have 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason. So I like to listen as well. And from children you can learn, from grandpapa you can learn. So humility is very important. I'm not arrogant with it. And I think that's the most important part. Collaboration, humility, and shared drive. But also knowing that for me, Saturday and Sunday, I'm off. That's my time for the family. I take a break. Sunday, even God rested on the 7th day. Me too, I rest. I'm not 24/7, even though this weekend we have a big fashion event, but that's work. But when I take my tools down, it's tools down. No one can call me on Sunday morning. So you can't be BOing to people. Never let anyone own you like that. That's what I say. Someone calling you on Sunday morning, obviously in journalism, in film, it's a different from projects. I'm not saying every time, but just be aware of yourself and your mental health. That's the most important. Sure. The world's first Pidgin English opera is a a show about a Nigerian fabled people. It's almost like Orisha, but it's not. There are people who are Mami Waters as well as they are spiritual people. They are the guardians of the galaxy, to use an expression. There is God, the all-faithful God, and the all-knowing God, omniscient, omnipotent. But below that, there are all these almost demigods that look after, let's say, this sector of the universe. And these people are singers. They sing opera. But they sing it with Pidgin English. And you know, Pidgin is a language that is known by most Nigerians, but it's a language that people shun and say, it's a bad language. But they speak Pidgin in Hawaii. They speak Pidgin in China. They speak Pidgin, Old English Cockney is Pidgin. American even is a form of Pidgin because they Yankified English. So what my wife has done, Helen Epega, she's also known as the Venus Bushfires. She is an Afrofuturist musician. She composes songs. So she put together this compilation, which is a Pidgin English opera musical. And it's a show that lasts for about 45 minutes or an hour and a half. It depends if you're doing the short version or long version. So we have tenors, we have sopranos, we have violinists, we have kura player, and my wife plays something called the hang, which is like 2 tortoise-shell steel drums that sound like a harp. And she plays that and she sings. She's the main protagonist in this. And it's a drama about all these people that have come, the Meneme people, who are meant to look after the planet, but they lose their voice. So Earth is, because God is angry with them, the Earth, and says these people are rubbish. But the Meneme people say to God, please, give them one more chance. They're not that bad. I know they're fighting, there's lots of wars, but give them another chance. So the lead Kanate of these Meneme people has to go to the Venus Bushfire, which is the heavenly celestial place, to bring the voice back, to sing Earth back into harmony. So it's a drama, and it kind of plays on our old cultural awareness in Africa and heritage of Nigeria of there are other beings. You must have faith in your ancestors as well as in a God. And the deities, as we know in Yoruba, I think there are 7 deities, and these are very important cultural awareness that we try to give to children as well. I think filmmaking in Nigeria is burgeoning. AFRIF, the African Film Festival, International Film Festival, is on now, which is a great show. I helped incept in 2010, many years ago. We had it in Port Harcourt. It was Governor Rotimi Amici that started that campaign, but it's going on very strongly now. Nollywood, as we call it, is being noticed by the international market, whether it's Netflix or Hollywood. I would like to tell you something actually, which is, I haven't divulged this for many years. My great uncle, whose name is Pa Orlando Martins, God rest his soul, was one of the first African actors in Hollywood. He acted in the 30s with people like Ronald Reagan, Katharine Hepburn, and Bob Hope. And he always played a part as an African prince or chief. He was never like denigrated or made into a lower African slave or anything. And I think that instilled something in my mind with this film industry. I think it's very important that Nigeria as it is, we have some great actors like Wale Ojo and Ramsey Noah. They are playing part in producing their own shows. And it's very important. Like in America, you obviously have people like Mel Gibson, Robert De Niro, who have produced their own films as well. That Nigerians are not just actors or technicians, they are also producers and directors. It's very important that we have that link within our industry. And we make friends and we forge relationships, not just with Hollywood. There's Bollywood, the Indian industry, and there's also Chinawood, because China's film industry is massive. Technically, I think just as big as Hollywood. So we must look to ourselves in Africa as well. There's some great film makers from Zimbabwe, South Africa, Ghana, and I think collaboration I always use collaboration because I would not be here without collaboration. obviously my wife, you collaborate with your spouse, but also my businesses. I have a very good English business partner. He's really a business partner. I've started a new business. I collaborate with all kinds of industries and different sectors. So for film industry, I think it's important that we push our heritage forward, because people want to know about Nigeria. They love, in Africa, they love Nollywood stories, and that's a fact. And we can expand by using distribution. Distribution is key. Netflix, all the Hollywood film houses, negotiate with them. Even if you don't get the best price for this show, make sure you check your contract, make sure you get it for your next film. So I think that's important, distribution. While I'm still alive, that's a very good question. Hope springs eternal with me, and I am optimistic about Nigeria. I think Nigeria is not what we all will think it will be. It's something it's a country that needs to be more fluid. We have in diaspora a lot of powerful individuals and groups. I think we need to connect even more with those individuals and groups who need to invest in Nigeria. Our youth is very talented and is very able, but it's also very abundant. So we need to find a way to link up education, apprenticeship to these youth, to give them something that is productive to work in. And that means expanding your mind as parents. It's not just doctors, lawyers, bankers that we need. We need artisans, we need creatives. And that's the most important point. It's a mind block. So for me, if we can work on Nigeria's mind psyche, and the taboos of oh, we don't want our child to marry a musician. You know, even as a musician, you don't just have to be a rapper. You could be a music engineer. You could be a filmmaker. You could be an engineer that works with the technical aspects of editing. You could be a designer. There are so many aspects. So I say to my utopian Nigeria, learn from your brothers and sisters. International research online is very important. And for me, the dream is to see Nigeria as a fluid country of strength in Africa, where we're trading with African countries and we're using what we have as our asset. Technically, of course, we need Europe and America and everything, but we have it in Africa. We have it in Nigeria. So my beauty of Nigeria would be if we become our own Wakanda, working with other African states and enhancing our own GDP as well as our region and our continent's GDP working together. Gosh, my favorite, what's the first one? Food. As you can see, I like my food. I like a mixture actually. I like amala. I like yams. I swallow very well. Whether it's with ogbono soup, that's very good. But also, from my mother's riverside, there's one okra, seafood okra that my mom used to make. And I still strive to find that. I go and find that whenever I go away. In London, you have some nice Nigerian restaurants, and in Lagos, of course, as across Nigeria. But nothing like home cooking. When my wife makes me a nice, I suppose she makes a goosey for me, eba, and that's my staple. My best music, I love Afrobeats, of course, but predominantly I'm a Fela man. Ebenezer Obey. I like the old styles. And I also like Zaire music. There's high life that comes across Africa. But to be a lie to say I don't like Jimi Hendrix. I like Jimi Hendrix. He's a guitarist, a Native American, African-American guitarist. I love his kind of music. So those are my mainstays, and Gorillaz and De La Soul are still very great music of mine. Those are my Spotify at the moment. What was the other question? I like wrestling. They used to call it Gidigbo back in the day, Yoruba wrestling. I used to love that. I haven't seen that much lately, but I like Nigerian wrestling. Obviously, we play good football. We're great footballers as well, globally. But you said Nigerian sports. Polo. Nigeria, I like Nigerian polo as well. To my young brethren and children of Nigeria, I say it's important hard work. Hard work, research, and belief in yourself. Obviously, times are very tough at the moment, and money is tight. But with your own creativity, you can build your empire from there. I always believe that from one's mind, you can make wealth, and you shouldn't give up. Obviously, if you're not very great at one thing, you find what you are great at. But always be honest with yourself and treat others how you want to be treated. And remember, collaboration is the key or the little sister of success. And always have a smile. Very important. That's what I say.
Looking back, you know, my village is nice. I mean, urban, or it's an urban area now. My village was Ekpoma. The village was known as Emaundo. The best reference in terms of personality is Professor Ambrose Ali. That's where it comes from. My father was a farmer. My grandfather, really, Akaine. We all grew up under the shadow of the man. A very disciplined man and a big farmer. Had large landed properties, you know, in the community. And so my immediate father, my biological father, was also under the shadow of the patriarch, Akaine, you know, in the family. So usually you learn in the traditional African setting by just following what you see. You go to the farm, you learn how to take care of the crops, you know, and all of that. So that's the way you learn. You don't have an institutionalized form of learning the way we do now, where you go to the classroom and all of that. That never existed. So whatever skills or profession your parents were in, you of course imbibe them and you learn them and they become part of you, you know. So that was it. And that discipline comes with courage. You know, you can wake up at 5, you know, and head to the bush. That is courage. You've conquered the fear of the night, you know, or whatever is on the way, and the rest of them. That was it. And when we close in the primary school, we also go and join them at the farm. We go join them in the farm and come back. So that was, you know, a great deal of discipline. And also, we had our mini farms. So you work with your parents in the big farms during the normal, you know, weekdays. On Sunday, which is like the resting period, we also go to our mini farm, which is closer to the home, you know, and all of that. So you can see you imbibe almost everything that the family does, and you also replicate it in your own way. So for me, I know the value of farms. When I at the Lagos State University, where I am now, when I walk out, you know, you have this, what they call these gardeners, you know, planting vegetables and the rest of them. When I look at the vegetables, there's a certain, you know, feeling I get because I know what it is to watch crops grow and the rest of them. So the substance of all of this background is productivity. You know, the question about being idle wasn't there. Indolence wasn't there at all. You know, you have to be productive, and that's what you call labor emulation. You know your role, and you don't wait to be told what to do, and the rest of them. So for me, we are missing all of that in contemporary times. You know, for the young ones that are growing up. So from there, primary school, Upugele Primary School. It used to be called St. John's. You know, but by the time we were leaving 1977, it was called Upugele Primary School. You know, and from there, my time coincided with a time there was a great competition for education you know, in the then Bender State. You know, there were these great schools. You want to go to any of them. An association, Catholic College in Irua. You have Bishop Kelly in Benin, Edo College, Benin, Ugeli Government College, UGR, in Delta now. So those big schools, St. John Bosco in Ubiaja, Esan Grammar School in Uromi, and all of those ones. You know, we were competing to be there. In fact, there is this joke I normally make. Those of us who didn't enter secondary school on time, when your mates come back during holidays wearing their school vest, we become jealous. So there was something to spur us, you know, all of the time, and all of that. From there, so getting into secondary school was highly competitive. You know, today you see, I don't know how they do it now. Somebody will come out with 8 credits, not just 8 credits, 8 A's. I don't know how they do it now. In my time, we were not, you know, poor academically, but it was difficult to make those grades. And your result might even be seized. You know, you have to go and receipt for another round of WAEC examinations. So we did all of that, all with the hope of getting to the university. And I remember I wrote my JAM, must have written JAM about 3 times. You know, you write your JAM with the hope that you are going to make all the combinations that you require to enter into the university, and you don't get it. So I kept, in terms of choice of university, I wanted to go to University of Benin, which was, of course, the closest to me in the then Bender. I tried, it didn't quite work out. I tried to go to, I would have been the second set in Bender State University when it was created, you know, Ambrosali, you know. I tried, it didn't work out. But so something happened. There was one Osasona, who was, I think he was a lecturer in Ambrosali, and he happened to be a friend, he was friends with my uncle. And so he was aware that I was having this difficulty in gaining admission into the university. He just told my uncle, why not let him go to Lagos and do this course at the Nigerian Institute of Journalism. It was called Certificate in Advanced Writing and Specialized Reporting. It was not meant for a greenhorn like me. It was meant for practicing, media practitioners. My colleagues were Untia Ukukena, who is late now. He was the PRO of FEDECO. What they call it, the NECON, not before FEDECO, after the one associated with FEDECO. You know, he was the PRO. Then I remember Abubakar Hassan, who was the PRO of Ajakuta Steel Mill. You know, there was one Kazauri. I think there was this paper in the north, not the New Nigeria. Was it not Herald? Triumph, something like that, yeah. Then you had, there was this other guy who was I think he was deputy manager in NTA Sokoto. These were my classmates. You know, I think this sports writer who was in the Guardian joined us. I remember very well. So, but you know, that program turned out to be very exciting for me. You know, because I had interest in writing, and as far back as when I left secondary school, my first attempt at writing was I wrote a book on Awolowo. You know, it was titled The Oasis, and that took me to Ikene to meet Papa, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, and he recommended that book to Spectrum. Shortly after he did, he died, so nobody could to pursue it. And I don't forget that when I was leaving, he gave me 20 naira. 20 naira was very big, 1985, you know. Went back to Lagos, but it was not even the money. The fact that I could shake the hand of the sage was exciting for me. And looking back, I said to myself, look, I could have kept that 20 naira as a souvenir. But at that time, it was, you know, it was something, it was, you know, some money that I could use. So that was in terms of measuring my ambition, you know. And my earliest heroes were Pa Obafemi Awolowo, Olesho Inka, then of course Kaduna Ozeogo, the man who led the first military coup d'etat. In terms of his commitment, patriotism, and disinterestedness in himself. A man who could tell you that if I don't come out in 15 minutes, take care of me and the target. So those were my earliest heroes. And remember, I read The Man Died even before I left secondary school, and I was to reread that work again when I was writing my master's, thesis. So the other part of me, which was innate, was to detest anything oppressive. I remember in the secondary school that I started with, where I was one of the pioneers, Opoji Grammar School. We led a protest against being shortchanged with this food they cook for Children's Day. I remember now, the key cow and the rest of them. So they did this, and they brought the rice, and we didn't see the cow. So I led a boycott of it. It got to, I had a relative who was a teacher in that secondary school. So they were looking for the ringleaders, and they called a general assembly. And they said, those who are not part of it should leave. Everybody was leaving. So we had about 4 of us or so. So they took 4 of us to the staff room to find out who was the ringleader. We still insisted that we were not eating. And they said, well, if you don't eat that, we know that there's going to be trouble. So they went to the extent, those days, traditionally you could go to Ifa to know who is the ringleader. But they used this key with the Bible, calling our name to know who the ringleader was. So eventually they prevailed on us, used all kinds of pressure to beg us and the rest of them, because if we don't eat the rice, probably there will be an indictment. It's already an indictment, and those days in the inspectorate, they ask questions. So after much persuasion, we calmed down and allow the process to go on. So that was one earliest example of my attitude towards resistance. And so by the time I left secondary school, I got inducted into radical literature. There was a relative of mine, Mr. Isi Mamadou. He's now a German resident. He graduated from Ife, Bafemi Awolowo University, then the University of Ife. And he was privileged to be taught by Professor Toyo Olorode and the so-called Ife collectives at that time. And when he graduated, he started what we call a study group in the village. So a few of us went there, and he gave us some radical literature. He gave me one that I recall very well, The Dialectics of Nature by Friedrich Engels. If you read the Dialectics of Nature, you virtually understand everything about science. Science and its relation to social life. So, that literature, Communist Manifesto, the other one was Anti-Durin, also by Friedrich Engels. Anti-Durin will teach you polemics, everything about polemics. So, by the time I entered the university, I was already radicalized in terms of world outlook, and all of that. So, when I left ECPOMA for Lagos, to start the NIJ program, so there were other comrades who were, belonged to those radical movements. There was one Femi Ahmed, those days we call him Sandinista. And so he was in charge of the cell that I belonged to, the Patriotic Labor Movement. So when I came into Lagos, we normally try to establish what we call front organizations. And Femi, we established what we call Nigerian Tenants Association. It might interest you to know that I became the first general secretary, even though I was 40, at that time. And what we did by, putting you in those organizations is to learn leadership, writing minutes, and articulating proceedings. So I learned it through that, period until I entered the University of Lagos, Then when I got to the University of Lagos, we then established what we call Marxist-Leninist Study Group. There were these radical boys who came from Kwaratech, Bengal, Awekbo, who ran for the presidency, people under People's Trust. Olaiton Yoride, who was private secretary to Adam Soshomole, but he died in Benin. You had Bala Muhammad, who was a lecturer in UNIMED, but he was doing his master's at the University of Lagos. You had Ukem Onyepe, there was Anti Kanabe, and a host of others. So we formed what we call the Marxist-Leninist Study Group. The UNILAG Student Union was banned, during that period. So we resuscitated the union and brought the union back by, launching a protest against the management at the Sunday building in UNILAG. So we got the union back, and so we got involved in the student union politics. And there's always contestation. The management will want somebody who will be amenable to them, and we wanted independent student unionism. So we did that. The first year, management managed to get one of theirs, Madoju Timi Phillips. At Atlanta, died, God bless his soul, to become the union president. I ran, after Madoju Timi, I think I ran for the presidency, and again, I lost to Papa Chris. Chris Anyanze is also late now, that led to crisis at the university because I won the whole of Akoka campus. They rigged it at the Diaraba. You can see some of these things you see today at the Diaraba campus. And we said no. Nobody can be sworn in unless I was sworn in. So that led to my rustication, in the university. And we didn't give up. We went to court. I think we were about, I can't remember the number, by 11 or so. Our counsel was Femi Falana. And we were out of campus for almost a year. And at the end of the day, we won the case. It was Justice Onalaja who ruled in our favor by asking the question, what is indiscipline under the law? Because we follow all the procedure in our communication with the management. So it became a landmark judgment, that was it. So I went back to write my degree, my final year exam as a single candidate. The previous year I lost a year because the previous year I would have served in Calabar. So then my results was when it was eventually released. I was deployed to Sokoto, and I deployed back to Lagos because the period coincided with the June 12, crisis. And we read the atmosphere and said, if the crisis burst open, we were going to be consumed in the north. And so we deployed back to Lagos. Myself, GT Ogunye, Niyi, and so many others, I can't remember their names now. We deployed back, to Lagos. And of course, what that crisis led to. Snowballed into so many crises, renewed authoritarianism with Abacha coming in and the rest of them. So when we finished our service, because of my stint in journalism, so even while I was on campus, I was reporting for The Guardian, the art desk, because the guy who mentored me was Ben Tomoloju, the doyen of Nigerian cultural journalism. So I was reporting for The Guardian while at the University of Lagos. So because of that, my journalistic background, the Committee for the Defense of Human Rights was formed, and Bekora Sokuti was the chairman. So I was brought in to edit the newsletter, which we call The Victims. I was editing that for a time. And in the course of the crisis, the struggle against the military and all of that, I was again elevated to become the General Secretary of the Campaign for Democracy in Nigeria. And you know the implication of that. I succeeded Chima Ubani. You know, I was elected at the Ibadan Convention of the organization. So, few months after I was elected, I was arrested by the military and taken away to Brinikabi prisons for 1 year. You know, I was released when the Commonwealth delegation came to Nigeria. I had a meeting with Abacha. Abacha wanted to please them, so he released a few of us, myself, Adeniji Adele, who is late now, one Eno, who was Abiola's whether personal secretary or personal assistant also at that time. So that was it. And when I came out, of course the crisis, when I was released, the crisis hadn't ended at all, you know, and my chairman was taken away, Beko was taken to Katsina prison also. We were all dispersed. Shehu Sani was taken to Kirikiri, later to Aba prison. So it was my task again to reorganize the organization. We did that, and we then transited to the United Action for Democracy. All the forces reaggregated under that umbrella. We then made Olisa Agbakoba as the convener. Myself and Chima Ubani became the joint secretary of the United Action for Democracy. So we're on that when General Abacha dropped dead. And I then, you know, reflected on my career. At that level, I decided that I should go back to school. So did my master's quietly at the Lagos State University and went to the University of London to pick up my doctorate in politics. So that marked my journey into the academia. But then I became active in the civil society, you know, and involved in research. I formed the Center for Constitutionalism and Demilitarization that publishes the Constitution, a journal for constitutional development. And under that platform, I carried out governance training across 3 of the 6 geopolitical zones in the country. You know, some of the alumni of Souq, many prominent people, you know. Lalong, the former minister, was an alumnus of Souq, of that center. Orelokpe was in the Center for Sustainable Development in Abuja. In fact, she was sent by the president. Then he was governor of Lagos State. Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu sent almost about 6 commissioners to me, you know, to train in the Souq Summer School of Governance and the rest of them. So from there, I then decided to move into full research by entering into the academia at the Lagos State University. Because of my strength in research, you know, I've written enough to be a professor even before I joined the system. So I entered Lagos State University as a senior lecturer, you know, and I rose through the ranks to become a professor in 2017, you know, in political science. You know. So, and in terms of the content of my scholarship, you know, it's liberating. It's about, you know, how to transform the society. And it's about, you know, underscoring the problems that the continent faces, you know. And I've written so many books. My essays are over 100, so including books. You know, one of them, which I think is very seminal, is Patrons of Poverty. You know, IMF, World Bank, and Africa's Problem. And I also wrote, of course, detailed a volume on globalization and the fringe players. You know, the way it affects the global South. I did that, and just like so many articles in terms of trying to understand Nigeria's problem and transform them. I think the first stage is the power of conviction. You know, you must at each point in time define, you know, your role, because one of the greatest problems is that we are born into this world. Sometimes, as one French philosopher, I guess, said, we don't know the cause of death, you know, and we don't also know the cause of departure. So we just find ourselves in this space. So when you find yourself in this space, you define it. And if you do a summing up, you discover that the only thing relevant is to live your life for humanity. And so you have to, how do you create that space? You know, it means that all those strictures, structural constraints on people actualizing themselves, you have to, you know, help to fight them. You know, you have to subvert them so that people can, you know, fully realize their lives. And so I believe that I have that power of conviction. One, and is when conviction comes with commitment. Commitment is very, very important in whatever you do. You define your aim, then you are committed to it, and you pursue it. But what I also learned, I'm not sure whether I was influenced by Chief Obafemi Awolowo's biography. You discover that nobody really helps anybody. So it is always good to carve a path of independence so that you don't go begging to feed yourself. It's very important. I mean, if I say this, I'm not saying that you have to be materialistic. That's not the point I'm making. But independence in ways that you become self-sufficient. Because that's the only way, you know, you can also live your life meaningfully. If you are not, if you are not well, if you are unhealthy, you can't pursue goals and the rest of them. So independence is very, very important. As you will find out, I'm sure many of us here have experienced that. Nobody helps anybody. You know, it doesn't mean there are exceptional cases, you know, that people can come to your rescue and say, let me help you. Always, we're on our own, you know, and the social nexus, which of course are embedded in the African system, traditional society, have been eroded now. The reason why you don't have a high suicide rate in Africa is because of that extended family system. If you see your cousin, even if 10th cousin, and you complain, you can share some of his, you know, things with you. He will give you food, he will share clothes with you and the rest of them. So against that background, we don't commit suicide. The suicide rate in Africa is low. Unlike places like Japan, where you now have suicide police, monitoring people who want to jump into the river and the rest of them, and elsewhere in Europe. You know, so self-reliance is very important. You know, and I think that what is rampant these days is the antisocial behavior of our youths. You know, they need to, you know, also refocus their energy towards being self-reliant and be creative, you know, and do things that are productive. Our country is a very great country, potentially great country. And if you've traveled to other parts of the world, you will understand why we need to build this country and create sanity zones. That again tells you why I'm in politics. Because I believe that even if I were to, you know, amass huge resources, I will not be able to transform beyond my immediate family. But if you want to transform society and community, you need state power. Which is why the quest for leadership becomes very important for me. Well, incidentally, I was one of the first persons in the country to organize a national conference on the 1999 Constitution in 2000, just a year after the transition, you know, program. In that conference, I recall very well, Souq was there. The late Bala Jubri Mohammed was there. I think Odi Alfremu was there. So many prominent Nigerians were in that conference. And at that time, if you don't understand the constitution making, you have what we call, there's what we call people's, you know, people's-led kind of process of making constitution. You know, that means that the people must partake in the articulation of the provisions of the constitution. It's actually called process-led. That was the word I was looking for, so that people can own that process. The spirit of that discourse, of that debate, will be, of course, embedded in that constitutional, provisions. The place it was well, demonstrated is Ethiopia, after the civil war in Ethiopia. The Ethiopia constitution was a process-led one. They even dramatized the provisions of that constitution to the ordinary people to understand what was being, talked about. That was why I was shocked that Abiye could go to war in Tigray, because the Ethiopia constitution has a clause that says whoever wants to go out of the union, if you want to go out of the union, there's an article you can activate in the constitution and you leave. So if Tigrayans wanted to go, why was Abiye trying to stop them? Why is it that the government there refused to follow the lay down the constitutional path to resolve such crisis instead of, bloodletting that happened in Ethiopia? So in the case of Nigeria, we talked about the fact that Nigeria entered into post-colonial life on the basis of a federal constitution. Largely issues of derivation were taken care of in the constitution. If you look at the 1966 Republican Constitution, even 1960, derivation was there, which I told it was almost about 50%, of resources from the regions and the rest of them. So after the Civil War, centralism, because military ruled by edit and decrease, and it's a central command. That collapsed essentially the federal structure and undermined it completely. Even civil service within the regions were now united on a national basis. So that is the problem. You have a military head of state who dictates, everything that happens in the regions. That was the problem. Now, the 79 Constitution was an attempt, to strengthen the federal system so that what they call separatist tendency of the early 60s will not be there. But again, in a way, it atomized the federal essence of the Nigerian, constitution. So the 1999 Constitution, one of the things we found out is that as at the time it was compacted or put together, there were 68 items under the exclusive list, the exclusive legislative list. And compare that to the residual list, where the state has legislative competence. It was infinitesimal. So we felt that there are items on the 68 exclusive items on this exclusive list that ought to be either concurrent or residual, to the state. So that is the problem. So the states are largely de-empowered with the 1999 Constitution. The states are largely de-empowered. And there are aspects of the Constitution that are not enforceable. I think the directive principles of state policy, I think chapter 2 or so, are not enforceable, and all of that. So what you then have is that what Ekweremadu call Fidibotto federalism. Everybody run to Abuja. Creativity is dead, and the rest of them. And it has, of course, feared what you call a consumerist orientation of the governing elite and the larger society. So these are the problems. And so refederalizing, as we have argued, will mean that, more powers should be devolved, to the states and the rest of them. The last assembly tried to do it haphazardly. Electricity, as you know now, is now under concurrent, and which other one, railway, is now concurrent. So for me, that's some gains of the long-time agitation for devolution of power, but we still need to do more. Well, I think that there is a conflation of meaning when you talk about restructuring. You talk about devolution of power, you talk about refederalizing the polity. Largely they converge. We are saying that there are contradictions within the Nigerian, system, the polity. Therefore, we need to deal with those polity problems, by restructuring. Restructuring means that the component nationalities of this country, should exercise some measure of autonomy, in their area of jurisdiction. You want to, for example, now we have NUC that determines almost everything for universities. Universities is on the concurrent, education is on the concurrent list. State government can establish their own standards for universities, So when you have all of those things, those are the contradictions in the Nigerian federal system. When things that are supposed to belong to the units, are being concentrated in the center. That's the problem. So you are talking about rearranging that relationship between the center and the units. That's what restructuring is all about. Because right now it is skewed. Let me give you an example. The local government structures in the country, they were arbitrarily created by the military, from OBJ to, the last administration. And those arbitrarily created local governments are constitutionalized. I think they are the third or second schedule of the constitution. They are there. I'm not quite sure which of the schedule, that we have today, which was why the Lagos attempt to create more didn't quite go through constitutionally, Now, we are trying here in Nigeria to make local government as a unit of the Nigerian Federation. For me, it is wrong-headed. That's one of the contradictions. If federalism is usually an agreement between the unit and the center. In fact, we should not even, when we use unit, we are not substantial. You talk about people. Federalism is a product of people saying we want to live together as one country based on the following terms. So you cannot create a local government structure and make it a unit, of a federal arrangement, of a federal agreement. Rather, local government should be mere administrative, structures of the units of the federation. That is to say, Lagos can decide to create as many as 100 local governments if they like. They can reduce it to 10 if they like. The question about reifying the local government structure as if it's a unit of the Nigerian federal arrangement, is a major contradiction. Because what they have done, when you do that, those local governments that were arbitrarily created in the first place, you then reify them because they draw resources directly from the center, from the federation account. So Kano has 44, is it 44 or 40 local government, areas. Lagos has, 20. Lagos has 20. And they all draw resources from the federation account. So you can see, obviously, there's an obvious disempowerment or cheating within that system. So that is why we must resist. When they talk about local government financial autonomy, so when you talk about local government financial autonomy, it's nothing other than aggrandizing those arbitrarily created local governments. If you move around this country, local government exists in name in some parts of the country. Just in name, nothing happens. Nothing, in terms of functionality, you don't see any activity to show that this is a local government, structure in action. It's not there. So these are the contradictions. When people are talking about the structuring, it will also mean that the existing local government structure can be dissolved or expurgated from the constitution. Allow states to create local government that they want to create to govern their own sphere of activities. So when you do that, this argument about local government autonomy will fizzle out. The state's assembly will now make law for the smooth running of local government. As subsidiarity structures, we already know what their roles are, but the state government will then provide enabling laws. Whether the state also need to create some grants for them, how much they can raise from the activities that they normally do or carry out, all of that will be spelled out. So the question about reifying the LGL as a unit of the Nigerian Federation will be eliminated. That's one contradiction. Now, you will recall that states had their constitution. Regions in Nigeria had their own constitution before. They even had what they call them, consular services in other countries of the world. Just something like ambassadorial or diplomatic missions. You know, they had. State had. Western Nigeria had, you know, their own missions. Though not of the status of, you know, what you have today. You know, they had that. That was much of the autonomy that the units of the Nigerian Federation, the regions enjoyed. And there was a great deal of competition. Go to ABU Zaria. You see that structure, you know, was not just any structure. You can't find those structures again. Go to Ife. The Museum of Natural History in Ife is an architectural piece that can raise money for that university if you turn them into postcards. You can't have that structure anywhere. You can't have two of that structure anywhere in the world. So the regions knew what they wanted. They knew what they wanted. There was strict competition, and development was being driven. But today, development is not on the agenda. If you go to the National Assembly, legislative business is maybe perhaps 10%. People are looking for LPO contracts, and the rest of them. And even in the First Republic, when the regions were truly autonomous, you know, legislative business was part-time. Councillors were part-time, you know, councillors. That was what we had. And yet they were committed. They were men who were respected in the community with character and all that. Today, it's the only game in town. People believe you can make money by going into politics. If you look at the academic staff union of universities, you know, the crisis has always been about underfunding of the universities, the tertiary institutions in the country. Or not just even tertiary institutions, the educational sector. If you look at budgetary allocation vis-a-vis other, you know, sectors of the national economy, you discover that education is not, you know, prioritized. So that has created problems, you know, between academic staff union and the Nigerian government. Autonomy, you know, happens in different ways. The way we are in Nigeria today, in which every institution and agency of government go to the center to collect money from the federation account, you know, will not allow university to have full autonomy, because you still rely on subvention, you know, from the federal government, you know, to run, or the state government, as the case may be, you know. But creating your own resource base, financial autonomy, is still problematic, because you can't charge higher, you know, tuition fees. Private institutions are doing that, and you know what it is. Your children can't go, my children can't go there. But even at that, they rely on, you know, the faculty members in the federal institutions to teach in those institutions, you know, because we resource for them. So, ASU has always made a patriotic case for funding of education. And ASU doesn't just make a case, they provide solutions. There was a document ASU produced in the 80s titled How to Save Nigeria. The third fund that you see today was a product of that articulation. It was ASU that articulated this third fund, which comes from the money in third fund is education tax. ASU provided anything they asked for, they provide a solution. Even the last element of the crisis, EPs, you know, these integrated personnel, you know, payment services. ASU said, look, the nature of the federal, the educational institutions are such that You can't lump us with APs. ASU then provided what they call UTAS, University Transparency and Accountability System, that will take care of the peculiarities within the system. So ASU will make a case. When they protest, they review and justify. That's what ASU does, And I would say that ASU is one of the most patriotic organizations in this country. In fact, the last organization standing in terms of providing, solutions and critical engagement with the state actors. So it is made to look like a problem because of irresponsibility of the minders of the Nigerian state. Elsewhere in the world, education is always prioritized. Some places education takes a larger chunk of the national budget. Because if you have an educated population, it is easy to govern. It's easy to govern and the rest of it. So I don't look at it as age-long crisis. If we have a productive national economy, federal government may not need to even fund the university, because product of research, companies will buy into them, and therefore university can survive on royalty. For instance, University of Michigan, survives on royalty, particularly from the automobile industry in Detroit, in the United States of America. Now, but even at that, the state has not shirked its responsibility of giving subvention to a university that is super rich. That's the United States. But here, and you know the trend, all of us in government take our children to universities abroad. And Nigeria's universities in the 70s and 80s and the 60s were stronger than those universities. If you bring a degree from America, Nigerian university system here, they don't regard it those days. If you bring from Canada, they don't even look at it at all. Except maybe Britain, because our system was modeled after Britain. But today, we bring all kinds of degrees now. We are proud to label it University of Hull, University of Birmingham, State University, Florida. Whereas Nigerian, the faculty in Nigeria, in Nigerian universities, were very solid and strong, attracting international, academics to come into Nigeria. If I had so many international academics, UI, the same thing, and the rest of them. UI, where you have people like B.J. Dudley, strong intellectuals that if you enter, you are afraid, you are not sure of yourself if you enter UI. Because the academics were thick, they were real scholars, and the rest of them. And it's still easy to do this. All you just need to do is to invest, fund educational system. The money that is voted for newspapers for a senator is, it's just equivalent of what a lecturer earns in a month, a professor earns in a month. Less than $500. It is a shame. I think I made a reference to it, somehow. You can, if you want to transform society, you need state power to do so. Without state power, you can't transform society. But beyond that, the political atmosphere, is highly polluted. You have state actors who are not there to build, who are not there to transform society, but who are there to self-aggrandize, accumulate resources for themselves and their cronies. That's what you have. Maladministration. That's what you have. So, if you have that structure, unless there's a contention with that structure will be reified, that it becomes extremely difficult to change society. Look at the consequence of the way we have misgoverned our country. Every Nigerian wants to go abroad. Professionals are leaving in droves. So if they leave, who is going to build the country? So I believe that it is possible to create sanity zones by experimenting with what I call enclave paradigm. People will say, yes, every other thing is bad in Nigeria, but there's a state that is getting it right. So that is the, overriding rationale for my intervention in politics, especially in Edo State. The process is still on to get our candidates out, and one is optimistic that one may have the opportunity to serve our people and to, create a sanity zone, an exemplary, sphere of governance for Nigerians to see. Maybe 2 points, really, from your question. Governance, governance, then electoral, deficits in the system. If you talk about governance, governance is usually about the people. As a political scientist, I've read Western philosophers, from Plato, Aristotle, to J.S. Mill, David Bertrand, all of these people, Jeremy Bertrand, sorry. What they are all concerned in their philosophical articulation is how to achieve happiness for society. And so society is created in order to create a basis for happiness for humanity. Because individuals cannot surmount, the burden of nature. And therefore, you create a community for that, for our social life. We have negated that largely in Nigeria. And so we need to re-engineer governance. Re-engineer governance in ways that it can become meaningful and create a basis, for happiness of our people. So it means that government must reprioritize and focus on, those vitals, existential vitals. People must have a roof over their head. People must be able to feed, clothe themselves. If you can't do this, you are not governing. Well, I will just talk about John Keats. It's an English poet. He said that much of life is miserable. He said happiness is an interlude. It's an interlude. So if you understand this, so define a purpose for your life such that you can maximize the interludes of happiness. And that is when you must acquire a skill. You must acquire so that you can be relevant in the productive process in the country. Acquire a skill. Get education. Education, is elevating. Education is elevating. Be self-reliant. Love your neighbor as you love yourself. These things are very important.
I was born on the 16th day of October, 63 years ago. I'm from Opobo, yeah, and went to school. I'm from River State, from Opobo in River State. Went to school in Port Harcourt, lived in Port Harcourt all my life, from primary to secondary school to A-levels. Then after A-levels, I got admission to Unilag. Immediately after Unilag, I got married. And I've lived in Lagos ever since. it was fun for us because me and my husband were very young. My husband was 25, I was 21 and all that. But we learned on the job. We were friends. We were friends for 3 years when I was in university, and we came out, we got married. So we're like children that just got married. But I had my parents. My parents were his very good friends. So when I get naughty, he would report me to my parents. When I didn't know these kind of duties were demands of somebody's wife, they would tell me this is my responsibility. I'm like, no. I will agree to some, I will not agree to some. But I mean, it was fun. We had our ups and downs, but we kind of pushed through it. And then the children started coming, and it was a different ballgame. You know, when you come from that kind of family, it's like part of your system. You don't really regard it as anything anymore. But sometimes I get the shock of my life because there was a time my in-laws came to Opobo for one ceremony, and I saw the king, and he gave me a hug and he gave me a pick, and they were like, whoa, the upper Benin won't even shake your hand, you know, as a woman. I'm like, okay. I mean, it's the same family, you understand? So we're used to that. I think we take it for granted. But maybe some other people say, you must call me a princess, you must call me that. I'm not into all those kind of things. I'm not at all, I've never been. So I can't start tomorrow. But yeah, great King Jaja of Opobo, my great-great-grandfather. And my children, when they studied it in school, they went to Corona school. When they studied, came, Mom, we're telling our teacher and our classmates that this King Jaja of Opobo, they told them about King Jaja of Opobo in school. And they said, that's my mommy's great-grandfather. Like, whoa, no, it was like a big deal to them, for us. Absolutely, upbringing and my personal choice too, because you could be brought up one way and choose to go another way. You understand? One of my philosophies in life is like this: you're not the tallest in the world, you're not the shortest, you're not the prettiest, you're not the ugliest, you're not the richest, you're not the poorest. Oh, just get with it. Do you understand? If you're looking for beauty, there are more beautiful women than you. So if you're looking for ugly, there are uglier women. If you're looking for tall, you're looking for it. So what is it? Do you understand? You didn't come into this world with anything. You're not going to go with anything. So just be grateful to God for whatever you have or whatever you are. Work towards improving on it, improving your relationship with God Almighty and improving your relationship with your fellow human beings. That's my philosophy in life. So what's the point of carrying all the air and chips on your shoulder? It makes life heavier for you. Seven is my favorite number. It's a number for perfection, and I was born on the 16th of October. My star sign is Libra. We're always looking for perfect balance in everything. It's just an influence from the horoscopes, I'm told. But J is my husband's name, D is my name, and 7 is my favorite number. Lazy way of forming the name of a company, isn't it? So I did, and it stuck. And I knew I was going to go into couture, so that was it. Easy. I was a victim of circumstance. I keep saying it. I didn't really come into business to be a fashion designer, to go into fashion, and creativity has always been something that's innate. Okay, even before I started making clothes or doing this, I used to always give designers the styles that I wanted them to make for me. I didn't have tailors, but when I finished my NYSC at Nigerian Television Authority in Victoria Island, I decided I wasn't going to work there. I wanted to work in a more organized setup. You understand? Because of management traineeship, because I never worked all my life. You know, my parents were very protective. I'm the last girl in the family. They were always very protective. You know? So I said I wanted to work somewhere, and I prayed about it. And I got into Unilever. Then it was called Lever Brothers. And for 5 years, but you know, the intensity of work there became a bit much for me because I was a young mother. I had 2 kids then, was going on having the 3rd one. So it became a bit time. Sometimes Unilever was one of the biggest. When the international directors come in, we used to be the ones to host them with all the Unilever affiliates. Linters, the advertising agency used to be here, all the Nigerian breweries, USC, you understand, AJC, words, we're all Unilever group. Sometimes I won't get home until 3 a.m. when we are hosting, and with kids in the house, it can be a bit much. So I'm like, I prayed about it and I decided something has to give. It's either your family, your children you will not give them the attention they need then, and they were growing fast, or your job will suffer, and then you will not be happy whichever way. So I decided, you know what, let my priority be my family, and I decided to go back, and I put in my resignation. That was not what I'm fine. When I did, my chairman refused to accept the resignation, so I had to use another way to encourage him to accept it. So I left Unilever. I said, okay, I wasn't the type of person that was suited for being a housewife. I wanted to do the kind of business I would do, but still have 100% time for the kids. So when the kids said, they're having something in school, I'm there, okay? I decided I was going to just market corporate gifts. When I was in Unilever, I was the assistant corporate affairs manager in charge of press. So, and being in Unilever at the corporate affairs level, I already knew a lot of companies. So I used that opportunity to get back to those companies and introduce my new business. And in the first year, I actually made more money than my 5-year stint in Unilever. So that was enough encouragement. You make more money doing your own business. You have more time for your kids, for your family, and for yourself. And you travel quite a bit because you have to go and buy the corporate gifts. So it was a win-win. Then, a few years down the line, the president, Olusegun Obasanjo, came in and said they were doing backward integration and they were going to stop the importation of all this corporate gifts and a lot of other things. So we were actually forced to look inwards. And when we started looking inwards, that's when it hit me that apart from Big, that was being produced by Eleganza, we're not really manufacturing anything in Nigeria apart from textiles and maybe I think Eleganza was doing food flask or something. And which corporate body do you want to give flask end of year gift? So what we had to do now, because a lot of my clientele were like Shell, Chevron, I started looking inwards. I said, okay, if I have to do something, I can do beddings, pillowcase trimmings, table covers, table placemat, napkins with fabrics like Ashok and Adira. I can do jute bags, you know. It came to me. So I had to go and buy one machine and employed one tailor. So sometimes they will call me. I did some samples. So when, even in Abuja, when they were going to have, like I remember the West African Women's Affairs, they had a conference. So they wanted jute bags, and we had about 1,000 or 2,000 jute bags, and that was quite nice. Plus, apart from the end of year activities. So that's it. But you know, after those periods, you have periods of lull, like you're not using the machine and the tailor. You have to be paying tailor for doing it. I'm like, why am I going to these people to make my clothes? Tailor, oh yeah, this is the style I want. I started first by giving some of my clothes, repeat it. You did well. So I started designing. I could sketch very well. I was a science student in school, but I could sketch really well. So I was sketching, would do well. And sometimes when I wear the clothes and I go to supermarket, some women will just call me, hey, I really like this thing you're wearing. Please, where did you make it? I'm like, okay, I'll give you the address. I give them the address. They started coming. Before I could say that, within 1 month, I had over 50 women I had to make clothes for. And the one tailor was no longer enough. I had to employ 2 others. That was how we started. From 2 to 4, then I had a whole factory before you could say that. I started making school uniforms, started doing all kinds of things. And then some of the magazines, like Genevieve magazine, look around, like, are you sure you make this outfit? I thought you were a broadcaster. I thought you sell. I said, yes, I did. So I did some photo shoot session for her, and I modeled the clothes actually. And whoa, I started getting calls from Paris, from the UK. I did DC Fashion Week. You know, I was just, and they will pay your ticket, pay your hotel. Please come and showcase for us. Some will even say, please come and open the show for us. Some say, we want you to close the show. I'm like, okay. There are places that I would never have thought of going to, like Burkina Faso. They will buy me the top fashion designers that would, when the Alfadi does this, they want every 4 years. Alfadi in Niger. The Niger government sponsors it. He calls all, including Elisab, every international designer, they will go, especially the Moroccan ones, those North African ones, Indians. So they invite one designer from each country. So they used to call me to come because of what I used to work a lot with Ankara and Ashok, and I do international acclaimed, how would I put it, couture outfits with Ankara, big hats, funny looking, structured clothes and all that. So that was how it went, you know. And I did all the magazines. I've won all the awards. So after a while, you know, I started thinking of concentrating on exports. In the process of doing that, my husband took ill. After 2 years, we lost him. So when I came back home, I gave a lot of things a lot of thought. My kids were still in school. My daughter got married. She was in Australia already. And then my kids, my two boys were still in school. So I said, look, this fashion design thing, it's not going to pay school fees in pounds sterling and dollars. So I said to myself, you know what? Why don't you give the man hours to the industry, the family business that were yielding the most income? That was how I started kind of just saying, you know what, let me just minimize it a bit. My core clients were still coming. So I kept the tailors, my experienced tailors that worked with for years. I kept them. I kept few of them. And I kind of cut down on that business. I said, you know what, let me just go and face the family business and do this for the people who really know what I'm doing. And word of mouth goes. So I'm still doing that, but my priority is really not that, you know. When you look at me the first time you see me, you see a fragile woman that don't like to sweat, that's spoiled, that like to be kept. I'm like, what? Absolutely not. My husband didn't want me to do anything. He just felt he wanted to spoil me. I said, that's not how to love me at all. Please. It's either you kind of understand the person I am. I'm a very creative mind. This mind has to keep working, or I'll make life miserable for you, you know. What I will advise, even women who are willing to work, you don't even do one job. You must get at least more than 2 streams of income. Otherwise, you will not make ends meet. That is the truth of today's world. You understand? Then those ones that want to be kept, no matter how wealthy your husband is, wealth is not static. Some people start today. When they retire, everything goes downhill. Some people mean well. They love you. They want to take care of you. But nature calls. They part ways. Some marry other women. Some leave. Some die. You understand? So anything can happen. I will advise them, everybody, try to be as independent as you can. Financially independent. I think you actually earn more respect when you do that. And then also, when things don't work out too well for the husband, no matter how rich you are, you don't have to put him through too much stress. You can take care of yourself, you can take care of yourself, you take care of him, you encourage him, but let him not feel that the world has come to an end. You know, a man feels happy when he knows that his back is covered, even when he's not making it. You understand? It doesn't make him lazy. It makes him very grateful. Yeah. So I will advise everybody, get something doing. Do something that will enable you earn good income if you can. Do something that you also enjoy doing. I've always believed in garbage in, garbage out. Yeah? Garbage in is the stress abound. You cannot control that. But you can control your attitude towards stress. Stress is the #1 killer and ages of everything in this world. It's your attitude to stress that you have to manage, and that depends on you. What you put in your mouth also depends on you. Your mind, your heart, your spirit, your soul. You have to be loving. You have to be forgiving. You understand? All that depends on you. So it's actually you that decides whether you're going to age gracefully or you're not. Forget about the genes first. It's true. You understand? Some people are so malicious. When you offend them once, oh my goodness, they will carry it in their chest and the chest will be expanding and they won't sleep well and they begin to have problems. Meanwhile, the person you're angry with does not even know you exist. It's crazy. So for me, it's just be free and take life easy. Take it as it comes and always be grateful to God. I'm too honest and straightforward. It's either I will be killed immediately or because I will tell you the truth no matter whose house is God. I don't think I can play politics. I'm not a politician at all. I am a very straight shooter. I will tell you to your face when you're doing stupid things. That was my relationship with my mom, my dad, my husband. So most times I'm the last girl in the house. So maybe when they were disciplining the first ones, by the time they got to my turn, they were a bit tired. So we could talk to my parents anyhow. But I don't do it to create whatever. I just feel that if anybody worth talking to, is worth talking to with honesty and integrity. And when you want to play politics, they will see something that is black. They will say it's yellow. I can't do that. For the love of me, I can't. So politics is not my call. And because of that, they will not allow your creativity to come out, your sincerity. What's the point? Yes. I'm actually planning some kind of. I met some of my old models that are doing very well. And you know, when you deal with a lot of these girls, some of them have traveled with me to Niger. Sometimes they'll tell you bring 2 of your models. You know, some of them we have very good relationship. We're going to do a reunion one of these days. It will be fun. And they are all calling, when are we going to do this? I say, don't worry, we'll get a reunion done. Because we need to revisit the fashion industry, see how things are going. They're doing well. The new ones are doing well. And I just pray that the environment will not discourage them, you know. It's not just Nigeria, it's the world. Whatever is happening in Nigeria is what the truth is. A crate of egg in Nigeria is still cheaper than a crate of egg in the US and in the UK, even with the exchange rate. So it's not just Nigeria, the world is experiencing some kind of. The way I see it, it's like the pangs of birth before the child finally comes. You know, that intense labor. And then when the child is born, everything is calm and beautiful, everybody is happy. I think we are just towards the end of the labor pain. It's going to get better, but we're going to pass through a lot of that before it gets better. And when it finally gets better, we'll all be smiling. But right now, the whole world, not just Nigeria, is crazy. If you look at international, listen to international news, it's actually crazier than here. I just pray. Yes, I live opposite. I won't even say it. On the street, one of the big men that live on that street. His birthday was yesterday, and the whole street was filled with beggars, hungry people. It was really crazy. I felt so bad. We were pushing each other, killing each other, fighting just to get a plate of jollof rice. It was very sad. It didn't used to be that bad. There were a few people who would come hang around, but the whole street, I couldn't move anywhere yesterday because of it. But I hope it gets better soon, so that the best in all of us can come out. Because hunger and poverty can actually bring out the worst in people. Naturally, yes. I have an NGO that I do. What I do, I take girls, young girls that are not able to complete school because of poverty, and I educate them. You understand? I try to pay school fees, help people, and I believe in education a lot. Yeah, because I don't believe in giving you the fish. I believe in teaching you how to fish. I have few of them from my place come stay with me. Some of them are able to stand the discipline. Some of them are not able. So the ones that are able to stay, they stay, and they do very well. Some of them I train from a distance, and they do well. So I've had university graduates, I have levels, I have all kinds of things. That's what I do. And most people come to me naturally, not because I'm a trained mentor or anything. When you do anything out of love, an act of sincerity of purpose, and because they see you as genuine, they listen to you. You understand? When you mean well, you tell people the honest truth, and they, it's not easy sometimes, but yes, a kind of mentor.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing, and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Known as the father of African literature, Chinua Achebe was born on the 16th of November 1930 in Ogidi, now Anambra State, eastern Nigeria. He was born to Isaiah Okafor Achebe, a teacher and an evangelist, and Janet Anenichi Iluegbunam, a vegetable farmer. Achebe has reshaped the global understanding of African identity through the power of storytelling. Raised during the twilight of colonial rule, Achebe's education was steeped in both Igbo tradition and the Western values of post-colonial Christianity. As a student at the University of Ibadan, he became fiercely critical of how Africa was portrayed in Western literature. Achebe believed that Western literature often painted Africa as a dark and primitive continent, but he sought to tell the African people's lens. In 1958, Achebe's groundbreaking novel Things Fall Apart shattered colonial narratives through the tragic story of Okonkwo, an Igbo warrior. Achebe illuminated the complexities of African culture and the devastating effects of European colonization. Things Fall Apart became more than just a novel. It became a symbol of African resistance against the oppressive narratives of colonialism. Achebe was not just a writer. He was a passionate advocate for African self-determination, and his political activism made him a critical voice in the post-colonial era. Even after a life marked by personal and political struggles, including a car accident that left him partially paralyzed, Achebe continued to inspire. He taught at Bard College and later Brown University, where his influence reached new generations of writers and thinkers. He was married to Christiana Chinwe Okoli and they had 4 children. Sadly, he died in March 2013 at the age of 82. Chinua Achebe's legacy endures in his novels, his essays, and in the countless voices of African writers who follow in his footsteps. He gave us a voice, a story, and a vision of Africa that is ours to share.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
In the oceans to let you know that a lot is happening, and yes, it's our responsibility to bring you up to speed. Of course, it's going to be entertaining, engaging. We're looking forward to your contributions on our various social media platforms. My name is TC Barra, and I do have in the studio with me Charlie Montero. Charlie, glad to have you here.
Well, it's an honor to be here, really, and it's a week's edition of Inside Sports. The midweek edition is always superb, coming up with the fixture lineup, far away, Europe and the Champions League coming up as well. So I hope it's going to be a delightful show, bringing on the hits, bringing on the stats, and bringing on every good news around sporting world. It's Charlie Montero here, and I'm glad to be with you.
Well, how many days it is to the commencement or recommencement of the MPFL? 4 days, I presume. And we're looking at some rescheduled fixtures. Of course, the Nigerian Premier Football League has announced those rescheduling of match day 16 between Kwara United and Enyimba. That game originally set up for the 5th of February, Wednesday, will now take place on Monday, January 25th. at the Kwara State Sports Complex in Ilorin. Kwara United upcoming match against Shooting Star has also been postponed. MPFL Chief Operating Officer Davidson Owumi communicated in a statement released on Monday, encouraging the club's supporters to remain patient as they await updates. So the second stanza is set to commence on Saturday, January 25. I wonder what you make out of it. At some point, the issue here has been trying to align the league with the major leagues of the world. But we're just halfway. And the rest of the world is, I think, three-quarter gone.
But you can also say half, because most of them have played 22 matches. Most of them have played 21 matches. You see in the La Liga, they just recently concluded their 21st match of the season. It's a long season. It's a whole pile-up of fixtures all around the world.
Because of different engagements.
Yes.
And then the change in the
calendar, football calendar.
Especially of the UEFA Champions League.
Yeah, especially, and also the FIFA Club World Cup that has been rebranded and given a new, face beat and giving a new look. So I think the season is now longer, a lot of matches to be played. So I would say it's more or less for the MPFL to be able to arrange these matches, also accommodating the continental football that most, or would I say some, of Nigerian clubs are engaged in. We saw Zamalek take on Yimba, and we all know how that game panned out without giving out all the bits. But I hope they will be able to infuse this calendar into theirs, create a structure that will work, and that will also be able to accommodate these clubs, accommodate the players, and accommodate every other aspect of the game.
Oh, I look forward to the commencement. I missed the game of Ikorodu City, and I'm looking forward to its resumption. And definitely, we'll be going to see these games at the Moberly Johnson Arena. And some news making the rounds: Katsina United forward Sadiq Abubakar Usman is on the verge of trial with a renowned Egyptian club Zamalek, who beats Eyimba, by the way, 3-1 or 2-1?
2-1.
2-1. So the announcement came from the Changi boys through their media officer, Nasiri Gide. He has highlighted that the trial is being sponsored by the club's chairman, Dan Lamini, and we know that it might or might not, fall through. But here's the twist. If it goes through Zamalek, he gets a shirt, he gets a number. Otherwise, according to the club, the information put on the social media handle, he will try out with other clubs. But it's just not a sustainable, method or sustainable way of transferring players. Our player transfer system in Nigeria seems to be, it seems to have loops and needs to be holistically looked at.
Yeah.
The fact that it's shrouded in mystery, you're not sure how much is, except these players move from the MPFL to, foreign leagues, then you now start getting the details of those contracts. But when that's not the case, if it's from one local club to another, or from one club within the country, from the NNL to the MPFL, then you just have a lot of things shrouded in mystery and just crazy. But we're sure that, it's going to get better. I don't know what you think, but the fact that we don't have these details and you have to go do trials first, and then you're not sure, you're coming, some sort of concrete. People just watch players, and if they trust our system, you'll be sure that what you're getting is a good deal.
You're not wrong, because when scouts go out to scout a player, you watch that player alone, how he communicates with the ball, his interaction, how he takes the ball, what foot he used to take the ball, how controlled, how in the game he is, how he passes the ball, his general physique, how he communicates with his players, how he communicates with the referee, his general body languages are things that you look at. I'm still, still kind of taken aback with hearing that he has to go through a trial. If he's a professional player in the MPFL, he's professional because it's a professional league, and that is already a status enough for him to say this player knows what he's doing. If he's not playing for a professional side, maybe he's coming from a non-league football or coming from a non-league side, then yes, you might warrant a trial. But this is a professional player that plays in, week out. So I don't understand the whole idea of a trial or the idea of you have to test him to know his quality. We all know his quality. a footballer that plays week in, week out definitely knows his way around the ball. You can't compare him to someone who, plays once a week or twice a week. Right? So I would say it's wrong. And also the details as to whether or not, how much they're signing him for, or if this is just based on a testing. We want to see what the league is about, just expose one player. Or another angle we can look at it is from, would we say his parents' club is more or less giving him an opportunity to shine out there if just, a kind of connection something, or so should I say he's trying to, just push him out there to see what the world is like, to, initiate the transfer or trying to help him out. But I don't know how, they would juxtapose that, but I don't think it's professional to say a player has to go for a trial. A professional player already has to go for a trial to be a member or be, a member of your team.
Well, just a lot that we can do to improve things here. Joel Okoro, meanwhile, has completed a move to NPFL side Heartland for the upcoming second stanza of the league. He joins the Nazi Millionaires from Nasarawa United, and he does bring a wealth of experience from previous stints with Rangers and Doma United. He becomes the 5th player to join the Owerri club during the mid-season transfer window, and I'm certain Heartland are looking to improve their current standing in the league, where they presently hold the 14th position with 22 points from 19 matches, led by former Super Eagles international Emmanuel Amuneke. Super Eagles B and Remo Stars midfielder Jide Fatokun has completed a transfer to the Sudanese League. He signed a 2-year deal with Sudanese club El Merreikh, as confirmed by Burundian journalist at 257 Foot on social media. He's expected to travel to Cairo in the coming days to finalize his move due to political instability. We hear that Sudan are currently competing in the Mauritania League. So is he signing to Sudan or is signing to Mauritania?
Well, that's the problem. You see, it's still the same, issues we have in Africa. I mean, we need to take these things seriously. It's more or less like these sports don't come seriously to these people, and they don't see it as a career path that some people have chosen to, and we all know that football has a limited time frame. When you start to exceed 31 or 20, you have become, you have become papa, as my people would say. You have become papa in this game. So yeah, I think they should take this thing seriously. If a player is vying to join your club, or if you want to employ the services of a young lad, you should know that he's time constrained. If you don't want him, let him go. I mean, transferring from Sudan or wherever they are taking the medicals to states the business. Is this an Egyptian club or a Sudan club? Is a Sudanese club? And let these things be clear. Let the transfers be clear, and let the player know that this is what I'm signing up for. We all know that Sudan is a warring nation at the moment. Peace is far from them. So I don't know who would really want to put himself into that kind of a situation. But I would say I would be expecting good news coming out from there in recent time or in the years to come. But I think they should just sit up and get this business right.
Well, the truth is you can't even wish it away. I'll give you an example. Ukraine did have a thriving league, and we saw a lot of exports and imports from the Ukrainian league, but that's not the case now. That league has been, even the national team had to train elsewhere.
In Poland, actually.
Stuff like that. So that's just the kind of scenario playing out. Anyway, the NFF has announced schedule for the 2025 President Federation Cup draw. That announcement was made, I think it was released yesterday. The draw is set to take place on Friday, April 11th. The NFF Secretariat, which is located in the capital city of Abuja. Now, in this upcoming tournament, there's going to be 72 clubs competing, specifically 2 clubs from each of the Nigerian 36 states, along with 1 club representing the Federal Capital Territory. Competition will kick off. It's going to have a round of 64 first, which will determine which teams, advance after several clubs have been eliminated from the men's tournament. And of course, if you follow the President's Federation Cup, it's usually an exciting one. teams battling there and also trying to keep their head up in the NPFL. So you might have teams from the NLO, NPFL, NNL, even teams not registered to the NNO, taking part in the President's Federation Cup. So the journey will commence at the round of 32 levels, which is for the ladies this time around. Designed to streamline the number of participating teams so you don't have excesses, It will also be followed by a round of 16, then the quarterfinals, leading up to the semifinals, and ultimately that will culminate in a grand final. The knockout stages for the men's competition would start off with a round of 64. They are scheduled to take place over the weekend of May 3rd and May 4th, 2025. And the winner of the men's competition will earn the esteemed opportunity to represent Nigeria in the 2025-2026 Confederations Cup, right? So last year we had El Kanemi Warriors claiming victory in the men's division, while Rivers Angels took home the title in the women's competition, setting the bar for higher forthcoming tournament. Now, I'd like to state that, before you get to the round of 64, right, you must have had the state FA competition. The state FA will have their draws, you have at the FA level, and 2 teams can emerge. So you can have a non-league team or league side, like you're putting it, emerge to represent a state. So that has to go through the state level, at the state FA level, and then we go to the presidential level. Despite Eyimba's loss or ouster, by Zamalek, Nigeria has gone on to retain 4 continental slots for next season's CAF Club engagement. Now, this is a result of Stade Malien, who suffered a 1-0 loss to CD Lunda, despite Eyimba's defeat to Zamalek SC of Egypt. Eyimba finished 3rd in their group, while Stade Malien finished 4th. With a tie on the CAF coefficient table, Nigeria will move to number 12 on the table, while Mali will drop to number 13. The top 12 countries will produce 4 teams for continental football next season. So, 2 Confederations Cup, 2 CAF Champions League. So if you have a team, already qualified from the President's Federation Cup, you might have to give that room, so that you have 4 representatives. That's a good thing. Despite the loss by Eyimba, which we rue, I don't know if you saw that game. The goalkeeper had some bad moments.
Yeah. It's a nightmare for the goalkeeper. Yeah, really. Well, I think it's a good one. I mean, we all know that Eyimba in club recent time when they go continental side or go to represent Nigeria in these continental competitions, they often always do woefully in away fixtures, and they try to find their end in home fixtures. I don't know where the problem is. Would we say it's the philosophy of the new coach, or maybe it's
Stanley Aguma. So I think what happened is Olanrewaju was asked to step aside, right? And that's because of the poor strings of results, he's churned out. Stanley Aguma seems to be more experienced and versatile, right? And saddling him with the responsibility might not be such a burden. But then they've crashed out and they have to look inwards to see. I don't know where they are in the NPFL table at the moment. I don't have it offhand, but I'm not certain it's at a good place. Remo Stars continue to hold sway of the NPFL, dominating it seems like it's their top for now. And none other than Ogunwa Dede will be the one who have to give thumbs up for what Remo Stars is doing. So away from football and to cricket, where the girls, the Yellow Greens, are doing us proud. They secured their first win at the 2025 ICC Under-19 Women's T20 World Cup in Malaysia. They defeated New Zealand by 2 runs and marked their long-awaited debut after the initial match against Samoa was delayed due to rain on Saturday in Sarawak. New Zealand chose to field first, giving the junior Yellow Greens a chance to bat. And we saw Captain Lucky Katie lead the way. She hit Nigeria's first 6 in a composed innings. The team posted a total of 65 runs for 6 wickets in 13 overs. In the second innings, we saw Sarah Bakita's squad execute a controlled bowling strategy and successfully restricted New Zealand to 63 runs for the loss of 6 wickets and clinched a hard-earned victory. We do have Kufra Kanimo, who is a strong cricket enthusiast and cricket analyzer. analyst, beg your pardon, sports analyst talking about Kufre and Kanimo, and his forte or specialty is cricket. He's going to be telling us what he thinks about Nigeria's performance and, of course, what the way forward is for the Junior Yellow Greens.
We are still in the euphoria of the success of the Nigerian under-19 team. Their exploit against the cricket powerhouse New Zealand yesterday, and it was something to celebrate. It was something to be proud of as a member of Nigerian sport community. Beginning from Ms. Tuyi Apata, the NCF president, that's Nigerian Cricket Federation president, to the Director General of the National Sport Commission, to every person that plays cricket in not just Nigeria but West Africa. This was a very big feat for us, for the girls who have made us proud. Looking at their feat, I want to say that it did not come totally as a surprise for me because of an interface I had with their head coach some 2 months back in Abuja. Coach Sarah Bakita did say that these girls were wonderful, that she had difficulty selecting them in the squad because it means she didn't know who to drop and who to pick, but I think information guided her. And talking about the person of the captain, Lucky Piety, she's a mother, she's a wonder. Right from the age of 15, she did terrific things in cricket, playing the first century from a woman, any record anywhere in West Africa. That was some years back when the Female Cricket League started, the first of its kind in West Africa, and that was hosted in Edo State and is always hosted there. So coming out now, most of those girls have caught their teeth in cricket game, going international, playing the Kubika in Rwanda, Kigali precisely. Some of them played for Nigeria at Achimota Ghana during the Africa Games that ended last year, 2024 April. So it is no surprise that they have the wealth of experience that is needed to succeed in this game. Also, kudos to the NCF who has given them that lengthy experience. Don't forget they had a tour in India where they were in the academy facility, Omnitex. They had a lot of experience playing Pakistan, playing Scotland. So going into the game, they were expecting their big win, which was the first game with Samoa, but that was washed out as the debutant Samoa were lucky to share the points with Nigeria in that encounter. So the real first test of their World Cup cricket action was with New Zealand. To me, I would tell you that it was a mixed feeling. I didn't expect what came out yesterday, but I want to say that the excitement still stay on, even till today. They made us so proud. Even when network on my own end did not allow me to watch the game fully, but when I had the result finally, I was so excited. Now, talking about their next game, which is going to be with South Africa. They are currently topping the table with 4 points after winning 2 games. And Nigeria is following with 3 points after winning 1 game and drawing 1. Of course, cricket takes 4 points. 4 points is always 2. Shade point is 1. So I think the game with South Africa will be a tough one, an exciting one indeed. We just pray for a good weather in Malaysia, where the girls will do what they know best. They were told critically by their coach, Bakita, that they should not underrate any team, and they should not underrate themselves. They should not look at any big name, New Zealand, South Africa, or any team, but they should look at playing good cricket. And so exactly that is what I'm expecting to see. Early hours of this morning, let me not say tomorrow again. Okay, I'm still correct if I say tomorrow, because around 3 a.m. Nigerian time, the action must have commenced. So it's going to be a very, very exciting game.
Thank you very much, Kofur Akanimo, all the way from the South. Anyway, from cricket, definitely we'll monitor the progress of the Yellow Greens in Malaysia and bring you up to speed. So right here, rest assured that would always punish you with their progress. But then the Nigeria Fencing Federation has secured hosting rights for the 2026 championship. The Commonwealth Fencing Federation awarded Nigeria that rights to host the championship in 2026. And this opportunity comes on the heels of Nigeria's successful hosting of the 2025 Fencing World Cup, marking the first time a sub-Saharan African country has organized such an event. As a result of this achievement, Nigeria will become the first African nation to host the prestigious fencing championship. Now, if you hear the sport fencing, you now begin to wonder if it's a lane of blocks. But then that's a sport that you do with a sword.
A sword.
On guard.
Well, I'm really not into the whole fencing game, but
yeah.
I think it's...
But at least I know on guard.
Yeah, you have to be on guard.
Yes, all the time.
Well, I think it's a good one, really, for Nigeria. I mean, it's anything that could put us in the global, platforms there, making the world see that we have talents here as well. We are doing well for ourselves, and just putting this talent out there for the global eyes to see is also a contribution to globalization and letting the world know that we also prosper in this, or we also do well in this sports. What I'm here to see is a Nigerian driving the Formula One and going on to do the Grand Prix.
I think a young boy, trying to remember his name, from Nigeria, took part in the junior championship. I think I have to remember that. But we'll take a moment, and when we return, we'll cross the ocean, bring you up to speed. We have Copa del Rey fixtures, a list of teams that have qualified, and the fixtures for the quarterfinals. UEFA Champions League comes back today on the screens, and you might want to listen in for some of the mouth-watering, very tasty fixtures lined up, and lots more to come on the show after the break. So stay right here, Inside Sports, Souq News Television. We're back in a moment.
ADSC. We are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development.
Glad to know that you are still tuned in to Inside Sports right here on Souq News Television. Yours truly, TC Barra, who they call the top cat around here, is hands on deck, ready to do my due diligence about bringing you up to speed with what's happening in the world of sports. Across the ocean is the Copa del Rey quarterfinals, and the draws took place on Monday, and they revealed very exciting matchups that have fans buzzing with anticipation. Now, by some stroke of luck, we saw two titans, talking about Spanish heavyweights, Barcelona and Real Madrid,
avoid each other, at this stage of the competition. Of course, Barcelona are known for their attacking flair. They've been assigned an away tie against Valencia, and they have a challenging opening. They're showing some form of resilience in recent matches. Meanwhile, Real Madrid would have to travel to Leganés, a team that will be eager to impress and seek an upset in front of their home crowd. I still do have Charles Jenner here with me, and to take a look at these fixtures: Valencia home to Barcelona, Real Madrid away to Leganés, Atletico Madrid playing host to Getafe, Real Sociedad and Osasuna.
So it's exciting that we have, La Liga-based clubs still in the competition. So it makes for a mouth-watering encounter all, across board, regardless of where. We know that Valencia would like to prove themselves against Barcelona, and Leganés welcoming, the defending champions of the La Liga to their stadium. They will also want to put, write an upset, for the competition. And without taking anything away from them, we all know how compact they can sit back. They can sit back and wait for the attack, and regardless of how good Barcelona is on the break or the attacking flair, with Lamine Yamal posing 15 goals and 6 assists already this season, Lewandowski also eyeing 13 goals this season, and Rafinha also making his contributions. I just feel like parking the bus against this kind of team will get you, it won't get you far. But we saw Getafe do that successfully, and I think other teams will want to learn from, their blueprints. But I think Barcelona they have their eyes on, winning a trophy this season, because it more or less looks like the La Liga is out of their grasp. So they would want to put in 101, attention to this, Copa del Rey, and haven't also lifted the Super Cup. They want to make sure that this one does not elude them as well. Also having their eyes on Real Madrid, who is more or less like a wounded lion after that Super Cup loss. So I feel like it's going to be a mouth-watering clash across board, and Atletico Madrid can also not be written away from the competition as well. So for neutrals, this is mouth-watering.
Okay, so let's see if Barcelona will surmount Valencia and Real Madrid able to defeat Leganés and get to mash up in front. But it's still pretty much very open, and very interesting times ahead in the Copa del Rey. Meanwhile, Victor Boniface has been confirmed available for Bayer Leverkusen in the clash against Atletico Madrid. And of course, Boniface will be part of the squad for this highly anticipated UEFA Champions League match, as confirmed by Xavi Alonso. Boniface had been diligently working towards regaining full fitness. He's been sidelined with a thigh injury sustained playing for Nigeria, and that was last November. He's been absent, has been felt, I don't know, would you agree his absence has been felt keenly?
Yes, it has, because we see that there's this role of a menacing centre forward that they need. Patrick Schick has not been able to come into that,
and own it.
Yeah, and own that position, because we all know how prolific he is in front of goal. His shot power is out of this one, but there are these darting runs, recognizing the spaces that the centre back leave, when they go up front. Boniface does that well. He knows how to go at the end of the crosses and make sure that they convert those chances and make goals out of nothing. And while Boniface has been away, we've seen that their goal scoring chart has come down immensely across all competition. We are used to seeing the Bayer Leverkusen side confidently go and demolish their opponents, scoring 3 goals, 2 goals, as much as they can. But now you see them being more conservative because they don't really trust their centre forward or really trust the players around him. Or we just say there's a kind of a disconnect, trying to be respectful to them. So they say there's a kind of disconnect between them. This is Boniface has played well with Grimaldo, he has played well with Frimpong, and he has also done well with Fabian Wirtz. So I think they've been able to create a sustainable connection that helps them thrive in front of goal. So now that he's back and in contention, I feel, you should give them a boost going into the game against Atletico Madrid.
Well, let's take a look at some of the fixtures we have today. The UEFA Champions League, Atlanta playing host to Sturm. That's at 5:45. Aston Villa away to Monaco at the same time. Atletico, Leverkusen, Benfica, Barcelona, Dortmund traveling to face Bologna. And then you have Club Brugge, Juve, Liverpool, Lille, Red Star Belgrade against PSV, Slovan playing host to Stuttgart. All of these games coming up at 8 p.m. But then you'd have expected the most talked about to be Barcelona, Benfica, but feels like Benfica might not be able to start the firepower of Barcelona in this one.
Well, Benfica, coming off for the 2-0 loss in the weekend, I feel Benfica they might be able to stop Barcelona, given that Barcelona's away form have been dribbling, especially in the Champions League. They've not lost, with all encouragement to them, they've not lost, but they've not been able to get the maximum 3 points that they desire. Sitting comfortably in the ranking in Champions League right now, you'd expect that they go there with confidence, ensuing with confidence, and demolish Benfica. But a Benfica team that have not been shy when it comes to performances in the Champions League will not sit back and let them be ridden over by Barcelona. Another game that we know that show prospect should be the game between Atlanta and Storm Graz. But Storm Graz, an Austrian side, has not been able to pick up 3 points in Italy. All their head-to-head against Italian clubs have all come in defeat.
Do you think your sentiment is not because of
No. Let's leave our Nigerian blood. We all know they will bring the party. They will bring the party and they will rock the party. Yeah, we cannot undermine his performance in that team. And I think a player to look at will be Retegi, because he's been brilliant. He scored in the first 10 minutes of all their games. So I'm sure he will be bringing in the firepower as well. And cannot also write out Ademola Lookman, who has been prolific in front of goal. And every other person in the team, putting in performances to make sure that they come up with their win. The pedigree of their coach as well. So he would want to motivate his team to do the job and get the win, and just make sure they avoid that knockout phase. And because that knockout phase warrants that you go play home and away, that is more games for them. So they will try and avoid and just gain automatic qualification to the round of 16.
Well, very interesting fixtures tonight. You might want to put your money where your mouth is and ensure that you're certain of where you're putting your money, right? Anyway, FC Porto has terminated Victor Bruno's contract with the club. According to reports, this development makes Bruno the third manager to be dismissed by one of Portugal's top 3 clubs this season. He succeeded Sergio Conceição, who is now the head coach of AC Milan during the summer transfer window. And his departure follows a series of disappointing results, including consecutive league losses that have also hindered Porto's little title aspirations. I call it little because, there's just been a lot of kicks and all that, yeah. But the club has confirmed that Jose Tavares, the director of Porto's academy, will assume the role of interim coach. And, those are the issues that I have with people leaving halfway.
Mid-season.
Yeah.
Well, he's also not, I'm talking about his predecessor, he has also not found time at AC Milan welcoming, because it's a new coach, which means a new philosophy, which means a new group of players.
Time to settle down.
A new group of players that you are trying to know, okay, what's your strengths? Where they, perform better. I mean, you've seen Rafael Leao drop in performance since, the whole incident of changing in coach, and also finding that players are being played out of position where they're not comfortable, trying this new philosophy, this new idea, just trying to play for the manager, really. It leaves the players thinking of where they're supposed to be, thinking of what they're supposed to do, and you just see, the dribbling in their performances and
the law of diminishing returns.
Exactly. And you find that the players are all over the place, their minds are all over the place, and you will not be able to get the results and the exciting football that they are known for.
All right. Let's just put you on the spot real quick. There are times when, you just have your mind all over the place. You're right here in front of the camera trying to get things done, and you have your mind.
Yeah, it happens with human being. I mean, the human mind is the most supercomputer we can talk about, because you're thinking about stats, you're thinking about what you're supposed to say next, how you're supposed to make it presentable. So there's a lot of things. I would imagine that also goes on in the mind of the players. I mean, should I be here, or should I hold on? Is it time for me to, approach the box? Is it time for us to attack? Is it time for us to keep the ball?
And then there's this saying that what the player does at every given time is what, distinguishes him from the rest. Your ability to convert very difficult goals, chances,
and getting out of difficult positions.
Wriggle your way out of, tight, it's what makes you stand out. So in those moments, in those times when you have your mind occupied when you're psychologically down, and
yeah.
you're able to come through, and you put in your performance, or put in the performance.
And that makes for a very good professional. I mean, I talked earlier about, the scouts going to watch a player, and you want to see his ability in games, not just the first touch, not just his control of the ball. You want to see his ability in games, how he's able to manage pressure, because that's where you are going to see him most of the time, and not what he does in training, not what he does one-on-one with you. I mean, I could be good at controlling the ball, shooting, crosses, headers, but in match situations, how do I cope with pressure? How do I cope with being boxed in the triangle? How do I cope with wriggling my way out of tight position? That's what a scout will look out for. When you look at young talented players coming up, you see he's playing like a professional. He's playing like he has been there before, and you see ex-players commending people like Cole Palmer having that pressure on you, having that,
and you still keep it cool.
And you still be able to keep it cool, and you come out with performances like that. That's how you distinguish professionals and players that are in non-league football, players that are just starting out in their careers, really.
Well, Cole Palmer fans, you got appointed there. Anyway, it also reminds me of Omera, Nigeria international, who had said he doesn't plan on returning to the NPFL, considering the fact that you have a lot of ex-internationals coming back to the NPFL, but that he wants to contribute to the league by scouting talented footballers. So, it's one thing to say you want to, it's another thing to have the skill or the eye for good talent. Anyway, that's just on the side. We'll move on now to tennis, where Novak Djokovic produced another scarcely believable comeback to stun Carlos Alcaraz in a thriller and reached the Australian Open semi-finals. 37 years old, defied injury, ranking, top with that win 4-6, 6-4, 6-3, 6-4 against a relatively young opponent in Melbourne. He's going for a record-extending 11th men's single title, and we saw clips of him limping around the Rod Laver Arena at the end of the first set after suffering what appeared to be a groin problem.
I was going to say an injury-stricken Djokovic making his way ahead of Alcaraz. We know how prolific Alcaraz is, but I don't think he has found much joy in the Australian Open in recent years.
Well, we saw him do that, talking about Djokovic, defying the odds, beating a younger person, and he will now go on to face German second seed Alexander Zverev on Friday. Zverev continued his bid for an elusive first Grand Slam title win. He beat Tommy Paul to reach the semi-finals. He won 7-6, 7-1, 7-6, 7-0, 2-6, and 6-1 against the American 12 seed on the Rod Laver Arena as well. And that victory was the 27-year-old's 7th in a row, and continues his unbeaten start this season. So, what do you think about the matchup between Zverev now and Djokovic?
Well, Zverev he's a prolific talent. You can't undermine him. His serving skills are, will I say, one that you have to be calm to receive. He has this firepower, especially in his right arm. So you have to be wary about his serves. And if you can overcome that and return the serve, then maybe you stand a chance. But we also know Djokovic, with all his words of experience, is affluence in the game. He has seen it all. If I'm to say 37 years old, he has seen it all, and he has been up against the best of the best. So I wouldn't really, if he has an injury-free, outing, I would expect that he would, easily get the edge over Zverev.
Well, let's take a look at Sabalenka, who survives this little bit of scare to keep title defense alive. She said she was all over the place as she survived Nastasia Polychenkova, Pavlyuchenkova. Oh, tongue-biting name. I'm going to try it one more time, and you're going to try it. Pavlyuchenkova. Okay. So Anastasia was the one who was at the receiving end as Sabalenka beat her to reach the Australian Open semi-finals and continue to bid for a third straight Melbourne title. The world number one is attempting to become the first woman since Martina Hingis over 2 decades ago to complete a three-peat, which is a hard-court Grand Slam after raising, through the first set. Sabalenka's title hopes were left hanging by a thread as Pavlyuchenkova swept up the second and broke early in the decider, but the Belarusian Sabalenka kept her cool, fought back and wrapped up a 6-2, 2-6, 6-3 win.
She's been strong. She's been strong coming in from her, exciting achievements last season, and so I think she's more or less building on that and trying to take it a step further. It's good to see her, but it's surprised that the likes of Naomi Osaka have not been able to, really compete and give this girl a run for her money. And we talk about the constraint that come with childbearing and the constraint that also come with being a female athlete in such demanding sports, just like tennis. We've seen the sisters. What was their name? I think I'm losing their name right now. But we've seen those Serena Williams sisters do it back to back. And now we are seeing the resurgence of new talent, exciting talents coming in from both China, America, and Australia, all over the world. So I think it's bringing a more colorful outlook to what the sports is used to.
Diversity.
Diversity, exactly. And so
it's not just with one person.
Just one person. So,
but Coco Gauff losing. How about Coco Gauff losing?
But that's another issue. We see a young, promising talent like Coco Gauff. I mean, she's not been able to be consistent like we saw her when she first broke into the scene, and now she's more or less. I wouldn't want to call her a veteran because she's still young, but she's not been able to.
She's no longer a new school or a newcomer.
Yeah, she's not been able to give us that run of success like we'd expect from a young talent, and someone that was born into the game. Her parents also have history in tennis as well, so it's more or less like she has been exposed to this sport from a young age, and we would expect that she will be able to carry. She knows what it takes to be able to carry herself and make for a prolific career or a long-lasting career, just like we mentioned the Williams sisters as well. So I would expect that Coco Gauff will bounce back because she's done it before.
I think the black woman factor is not, some sort of burden, pressure to want to replicate that feat.
Well, pressure comes in all forms and sizes. I mean, Aryna Sabalenka would definitely have her own pressure because I think she's the first in the name from her own country, making a name for herself in the sport.
She wants to remain consistent.
Yes, she would want to make. The pressure would now be, can you do it again? Can you do it again? For how long can you do this? So I think pressure comes in all forms and sizes. What matters is how we as individuals and as athletes, overcome those pressure and grind out the result that we want from it.
Well, from there, we'll be turning things down gradually, but let's let you know that Italian tactician Carlo Ancelotti has reportedly decided to end his role at Real Madrid as head coach. It might happen at the end of the season, and despite holding a contract which runs to 2026, Carlo Ancelotti has been successful, achieved great significant success during his second tenure of the club. And even if this season results, doesn't end in multiple titles, I don't know if he would say he has not been successful this season.
He has. He has been successful. His first stints, his second stints. Now this one, I think he's one of the managers that you can easily say that have edged their name in Sound of Time.
Okay, I thought you wanted to say the books of life.
In Sound of Time, when it comes to their legendary status as Real Madrid coach, one that has been able to do his in just one stint is obviously Zinedine Zidane.
Yeah.
But no one comes close to what Carlo Ancelotti has achieved in football. I mean, talking about Inter Milan, AC Milan, what he did at PSG, coming down to the Premier League also.
So maybe he's also feeling it's time for me to...
It's time for him to join the likes of the Mourinho, go somewhere that is not as competitive or as demanding.
Alex Ferguson and leave the pitch.
Or you could do that and leave the picture and just be an advisor, or just take up a countryside, a national team, and show your expertise. But now I think it's time for the next generation. Me personally, as a Real Madrid fan, would think that Xabi Alonso is the best person for the job at the moment.
Oh, you tout him for someone already.
Yeah, because he's an ex-player. He knows his way around the club.
So why is that a factor, that you're an ex-player? Does it mean you'll remain loyal to the club?
Well, you will remain loyal to the club or any club that you are employed to work for. But I feel like at the moment, when you talk about coaches that are available for for hiring at the moment. You would pick someone that's been successful, someone that's been able to do it, someone that is competent. He is competent. Look at going a season unbeaten with Leverkusen. I mean, that should give him
competence 100.
Above
Am I
whoever.
competent?
Have you been able to manage a club side? Have you been able to which footballing club have you been able to manage?
This team.
This team. Okay. We can't give him that. We will give you that. We will give you that. Because consistency is what we talk about.
Yeah.
So I think Xabi Alonso should be the player that would be favorite, the coach that would be favorite to replace Ancelotti at the moment. But I wish him well if he decides to leave at the end of the season. I wish him well. He has done great things. I mean, winning another Champions League for the club, doing that with just, we would say,
I think Real Madrid has had enough.
Yeah, no, we have not. we still need to make it 20 and, dominate European football for what is most. I think Barcelona would.
He's bringing a bit of sentiment. I have to stop him there, otherwise he'll go on and on. Anyway, the International Basketball Federation is running a process, and that's a bid to identify virtual advertising providers that will help activate OneXBet's global partner rights. The total revenues of Europe's leading women's football club, we hear, has exceeded 100 million pounds, or rather euros, which is about $104.2 million. So that is happening for the first time since last season. The clubs are still reliant on commercial income ahead of broadcast revenue. So, I mean, that's huge budget, or rather income, for female football. You would have expected them to be raking in that much. And so when women are clamoring for more pay, equaling what the men are receiving, do you agree with that?
I think I've said it once before in this show. I think it has to be relative. If what you're making is enough to pay you more, then you deserve more. But if what you're making, the revenue you are able to generate from the matches, I mean, what makes for revenue really is the quality of the game. If the quality of the game is superb and you're able to fill the seats in the stadium, I mean, that's one reason enough for them to increase or make it want to look good as what the men, their male counterparts are getting. So if you're not able to create more revenue for yourself, how do you expect more pay? I think that's the way a layman should look at it, or anybody that is business, thinks business would look at it. Because I can't spend more when I'm not getting any form of income. Yeah.
Okay, so those are your final words on the show.
Well, we're all looking forward to the Champions League. I mean, Champions League.
Oh.
Champions League. I would have want to, ring in the anthem in the studio. Yeah, but let's leave that until tomorrow. But then Champions League is here, is live. We're looking to see Barcelona come up on top, Atletico Madrid as well, if they'll be able to see off Bayer Leverkusen. AS Monaco would also be playing host to, I think it's a Spanish club as well. I can't really get a name right now, but we're looking for Monaco to also make the name for themselves. And we'll see you tomorrow. I will see you tomorrow. He will see you tomorrow, hopefully. And we'll bring you results, highlights, and statistics from the game.
Okay, so Monaco against Aston Villa, Atlanta Stormgrass, Benfica, Barcelona, Monaco, Aston Villa, like I mentioned, Atletico, Leverkusen, Bologna playing host to Dortmund, Benfica, Barcelona, Club Brugge against Juventus, Liverpool, Lille, Red Star, PSV, Slovan will take on Stuttgart. Thank you so much for joining us on the show. On behalf of everyone who has ensured that you can receive us, we appreciate you for joining in. And of course, let's continue the conversation on our various social media platform. Look forward to your queries, inquiries, contributions, and thoughts on Inside Sports. I'll be back in the morning and halftime when we get to talk about the money side of sports. And of course, yours truly, TC Bar, saying have a great evening. Bye for now.
father of African literature, Chinua Achebe, was born on the 16th of November 1930 in Ogidi, now Anambra State, eastern Nigeria. He was born to Isaiah Okafor Achebe, a teacher and an evangelist, and Janet Anenichi Ilegunam, a vegetable farmer. Achebe has reshaped the global understanding of African identity through the power of storytelling. Raised during the twilight of colonial rule, Achebe's education was steeped in both Igbo tradition and the Western values of post-colonial Christianity. As a student at the University of Ibadan, he became fiercely critical of how Africa was portrayed in Western literature. Achebe believed that Western literature often painted Africa as a dark and primitive continent, but he sought to tell the African people's lens. In 1958, Achebe's groundbreaking novel Things Fall Apart shattered colonial narratives through the tragic story of Okonkwo, an Igbo warrior. Achebe illuminated the complexities of African culture and the devastating effects of European colonization. Things Fall Apart became more than just a novel. It became a symbol of African resistance against the oppressive narratives of colonialism. Achebe was not just a writer. He was a passionate advocate for African self-determination, and his political activism made him a critical voice in the post-colonial era. Even after a life marked by personal and political struggles, including a car accident that left him partially paralyzed, Achebe continued to inspire. He taught at Bard College and later Brown University, where his influence reached new generations of writers and thinkers. He was married to Christiana Chinwe Okoli and they had 4 children. Sadly, he died in March 2013 at the age of 82. Chinua Achebe's legacy endures in his novels, his essays, and in the countless voices of African writers who follow in his footsteps. He gave us a voice, a story, and a vision of Africa that is ours to share.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Achievements, goal setting, hard work, and dedication have been proven to be some of the elements towards success. The journey of remarkable individuals with lasting impact on the world are often filled with manifold stories, but through determination, they build their lives and make extraordinary contributions. Join me on the story of a trailblazer in business and philanthropy, Aiboje Ig Mokwede, a lawyer turned banker who has done well for himself, made an indelible mark within the banking sector, and has continued in his ambition of touching lives within Nigeria and across Africa. Aiboje Ig Mokwede. Within the Nigerian business space and philanthropy, few names resonate and are respected profoundly. Such is Aiboje Aigemokwede. If you're just watching, kindly subscribe to our YouTube channel for more great documentaries. Like, share, and comment. Known as a successful business mogul, banker, investor, and a philanthropist who cares about making difference, Aigemokwede's story is one of hard work, creativity, and a desire to drive positive change across Africa. Born to civil service parents on September 24, 1966 in Ibadan, Oyo State, Nigeria, he hails from Sabongida Ora, Edo State. Aiboje spent his formative years with his parents in Lagos, where he had his primary education at St. Saviour's School. He enrolled into Federal Government College, Kaduna, and at age 16, he was admitted to study law at the University of Benin, where he graduated at a young age of 19 with a law degree, displaying early signs of his exceptional intellect and drive. Called to the Nigerian bar in 1987, he started his career in 1988 as a lawyer at Continental Merchant Bank during his National Youth Service Corps NYSC year. In 1991, he joined Guarantee Trust Bank PLC, GT Bank, where he rose to prominence as an executive director. His big moment came in 2002 when he led the acquisition of Access Bank, turning it from a small regional bank into a big player, a banking powerhouse in the industry. Throughout his career, Aigemokwede has taken on different leadership roles, including Group Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Access Bank until December 2013. He later became President of the Nigerian Stock Exchange and retired in 2017, but remains on the National Council. Bowing out of Access Bank, he was given a befitting send-off.
No man or combination of men could transform what we met in Access Bank in 2002 into what would cause this type of people to come and celebrate today.
His foresight and managerial acumen have brought him chairmanship and directorial roles in prominent organizations such as African Finance Corporation, Associated Discount House Limited, Petrolon Energy, among others, thereby contributing greatly to their growth and sustainability. Hard work, they say, pays. Aiboje Aigemokwede's hard work earned him many awards and honors. He received the National Productivity Order of Merit Award in 2009, conferred with Commander of the Order of the Niger CON in 2011 by the then President of Federal Republic of Nigeria, Goodluck Jonathan, during his administration for contributing to banking and finance. As a visionary leader, he was installed into the E&Y World Entrepreneurs Hall of Fame in 2011 as the EY West Africa Entrepreneur of the Year, and named African Banker of the Year in 2013. This amounting to how much others values his leadership and ideas. He got honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria. Beside his work, Aige Mokwede also gives back to society. This philanthropist is involved in efforts to improve governance and healthcare across Africa through his Aige Mokwede Foundation, making a positive impact on people's lives. He initiated the Adopt a Healthcare Facility program in 2019, and he is the chairman of ABC Health and director of the Private Sector Health Alliance of Nigeria. He is the founder of chairman of Coronation Capital Limited since 2015 and has contributed to the growth of the Coronation ecosystem. Coronation Capital Limited, with other arms of its businesses, also bettered Coronation Art Gallery in Lagos on the 13th of May 2022, a platform for showcasing exceptional works of art that embodied the essence of cultural significance and artistic expression. Aigboje Aige Mokwede founded Coronation Art Gallery with the vision of democratizing art, foster appreciation and understanding for the artistic world, and making it accessible to a wider audience.
Bumi Augusto is, I knew Bumi when she was born. I know her parents, and I know all her siblings. She's a beautiful, wonderful, gifted Nigerian artist, and just like many of the others here. The piece behind me is a triptych, long throats, all up to longer throats. I actually thought that I was going to caption this collection. You know, this is really a microcosm of my entire collection, but I was going to capture it longer throats because this represents a lot of this collecting I did during COVID. Many of these pieces actually were not in Nigeria. I brought them home. I'll tell you something. I'm known for collecting masters, you know, the Enwonwus and the Yusuf Grillos and so on. I still do, okay? And I kind of stuck to that genre of classic. Those are the people who, when I was growing up, as I told you, those are the people who were my parents, either just older than them or contemporaries. So I grew up knowing these artists as my uncles, okay? So my first collecting was, you know, from works, you know, done by masters like that. After a while, you know, these works are really priced in. But Bumi Augusto, you know, her works, you know, which may appear even a bit pricey now, in 10 years' time, you know. So this is also hosted by Coronation, which are companies that are all about wealth creation. So there's also the investment angle. I don't collect for investments, but you know, with all that these great Nigerian and African artists, the young ones, have been doing, and the way their prices have been rising, you know, I've got to focus on investments now.
He collaborated with the Nigerian Civil Service to digitalize work processes and public service delivery in October 2021. Recognizing 43 public servants at the 2022 Civil Service Award ceremony on behalf of the Aige Mokwede Foundation with an encouragement of cash prize worth 500,000 naira for each awardees.
It is my understanding that annually 43 public servants will be recognized in this fashion. And so with effect from the 2022 Civil Service Awards ceremony, on behalf of the Aige Mokwede Foundation, we will be putting an endowment with effect from this award session, whereby each awardee receives a cash prize of 500,000 naira. And in the interest of digital culture, the credits will go directly to your accounts.
Among his many certifications, affiliations, and fellowships, Ige Mokwede holds Triumph MBA from the London School of Economics, New York University, and HEC Paris. He attended an executive management program at Harvard Business School in the year 2000, and he is a member of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, also appointed to the International Advisory Board of Oxford University's Blavatnik School of Government. Ige Mokwede is a honorary fellow of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria and had received an honorary doctorate of science from Olabisi Onabanjo University in 2018. Also honored by Chartered Institute ceremony.
If the operators of our markets, of a nation's capital markets, are properly resourced in terms of skill, capacity, and conduct, nothing can stop that nation and its citizens from leaving the tarmac and moving from third world to first world. Nothing can stop it. The correlation between the advancement of financial markets and the advancement of national economies is perfect. It's not almost, it is perfect. And so, you understand why I have tied myself to the future of this market and why I have tried from the very word go that my voice was heard to get the public sector and the elite within the private sector to understand that we cannot ignore this market.
Aiboje is the first African co-chairman of the Global Business Coalition on Health and chairman of the Friends of the Global Fund, Africa. The business mogul has made significant donations to the Global Fund. He is the vice chairman of the Global Citizen Nigeria and creator of the Nigerian Solidarity Support Fund. There is always a story, or say many stories, behind every success, and this Ige Mokwede has shared in a book called Leaving the Tarmac, Buying a Bank in Africa, Red Door 2020. In it, he talked about how he and others turned Access Bank into a major success, showing his determination and vision.
On a personal note, I think the first thing is that I left Access Bank. I retired as CEO in 2013, and I knew that I needed time off just to recharge my battery, so to speak. I didn't think I would have more than a year and a half before my perpetual motion character, kind of took over once again. And so I wanted to use that period as productively as possible. So I had a year and a half, and what better to do in a year and a half, than write a book. And for me, it was an opportunity, for posterity to tell the story to my children in a structured sense, because before then, I just hadn't had the opportunity to sit down with my kids and say, this is what I did today, or this is what I did yesterday, and these are the highs and the lows of this journey. Herbert and I went through a hell of an experience between 2002 and 2013, and for him that experience has continued. We learned so much, we were exposed to so many things. We had really, really great mountains that we climbed, we scaled some pretty high heights and so on. And in a sense, it would be very selfish of us to, lock this up in a box and not share it with others, because I think our experience, can be used by any other person who has an ambition to go out there and do, whatever it is they seek, whatever it is they dream about. And so the notion of writing for posterity and recording this period in my life, and probably more important, the notion of preparing a way for others, those are the things that drove me to write the book.
Ige Mokwede, former managing director of Access Bank Group, returns to lead Access Holdings, replacing Abubakar Jimoh. His return after a decade aims to realize the shared vision of the late co-founder, Herbert Wigwe. Access Holdings PLC, trading under the Access Corp ticker on the Nigerian exchange, began to feel Aiboje's progressive impact as its stock value increased by 1.52% following his appointment as chairman. Aiboje Ige Mokwede is back again. Aige Mokwede is married to Ofovwe Aige Mokwede and has 4 children, namely Ohiozoje, Aima, Morenike, and Renown. He has been able to balance his family life with his professional achievements, setting an example as a leader and role model to many. He is an ordained minister of the Promised Land Ministry. In the annals of Nigerian business history, his story stands out, showcasing the power of vision, perseverance, and giving back to the community. From his humble beginnings to global recognition, he inspires others to dream big and make a difference. His legacy remains as he continues to make strides in business and philanthropy.